Yeah! I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too
Hello and welcome back to another week of OCS. It's week 6. We are getting closer and closer to the all-important playoffs. My name is Skimmy, and once again I am joined alongside by the man, the myth, the legend, the ex-pro coach, now caster extraordinaire, my man Juves. How are we today, mate?
Yeah, I don't know what to call myself nowadays when people ask me, hey bro, what do you do? What am I, washed up? Am I caster? What am I, general manager, coach? I don't know.
You're an OS figurehead, mate. You've cemented your place by doing it all.
I've definitely got a big head. I wouldn't know if I'm a figurehead, but big head for sure.
We can maybe make that a bobblehead. Depends what you want to try and do on those long rides, because we're not going anywhere at this stage. We're all locked inside and we're still playing video games. Let's bring up that schedule. Let's actually, first of all, bring up the standings. That's what I want to check out first of all, because as things are getting on, we're starting to see that teams have really made a case for themselves. Now, if we look at the standings as it stands, 2 teams currently remain undefeated with both Mammoth Academy and the Die Cubs. The discrepancy next to Die Cubs with that little asterisk denotes the fact that we do have an uneven amount of teams, 11 teams there, so some of these teams have had a bye, so the numbers don't fully add on up, but as you can see, there's still, the narrative does remain, there is a big race for the top 2, whereas we have in the middle of the pack a lot of teams within a match between really separates them as we then trickle our way down to the bottom of the ladder, where a few teams are still searching for their success, trying to discover what their identity is and get themselves in for the tail end, 5th, 6th spot for those playoffs.
Yeah, we still see a lot of instability in many of these rosters. Coming week to week, names coming in, names coming out. Not really, there's not as much stability as we would like to see in a lot of these rosters. And I think towards the business end of the split is where we'll start to see a lot of teams, make some late surges for the top or for playoffs at very least.
Sure.
Hopefully, like we said, there's not that many roster changes coming out, and we see the same names popping up week to week.
There we are, and we definitely had our fair amount of roster changes on that same note, right? We definitely had times where teams have replaced a player here or there. In some cases, like UTS, actually trying to replace the majority of their team to try and find a new idea to try and push on forward. And I think what's interesting is that the meta as a whole seems a little bit set in stone right now. So as weeks go by, 10.13 and onwards, when we see the likes maybe of Yumi and Aphelios and whatnot continue to be pushed down the barrel, maybe some of these teams start to find some strength with that. But with that all aside, let's go up with the schedule. Let's see exactly which teams are playing for us today. It's going to be an all-out occasion for 2nd and 3rd spot to start off with the Die Cubs taking on the University of Queensland's Union. It is up next for the battle of the bottom with the RMIT guys taking on the Gravitas Academy. Alexi Genesis returned from the bye week of last, and they take on the formidable Mammoth Academy. It's an all-out university brawl as the QT Tigers take on UTS Esports. And to close out the night, Order Academy take on Pentanet.GG Arise.
Yeah, Pentanet are an interesting team because there's a lot of times where they're winning games until they actually lose them and end up getting backdoored. So I want to see that's a match I'm really excited to see tonight.
For sure. I mean, I feel like they're going to be really upset with how weeks went by, or how last week in particular with this team that we're going to be talking about in just a second. They obviously commanded it so strongly, and then to fall victim to a backdoor has to absolutely hurt. But yeah, as we talk about now, Die Cubs going into this one up against the University of Queensland's Union. It's going to be a big one. And as we highlighted, right, we had both Clint and Unshackled there looking to try and be as annoying as possible. But it was eventually them running the teleports and just going for the backdoor attempt with Clint and Amateur. It was a Kled and an Echo. Double teleports, sacrificing everything, be it Dragons, Barons, mid-wave control, just to unlock those side waves. And get that one key inhibitor. So I think the Die Cubs coming into this one are going to be looking to say, look, no, we don't want to fall to that. We've got far too much experience, and none other than the big man himself with all that experience is Udisoft returning back to the jungle.
Well, it's important to note that Udisoft is back in the jungle, and they do in fact have Kimchi as a starter now. I believe last week it wasn't Kimchi from, I could be wrong, but I believe last week was
you're right.
ML.
It was Amelg, correct, yeah.
So there's two new faces coming in again. Well, I wouldn't really call Udisoft a new face, but why not? Obviously taking a backseat this week, going to watch, going to learn. And that's the beauty about having a double jungle, right? Or players, because, we see roster swaps with Die Cubs and we say we want to see stable rosters, right? But swapping Udisoft in and why not out is a stable roster because they can both learn from each other week to week and see things that, you wouldn't be able to see if you were playing. So I think that's a good move from Die Cubs, especially being how young was and fresh he is in the scene. but nevertheless, Varus first pick, then response with Senna and the Hover. But I believe Senna's going to go in the support position, and we'll see it paired with a Bruiser or tank bot lane pick.
Yeah. The Maokai is definitely an option. We've had a fair amount of variation, right, with what the fasting center can be coupled with. The Maokai at a time, Kench. Even so in Europe, they paired it with the Wukong when the situation was right. So there's definitely a lot of variation, but the key theme has to be there's always a tank that you're looking to bolster up.
Yeah, I mean, it's because the tank offers, usually the tank has lots of CC, so they become some unkillable like raid boss because they are the ones eating all the farm, and Senna's really Senna was made as a support, so has the kit to really top up the tank and keep the tank going in the fight, as well as doing some decent amount of damage. So pairing Senna with the tanks, it makes the most sense. Ubisoft has his patented Evelynn locked in. Now this is something that we see teams ban all of the time. Ubisoft, played a lot of Evelynn in solo queue, almost to the point of where if you saw an Evelynn locked in, you could assume it was him or two other players. So usually when that's the case, I like to see those bans kind of targeted at individuals, but nevertheless, he got his hands on it. I think UQU aren't too worried about it, so it's going to be up to Ubisoft to punish.
And I think that's what's interesting for me is the fact that we've had Ubisoft come in now, 2 from 2 games, both being Evelynn. Why not the other jungler as well? 2 from 2 games, only the Lee Sin. So they're not really revealing much in that jungle department. But the one game we did see Ubisoft play into the QT Tigers, he gave Hingubi a bit of a jungle kingdom, right?
Yeah, he did.
This is a jungler that we know is so proactive, is so well known for winning those matchups to get himself and his lane as a big lead. So for Ubisoft to come back in, have that experience and get a comfort pick, I wonder, right, from what Union are presenting here, if they're thinking, look, we respect it, we don't care, we have something prepared. Obviously, the Zoe comes in here, and Amator's had it denied away from him so many times as well.
Yeah.
So we're looking at comfort v comfort.
It feels a little bit disrespectful, right? Like, there's a reason teams banned Zoe every single week against this guy, and I think for me, Zoe's still in a decent place in the meta. It comes like it's a lot down to a skill check, right? And a bit of RNG in the early lane, depending on what drop Zoe gets. But for the most part, right, like if you're able to land the poke, land the bubbles in lane, then you're going to pretty much beat anyone. So if you're comfortable enough to play, I mean, Wei in his own right is a bit of a Zoe player too. So potentially this is a matchup that he really likes, and he thinks he can push the pace and get a lead against Amator because both Zoe players, both huge Zoe players.
Speaking of Wei, he's actually played a different mid lane at every single game so far, be it the Azir, then into the Zoe, as you highlight, and then last week on the Cassiopeia, a big one actually, that allowed them to win that game, if you remember, Juves, 45 minutes in against the Vayne making those 1v9 plays. Absolutely insane. So looking for another big performance here from the Syndra, as we can see the bands coming out here from Dire Cups to try and make Ubisoft's life a little bit easier. The Rek'Sai and the Jarvan, gank-heavy junglers, ones with a lot of mobility to get into the back line and try and target these immobile carries, be it the Varus and that Syndra, and the time Kench is going to come out now as a response to give them some of that protection, because with what the Union have drafted now, a lot of one-shot potential, spears, bubbles, paddle styles, you name it.
Well, the reason that you ban Rek'Sai when you have Evelynn is because when it comes to the mid-game, when it comes to the point in which you're going to be grouping around objectives, Rek'Sai really just stays burrowed. And then Evelynn can no longer flank or get behind or backline access, because the moment she starts walking, you see tremors. And Jarvan is another champion who is like one of the strongest level 2s in the game, generally goes red buff into invade, so they're smart bans because Ubisoft wants to get a full clear off. Nidalee is an interesting pick, definitely can put the pain on Evelynn if you find out where she starts and invade the opposite side and push the tempo, push the pace, have lanes with prio, then it can be a rough night for Ubisoft. So for me, the onus really is on UQU to push the tempo and stop this Evelynn from hitting level 6 or doing enough damage to Evelynn so that when she does tick 6, she's not going to be as relevant as she would, just getting the full clear off and playing for side lanes and playing for picks.
And what's interesting about that, Juves, and I want to touch on that a little bit more as we obviously wait for the game to get ready and started underway, is the Nidalee. We know how obviously strong they are, especially once they get that first completed jungle item and the ability for them to speed clear. Are we going to be looking at a case of them both looking to try and turbo hit 6, or are we expecting Unshackled to be a little bit more proactive, be that jeweler, be that aggressive nature of how mobile Nidalee can be, and try and get in Ubisoft's face?
Yeah, I think Nidalee is a champion that benefits from both, right? You can full clear, beat a head tempo on the enemy jungler, but for me, Evelynn is one of those champions that probably has the fastest clear in the game. In the sense, uninterrupted, just full clear, permanently like playing it perfectly. So Unshackled, if you're stronger at level 1, level 2, level 3, if you're stronger pre-6, it just makes sense to be a nuisance. If you can slow down the tempo of the enemy jungler and it doesn't affect the way or affect your game, because in theory, right, Unshackled's going to be taking jungle camps off Evelynn, going to be counter jungling the Wraiths or the Krugs, or just forcing a fight in general, forcing a skirmish where you're stronger, then you should come out on the other side ahead. And so for me, there's no danger or no harm in him doing that. Like you said, due to the fact Nidalee has so much mobility, she can pick and choose when she wants to go in and out of the fight. So yes, I would say that the onus is on Unshackled to really find the opportunity in this jungle matchup, because the thing is, once Evelynn hits 6, then the onus doesn't necessarily become Unshackled, right? Ubisoft can play towards the side lane, get a pick there, or at a certain point, Evelynn can really land. If a charm lands, can just 100 to 0 the Nidalee. So it's going to be a battle of the early game, a battle of the junglers, and seeing who can avoid who and who can pressure who.
And I start to get a little bit terrified, right? Because obviously we look at Diacubs when they hit level 6 and the amount of protection they have when, Time Kench would devour the Shen to TP and aggressively to make sure that if anybody looks to try and make one of these crazy plays, that they can get out of harm's way, right? The amount of CC and damage Diacubs can unlock at level 6 is absolutely insane. But in that same notion, Union, I imagine you just see what they have so far. So much river control. I'd be absolutely terrified if Nidalee, the Zoe, the Maokai, all these key characters go missing on the map. So I'm looking at Union thinking, I'd like to see either they go for the aggressive invade or they get some very early leads, be it on those dragons or those heralds. Try and push the tempo, try and push back Ubisoft and say, look, you can't have lane kingdom, you can't have jungle kingdom. We've got strength and we can look to scale up effectively as well. In
saying that though, right, like if you just go the route of, full clearing jungle, playing lanes out how they should play out, right, and just have a stable early game, they have Ornn, Maokai, Senna as pretty much as a front line that is able to stand in front of a Syndra and a Varus, and those two champions specifically aren't notorious for being tank killers, right? Let's say Ubisoft does his job. Let's say Ubisoft assassinates Senna or assassinates Zoe. Evelynn is kind of that champion that's a little bit one and done, right? You win the team fight from assassinating a carry. But I feel that potentially the UQU's frontline is maybe too much in an even game, 2-3 items for Diacubs to deal with. So whilst we say Unshackled needs to do something or should do something in the early game to inhibit Ubisoft, there's also the realm in which if Unshackled can just create a game state that is even and just plays out, not volatile and just plays out in a stable sense, then potentially we just see UQU run over the game if their tanks become unkillable.
Well, to throw it back then and raise a counter-argument, obviously we've seen so many of these Arcane Comet variations, the Lethality Varus that looks to try and abuse those squishies. You talk about, obviously, how good an Evelynn is going to be at executing on those squishies. Do we want to see the on-hit Varus build come out this time so they have that ability to transition into the mid-game? Because, we look at this laning phase, you're looking at, a fasting center that just wants to passively get those souls, stack up Absolution, Maokai get as much farm and items as possible, and Time Kench looking just to babysit the Varus. So is that a possibility, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's for sure a possibility, but I've given up on theory crafting it, because every time that I theory
we always ask it, it never happens.
Yeah, every time I said, okay, this would be a good on-hit Varus game, they never go on-hit. So maybe it's again, I'm not in streams, I don't watch teams play, right? And all you see in solo queue now is Comet. So sometimes it's very easy to forget about what Varus used to do before Poke Varus. I think Varus, before Lethality Varus became a thing, Varus was actually in an okay spot in the meta. It wasn't Varus wasn't weak by any means, and so potentially this game, maybe we should have seen an Aphelios, right? Aphelios and Ezreal were banned, sorry. But, Ezreal was banned, Aphelios was banned later on in the draft, so potentially they needed to take that earlier. But, we'll see, right? We talk about Lethality Varus not being able to do damage into tanks at a certain point, but if Varus just wins lane, if Varus is just ahead from laning phase, then Varus is always going to do damage. It's just what if you're not ahead?
Well, I wonder what their game plan is here. If Diacubs are going to look to try and find strength in that bottom matchup, if there is going to be some crazy shenanigans that happen in the jungle here, obviously, as you highlight, the Lethality Comet build is the preference for the majority of these plays, and whether or not that stubbornness will come back to bite them, we'll have to wait and find out as we get ready to jump into Game 1 of the night. OCS Week 6. Second and third place groups. It's a big match for both of these teams.
Yeah.
One that should be pretty telling of their form coming into this one. And to answer our questions, it is actually going to happen, Jubes. It is going to happen. He's got lethal tempo. Yeah. He's got the teleport. And I thought it would be a little bit weird if we went into this one, because I look at that and go, yes, you got the grievous wounds of your Hail of Arrows, right? Yes, you can try and shut down and sustain from these two as your opponents, but I don't look at this lane matchup and say you're looking to try and get a very early lead.
No. And this makes sense, right? And this is what I like to see. It's like you're thinking on your feet and you're adapting in Champions League. I think 95% of Varus's that we've seen go lethality route in this game, and then they're going to have a rough time, and they're going to be wondering why they're not doing any damage. Sometimes you need to accommodate for draft, and I think this is why Varus is so good, is because you can do that.
Well, let's see what happens in this game one. It is a best of one. It's a big game for both these teams to see exactly how things scale on up. Will tanks be too formidable? Will they be too strong? Too strong in the ability to bully out their opposition, or will the carries reign supreme? Will they get strong enough to whittle down their health bars to become non-existent? We're going to have to wait and find out here as we do take a quick idea, or quick look I should really highlight, as to what those summoners are. As we already said, the teleport there on the Varus. It's going to be the heal coming out here from the Tahm Kench, so potentially a lot of protection, movement speed, and sustain if anybody gets caught out of harm's way from a potential gank, and the opposite is also true, as the Union go identical.
And we've always done is match summoner spells in the bot lane, right? Except the TP is on the Maokai, who's the one that's going to be farming, and the people that are farming in this lane are the ones with the teleport. They obviously know they're going to be... Well, okay, for Varus, TP is efficient because like there's really no kill threat, or like he shouldn't die in this lane because he has a Tahm Kench, so he can get away cheating with the TP and play for tempo, and Maokai much of the same, right? Melee range champion. Probably they're happy just scaling. They're not really seeing it as a lane in which they're going to get kills and need the aggressive summoner spell. So teleport again for tempo is really good. As you can see though, getting poked out already. Sometimes it's best to just let the wave come in so you don't lose all of your health level 1. But you know, it has the Doran shield, has the passive, has center heal, so it'll be fine. Whilst it looks bad, it's not that bad.
Yep, the center will be quite weak, however, at level 1. Not going to have much in terms of that heal. Does require quite heavily on some of those items to scale that up. His Varus is the opposite, quite honestly. Despite what variation he runs on those runes, he's going to be strong through levels 1 to 3. Very able to assert his dominance, as you can see here. As the same could be said true in the top side, with Shen finding a nice little lead. But one thing that's already caught my eye here, Juves, and being a jungle connoisseur yourself, is the Omni Stone Nidalee. Yeah,
I saw someone run it in solo queue today. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. Omnistone junglers. So there's a jungler in Korea right now who was rank 1, who actually runs Omnistone Echo. And I was watching his VODs, and you need to play around your Omnistone. And I know that sounds very simple, but there's a playstyle and a situation for each rune. When you have Grasp, when you have Aftershock, when you have Dark Harvest, there's playstyles that like you need to accommodate your playstyle based off the rune choice, because things like Dark Harvest, things like the Grasp, you can stack, and so you want to make sure that you're always, you know, at least trying to get that, or whatever iteration of whatever rune you have, you're trying to utilize it and trying to stack it when you can.
Well, whether or not the rolling of the dice of those runestones change the playstyle, we're going to wait and see, because right now he's looking to try and gank through mid. He's got the Hail of Blades ready as Amator's on a bit of trouble. He's forced to flash away underneath his tower. Zerenis, having pushed the wave in, goes roaming, with both mid laners quite low on their health bars, and it looks like they are out of charges on that Corrupting Potion as the root now lands here from Farmer. Instantly the Devour comes out, negates a lot of that. Guardian gets proc, shield, and a trade, as Karok now stacks up on that Blight, and looks to try and expend the damage there as the Hail of Arrows come on down, and damage across the board.
Yeah, I mean, pretty aggressive game so far, right? We haven't seen a kill, but level 4 Shen showing his intentions, coming mid with the taunt, burning the flash and heal from Zoe, so going to be an obvious repeat from Ubisoft, and Amateur's going to have to play the game extremely safely now, because once that Evelyn ding 6, he's fair game.
That is for sure. Everyone once level 6 is online, then becomes invisible. So at this stage is a presence they can keep track of. As you can see, both junglers are even at this stage, both opting for what appears to be the full clear into then the upgrade on their jungle items. So no crazy shenanigans at this stage to try and bully or emit things out, and Ubisoft come on. This is probably the worst case scenario, right? The camera gets put on you, we talk about him, and then things like this happen.
That's really bad for Tempo, because he should be finished Wolves by now, right? Like, that's a hold. He's basically just done another jungle camp, whilst Nidalee got a reset, is out of base, and on Krug. So, in terms of tempo, not good. You hate to see it, but we've all been there and we've all done that.
We'll see if it comes back to haunt him later into this game. So their experience in this department's not going to be too concerned, I'm sure. Not going to be one to fall victim to the tilt at this stage. And a bit of interesting facts coming into this one. So the Die Cubs do remain undefeated, 4-0 so far. So obviously on a 4-win streak, as the UK Union come into this one 3-1 on a 2-win streak. The only defeat they've suffered so far was to Gravitas, the next game that we'll have after this. And if you date your mind back to that matchup, it was when Bambi on Gravitas got the Penta as the Irelia. So
yeah, that was a mega smooth performance.
Obviously, they've grown a lot since then, and have definitely put up a strong performance and very much deserving of their position coming into Week 6.
So this wave, you see Amateur playing so safely, and this is like a product of Shen coming through mid, burning his flash in the early game. Now, the wave is just frozen outside of turret. Needle is on his Gromp, and Amateur is really just doing his best to get the wave in, so it's not frozen, but you know, he just doesn't know where Ubisoft is, and you would almost make the argument he doesn't even know if Ubisoft's level 6, and that's probably part of the reason he's playing so safe, because he has good enough vision topside to be able to push that wave in, but decided against it.
Does indeed, as the resets now do come on out, and you can see the exchange with Nidalee going for the completed item first of all to make sure that those clearing speeds do improve, as opposed to Ubisoft now, not too far away from level 6, opts for the Dark Seal, so be very keen now, alongside the Fiendish Codex, to have that CDR ready to make those kills a very real possibility and get as much free ability power online as possible.
So bot lane has a little bit of a CS lead, but this is what we expect. You never really expect the Maokai and the Senna to have a CS advantage over the true ranged champion, because every time Maokai goes for the CS, he's going to be getting harassed quite a lot. But Blue Buff pumped off to the mid lane, so Zoe's not having a good time. Zoe's not having a good time at all. Again, Wei has this mid lane control perfectly. Every time the camera's panned mid lane, Wei has had the wave frozen outside of his turret, and Amateur is just, I mean, like, we haven't really seen how the lane's played out, but Amateur is like not controlling his wave well enough.
He's frustrated, that's for sure, and he is running the hill, so going to be quite vulnerable to the CC that comes out just like that. As first blood, the rotation, it is swift from the Die Cubs coming from the bottom side of the map. You highlighted it with their control. The priority now nets them the very first dragon as well. Yeah,
first kill, first dragon. And again, this is like, this is one of those things where Shen doesn't get the assist, but it stems from Shen being able to get enough priority to roam mid lane, burn the flash, go back to top lane, and be up CS. You know,
very proactive to start off this game here, Jubes. Only 8 minutes in, and we're talking about, you know, where are their lane states? Were we expecting to see UQU look to try and play aggressive in the early stage? Well, obviously, that question has now been answered. And I start to get a little bit concerned, because as soon as Die Cubs hit that level 6 point, as you can start to see is happening here, things become a little bit more aggressive in their ability to not get as punished.
Yeah. But game state's still fine though, right? Like, Amateur. UQU haven't pick these champions to like lane king them, right? They don't draft on to win lane, right? They're not drafting Nidalee to put mega amounts of pressure on all 3 lanes and just spam game. These champions that they have, they're really good once you break laning phase and can get 5 members on the map and 5 members, you know, fighting for a neutral objective. So you know, if Nidalee does have a quiet early game, it doesn't put the pressure on Ubisoft, then you do expect them to, you know, fall behind a little bit in CS. It's not a composition in which we're expecting them to come out, you know, all lanes guns blazing. So still optimistic. Still think that UQU are in a very good position in this game.
And Amateur's going to make his life a little bit easier, given the fact that he has opted for the Summoner Heal. Going to return to base and picking himself up the Merc Treads, as is a response here from Wei as well. A bit of a common trend we see now. If one goes for the Merc Treads, the other feels a little bit forced, if you will, to match, as opposed to going for the Sorcerer Shoes.
Well, this mid lane matchup specifically, Syndra Zoe, is really volatile, and you need the Merc Treads on both sides. Because Syndra stun lands, Zoe's just going to get full comboed, and yeah, sure, you know, she still takes the brunt of the combo by being CC'd for that, you know, for a little bit less, as well as the magic resist, is sometimes can really just make a difference in these skirmishes.
Well, they're going to be looking to try and sniff out trouble once again, no doubt. Looking to try and burn as many of those summoners as possible as we return back to the bot lane, where Carrot continues to bully and continues to scale on up, working towards his first completed item, be it the Blade of the Rune King with a teleport down at this stage of the game. But 2 Dark Seals currently possessed and looking to scale on up. No doubt Both would love to get themselves to that dream state of 10 stacks and above with the Magi's for the bonus movement speed as well.
Well,
major buff for both of these two.
Magi's is such a cost-effective item, and the fact that if you do int and have 0 stacks, you can just sell it and resale value is not that bad, makes me like be a very big ambassador for buying a Magi's. Even in a competitive game, I think it's almost always worth it because the chance that you stack it is pretty good, right? If you're confident in yourself, in your team, in your ability, then you think you're at least going to get 10 stacks, but we see
they're in trouble. Abyssal Voyage comes out as it's going to be a full 5-man collapse at this stage with Shen at the ready if need be. Not going to be required. Wade's going to find that kill, and Unshackled has been so omnipresent around this mid-wave, always trying to give Amateur a little bit of pressure, a bit of freedom to exert some kill opportunities. Ubisoft very content just saying, look, we can collapse when necessary. I'm just going to pick up a Herald.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you don't want to see. You don't want to pick a jungler in like Nidalee, be losing neutral objectives, be losing in tempo, be losing, he's not really losing in farm, but be losing in kill participation, because this really defeats the purpose in what Nidalee really excels at. Nidalee is a champion that pushes tempo, pushes pace, forces you off jungle, forces you off camps, really has, you know, that the threat of always being somewhere on the map, right? Because it's such insane mobility, the threat of being top lane, threat of being bot lane, but we're not really seeing that out of Unshackled. All we're seeing is Ubisoft able to play the map, able to farm his camps uninterrupted, and ultimately influence his lanes in a positive manner.
That he definitely is, as now that means that both have 2 stacks on their Dark Steel. The magical footwear comes online as well, and things go from bad to worse in terms of mobility. Give a guy like this one of his comforts, he's going to definitely abuse it and say, well, you should have not let that one go on through, and you can start to see the fruits of that labor. Mid lane becoming bigger and bigger, as Wade's now growing that lead to around about 20 CS over the Zoe, which, bear in mind, Yuki Yu have never ever banned away the Zoe. Obviously, we know that Amateur likes to play it, but there's been such a big preference in the OCS to always ban the Zoe. That certainly is their juice. They're going to look to try and make things happen. Chain of Corruption is not available, mind you, so there's a lot of CC that can come out as a response to try and squash this.
Yeah,
Damage, however, to come on back. Sidestep, jukes out the root. Farmer has no mana left.
That was
it's a whole bunch of nothing.
That was an optimistic TB flank coming out of Kalrock there. So, Revenge and Farmer, the Senna and the Maokai are very deceiving in how strong they are when it comes to a 2v2. Dude, there's a reason that fasting Senna or Senna with anything is so potent and so strong, and it's because the skirmish can go what feels like forever, but I'll hold that thought. Rifter will drop in the mid lane, all in from Way.
Yes, certainly is. Dicub's looking to continue the tempo advantage, and you can start to see what that means by obviously a 2,000 gold lead in their favor. Kills, objectives, now the Herald getting dropped as well. Trying to break through the mid turret, and obviously they're going to achieve a ton of turret plates for their efforts, going the way of Way, funnily enough, as they now look to get themselves at the second dragon as well. So lane states working wonders. Only 14 minutes into this one.
Yeah, they got to be happy with that, right? I think mid turret is the turret that you want to break more than anything anywhere on Summoner's Rift. You know, once you break that mid lane turret, the game, the pressure you feel, if you've ever played in a competitive sense or a professional environment, when that mid turret drops, it just feels like you're being choked out of the game. You know, top lane drops, it's whatever, the top laner can rotate, teleport bot potentially, and bot lane you just rotates around the map, but as soon as mid lane turret drops, you just start losing all of your jungle caps, and there's really nothing you can do. We see Ubisoft looking at Nidalee's rates here. Mid turret isn't even down yet. He has no priority, but he's just feeling very confident, maybe too confident.
Possibly says
Fancy feet.
Trouble Bubble will come on out. Yeah, he does definitely have the fancy feet. Not going to fall victim to that gank attempt just yet. But what is interesting to note is despite his best efforts and his ability to control these neutral objectives, there is a 1 level discrepancy between the two of them. And Shackled having a minor lead at this stage of the game.
He has a minor lead, but he's definitely down in gold. I would say. You know, the 2 assists, and watch this damage from me.
A lot of damage that's going to come on out. The center cannon from the bot lane to ensure there is protection, as Clinton is also going to get in on the action. Chucks out the Ornhorn. R2 misses as the flash goes out. Kimchi's here in the area if need be. Has the Abyssal Voyage for an easy get out of jail free card. As rotation now to the bottom side of the map as the 1-3-1 split looks to try and take place, with Syndra down to half and Revenge copying a fair amount of damage. Unleash power. Surely was definitely unleashed there as both mid laners on either ends of the map get rowdy.
He definitely unleashed it, but maybe Revenge could have benefited from a little tab check there and check that he actually did in fact build a Sunfire Cape first item, so potentially 1v1ing the Syndra that was level 11 was not the best idea with no magic resistance. So that's a lesson learnt there, and we didn't see what happened off screen, but Calrock got picked off by Amateur, and so even though Amateur was off to like a little bit of a rough start this game, still managing to have enough relevance and strength to, I believe, solo kill Calrock, but again, didn't see it, but burning Calrock's flash too.
And obviously there are a couple of characters on their side, right, between Nidalee and the Zoe. Excellent at finding those pick opportunities, excellent at sniping you from afar, and that's what I imagine they're going to be looking to try and bank on at this stage, looking to try and claw back some of that deficit that happened in the first 15 minutes of this game. But bear in mind, if Diacubs do look to continue to be the ones in the driving seat, controlling these Dragon Seas Heralds, whatever it may be, they do have a very fed Syndra now sitting at 2-0.
I would still argue game state is not terrible for UQU, right? I'm not, by no means am I trying to say they're winning the game and they're in a place in which they can freely roam around Summoner's Rift and be proactive and make plays. But in terms of composition, in terms of 5v5, there is always that chance that they can win a skirmish, right? You know, Maokai can lock onto that Syndra, force to eat early, Amatul can follow up with a bubble or an execute, and much of the same with the Ornhorn. So the tools are still there for UQU, and the deficit is not enough in which they're just going to get rinsed if they play a team fight poorly. So Diacubs do need to be careful, do need to continue to play around this Evelynn, allow this Evelynn to make picks when people stray a little too far from their allies.
We can start to see a bit of evidence as to what that looks like right there, and why now the Time Kench is such a key component here for the Diacubs to ensure that they do not fall victim to that potential win condition that the Union have presented them with. Now some items start to come online. Now we look towards the top side of the map with Zorenis. Give himself that Titanic Hydra, going to be an absolute menace in the split pushing department. Honestly has a lot of global threat now with the teleport as well as his ultimate to give the Union a bit of a taste of their own medicine.
Well, we're seeing Union sack a minion wave outside here to fight this Herald, so don't want to see this go to waste. There has to be an engage here, otherwise wave gone for no reason. Yep, 2 waves gone for no reason potentially. Look at the Shen in the bot lane, really just AFKing, laying down the hurt, putting the split push on. And Ornn is basing now, but that's 2 minion waves that have just been completely sacked for no apparent reason, right? Like, it's a little bit of hesitation, and UQU are a team that we don't really say this too often about. We never talk about them being a team that hesitates with their R buttons, right? They're a team who actually wins games because their R buttons, the usage of their R buttons are just instantaneous, no thought process. Well, there's thought process, but there's nothing questioning their decisions. And this time around, though,
a bit of indecision there, as you say, has come to haunt them potentially, as they will lose the Herald, and it spawns perfectly with the 3rd dragon of the game. It's going to mean that there is a bit of a discrepancy now starting to not only take place in the mid lane, but also between the top laners as well, as now turrets continue to fall on down. The 2nd opening up the mid wave, as the Diacubs going to be the first ones to control the mid wave priority, but also have the vision control around this river. And I say that, and that's what happens when Kimchi's unavailable to help out with that Devour. Yeah,
that was an extremely nice one-shot coming out of Amateur. And so even though, like we said, you know, he's down 1,400, but the champion can still Season 10 him. You know, I know Zoe's not a Season 10 champion, but when someone gets the leader of Summoner's Rift like that, you have to talk about it being Season 10. So, you know, really nice pick. The danger that Diacubs run into now is that Mountain Soul is what's up, okay? So the next 3 dragons, if UQU secure them, are Mountain Drakes, and they have double tank composition. So this game becomes quite scary if they start bleeding dragons, and even if they don't lose soul, but if you give away 2 or 3 Mountain Drags to the side of UQU, what does that look like for your Ornn, your Maokai? You know, how does your 5v5 then function?
And I mean, that's a really good point, given the state that we've now got a level 13 Ornn. He's no doubt going to be upgrading his own items, but starting to now look towards upgrading the Ludens, the rest of the team, the Sunfire here for the Maokai as well. And you take that into consideration with those potential 2 or 3 Mountain Drakes. That gold sheet at the top there, the difference between the two is nowhere near as clear-cut.
Yeah, but as you know, what's also important to mention is that Diacubs have a very, very heavy focus on ability power in their team composition. Shen does magic damage. Evelyn, magic damage. Syndra, magic damage. Varus has magic damage. So this value for Ornn, this value for Maokai in this game is really large. And Diacubs need to play around their win condition. They need to have Evelyn hit a side lane, or look for an execute, or look for someone that's straying too far in their jungle, because, you know, gripping and fighting neutral objectives as a pure 5v5, I don't think works out for them.
Well, with the 5 Merc trades that the Union have so far, I think they're going to do a lot to try and give them some of that dueling potential so they don't fall victim to those potential one-shots in the early game. As they continue to sniff out trouble as members look to get aggressive on the side of Diacubs and make sure that, hey, we will remind you that this is our side of the map. Few variations on the build. Umbral Glaive obviously coming online here for Farmer's Senna. Going to be working wonders obviously to give themselves some vision control, as opposed to Unshackled that's gone the more supportive route, having gone for the Fiends here, so empowering those heals to make sure that if they do go for those extended fights,
well, you know what's interesting too?
it.
This game we haven't seen Senna opt in for the Grasp build, so there's 2 different builds Senna do right now.
Yes.
Obviously this Senna, don't need to talk about, we've seen this many a times, Glacial into the lethality building, but the build that's kind of rising to popularity right now is you go Grasp, and then you pair that with the Frozen Mallet, and Senna really becomes, I might hold that thought, because potentially this is what we want to see from Ubisoft. Kick into the side lane. Yep.
Senna Cannon too little too late as the Ornn ult, well, it's like a train going to nowhere, falls on down, and Zorenus finishes off what he started. Now bullying out that CS deficit, going from what was only 20 before.
Wow,
to a whole bunch now, and maybe I've interrupted myself a little bit too early into this one, because Amatul proves why you cannot allow this man to have his comfort.
But this is what I wanted to see from Ubisoft, right? He has the he has the void stuff, he has the runic echoes, but the passive on Evelyn W shreds so much magic resistance that Ornn, isn't really a tank. But Evelyn can't get a fully charged W off in a team fight because there's just too much happening, too much CC flying around, right? And this is why we talk about having the access to do that in a side lane. There's not much Ornn can do, right? Ornn just has to play under turret because at that point Ornn isn't really diveable, but it was really well responded to from Amatul, and we're seeing the proficiency he has on Zoe.
Certainly are, and these are the opportunities that the Union are going to be looking to try and find all game long and keep this goal difference within touching distance. As we see, it still remains stable at a 3,000 lead, favouring the Diacubs, but the biggest talking point has to be the fact that Kalrock is so far ahead of his bot duo. He's got a big CS lead, the highest in the game at this stage of the game. Highest gold at that notion as well, and with 2 completed items, it's everything that an on-hit Varus needs.
Yeah, okay, but we're at a 3,000 gold deficit, right, for UQU, but what this doesn't factor in is that ornaments are worth gold, right? We see them coming through. Some of them are extremely cost efficient. So we see the Maokai with the Sunfire Cape, right? My money's on Clint is going to upgrade Revenge's Sunfire Cape next time around. So we do see these like incremental increases in strength for UQU, but they don't necessarily equate to gold.
Well, they're going to run them back straight to the bot lane again. The charm goes off, he gets locked in place, ult goes out, looks to try and disengage, stunned from the orbs, but buys enough time with his resistances to call on reinforcements as Unshackled is in the area, and they needed to be prepared for that one. He needed to be in that part of the map, given the fact that the 4th dragon is now spawning. It is a big one that the Union will be looking to try and get themselves online with to continue to scale it up and bank on that success, whereas the Diacubs
slip.
If they can find it, that gives themselves that soul point condition to continue to drive home this early game tempo.
And so I think UQU have their lane assignments a little wrong here. They have the Maokai matching the Shen, and because Maokai was paired with the center and had shared XP, Maokai is really not going to be able to, hold this lane too well and create any pressure at all. So I think, Ornn should be in that lane, but Nidalee ganking the Shen.
Zorenus, nowhere to run or hide at this stage. He's going to force himself flashing into the pit, gets rooted, and actually he's going to try and juke out and use the Baron model as a bit of, well, not much really at that stage. There is eventually the center cannon came on out to secure the kills. It looked like he may have just been able to run away, or at least force Unshackled to go on a bit of an adventure with him. But now it's a 4v5, and one which they look to get a little bit aggressive with.
Oh,
As they're going to jump
yoink.
on in. Amateur says, that's my blue buff. Thank you very much. Time to amp up the tempo in our favor. Fell victim down for the first 25 minutes in this game, and we don't want to fall on over just like that. Carrot wants to showcase what 2-item spikes look like for him. There's a lot to control this wave and prevent his team from falling on down. That's going to be a Kimchi
Amateur
going to sleep.
smurfing.
And definitely going to sleep for a long time now. Out of the fight for 35 seconds. Amateur continues to find picks now. 3, 1, and 2. 13 seconds to Majai's got the movement speed and got the ability to one-shot members every time that pedal star connects. But Carrot finds those moments. You get a little bit too excited, get a little bit too opportunistic to try and find these fights underneath that tier 1 turret. He gets himself a double kill as Wei rejoins in. He's down low, but this is the first time he's been forced to use that ultimate. He managed to keep himself alive, and maybe just enough there because Wei is so damn low. Merc Tread's coming in absolutely clutch, combined with that Banshee's Veil. Mitigation is king, people.
Yeah, I mean, Varus did so much damage in that team fight. A little bit overzealous from UQU, right? Like, they were no minions. Hang on a minute.
He's looking for more.
And they lose their Baron window now.
Wow.
Amateur's having an absolute blinder. What was a really rough early lane phase, having the flash burn and having his wave frozen out of tower for a good majority of the lane, he's able to just find these picks, and you know, this is why we see Amateur Zoe banned. I think it's been banned every single week from memory. So this is the first time we're getting to see him on this champion, and he's really bringing his team back from the brink. And the scary thing is we're seeing UQU's team composition come to fruition, right? Ornn has his upgrades now. Zoe's been upgraded on Ludens. Senna's getting those souls, stacking up, building the lethality items. Maokai's becoming tanky. Ornn's becoming tanky, and you often think, is the windows for Diacup closing, right? Like, this was pretty much a 6v5 team fight in the sense that they were versing a turret here. They just went too deep, too fast. But if they played this a little bit slower, what does this look like for Diacup? Again, turret here really helping, but a little bit of an int coming out of Unshackled as well. By the time the tanks come on through, fight is over, and this we're seeing the Calrock do so much damage with his Blade of the Rune King onto these tanks with the Rage Blade and Blight Stack.
And I mean, it only took one reset there on his passive, right, to get the attack speed steroid and look to try and find himself that double kill, but hang on a minute. They're running it back once again. Ubisoft has respawned. They're going to go for the Baron. And this time without Amateur in the area to try and influence that one, to try and find that crucial pick, they will secure the Baron. Zoranis continues to be a pest in this bottom lane, giving so much pain and suffering to whichever bruiser decides to show his face. Decides about that spear, now going for the 1v2, gets the taunt, takes Nidalee down to half. Now looking to try and deny as much of this damage as possible. 3 seconds on his ability to parry, but he can't do much against the Zoe, who may look just to try and one-shot his health bar. Wits and Lurktread's doing so damn much! He gets one in a 1v3, and that's a huge trade-off given the fact that so many members invested themselves to that part of the map. And look elsewhere, Juves. Diacup's command mid and top wave.
Yeah, that death there is a really bad loss in tempo, right? You know, trading a couple turrets for the kill onto Shen would definitely be worth it, but Unshackled really wanted the kill, and you could see that. Hang on a minute, the Ornn Horn's coming through.
They want to make something happen at this stage as they look to try and target onto Wei. The route not going to land there from the center. And Diacups, quite honestly, have gotten away with murder. Yeah,
I mean, that was really Unshackled just wanting to pad his KDA. There was absolutely no reason for him to go back in there. You know, Amateur had that kill was definitely on lockdown, and they did get punished for that, right? Imagine a world where Nidalee doesn't die, heals herself up, they run to that skirmish, they have the extra man advantage, and they're at this dragon early, but instead now Nidalee's going to have to walk through the jungle and potentially get picked off by Ubisoft here. So it could really have a big snowball effect.
They haven't spotted him right now. You have no idea. He's looking for that 1v1, and Nidalee does have the Lich Bane, bear in mind, so definitely has some very strong skirmishing potential still. They have no idea. He jukes at the sweeper. He is on the flank. All they see is Diacup to the left by this ramp. He's got the Shen teleport coming on top of his head. He's going to be so damn protected. Gets drowsy as soon as he goes on through. I believe he went for the taunt, but it's not going to connect, but still, he is so damn tanky. Clint is on that dragon. He is going to fall on down to the dragon alone, it looks like at this stage. Unleash power, 1v2. That's going to be the 2 kills that Diacups need to make this fight a winning one at just that. And Revenge for any mana is not a threat. He is a walking waltz. As Unshackled and Amateur will look to do whatever they can, and that is recall and get out of here.
Yeah, it was a really nice game fight from Diacup. So we're obviously seeing the cute little interaction between Evelyn and Shen. So Shen can ulti Evelyn. Enemy team can't see Evelyn until she appears out of stealth, and then they know that the Shen ult's coming through. So really nice flank. They got Shen onto the back line, managing to stall for so long. Longer, in fact, than Flint was able to survive. Flint died. Center ult coming through a little bit late. Syndra one-shot the center too, so really well played teamfight.
21 stacks, however, on this Zoe. Amatul continues to ramp up, doing so much in this game to try and put his team on his back, to try and give themselves a fighting chance. But the gold discrepancies continue to mount up against them. We talk about ornaments, we talk about mountain dragons that could have favored them. 10k gold lead is what the scoreboard shows at this stage of the game. Mountain Soul online for the Diacubs, and that's going to do so much given the mitigation they have already to try and not fall victim to a one-shot.
There's such a significant gold lead in the bottom lane, right? We're seeing a Flame Horizon in terms of CS. You know, Kelrock has almost 300 CS at 31 minutes, has the core items that he requires to just completely shred through a team fight. And, you know, normally we look at it at an Ornn and say, okay, he's got his, Ornn's got those items, he's tanky, he's able to, you know, soak up a lot of damage in the backline, but unfortunately the Shen is just building damage and that much tankier because the Varus just absolutely tears through the Ornn.
He's an absolute monster, and he hasn't been matched all game long. He's been left to his own devices, very free just to split push, set their team up for success, and have prepped waves for them to rotate towards. But I love that interaction, that cute little play from before, denying the Union of their poking advantages, forcing their tanks to take the brunt of the damage, coming into that fight crippled based on the amount that the Dragon had already put out, and really throwing the Union's comp against them. Now it's a situation as to how do they hold on? Only one inhibitor has fallen on down so far. They can look to try and farm on up. But, Jeeves, at this stage of the game, only 32 minutes into this one, are the key items we're still looking to come online?
There's going to be no significant item purchase that really gets UQU over the line. The only thing that I would argue is like maybe a Zoe death cap. But at this point, all you're hoping for if you're UQU is that you execute a team fight properly. Zoe lands some significant poke onto a priority target, and really you just want to hold until Elder Drake and just flip the game at Elder Drake, because at this point in the game, right, like you shouldn't decide if you win this game. In that, you know what I mean? Like, you're 10k down, Diacubs have to make a monumental mistake, or you have to play like Faker to turn this game around. So the one hope you have is 3 minutes and 20 seconds, flip the game at Elder Drake.
Well, the timer's been set on, and that is what, as you say, they're going to be looking forward to doing now, as the Diacubs will also have that timer set as to how much attention can we really force on this map to prevent that being an ever possibility. As you can see right now, it is the Union suffering inside their base, locked on down. Much like the world right now, they are not allowed to leave this base.
Actually, I'm allowed to visit my barber now, so...
That's a win.
Maybe UQU can go visit their barber in the jungle.
Get a fresh trim.
Yep.
Look good, feel good, play good. That's what they'll be hoping for at this stage here, Juves. 10k, as we say. 21 stacks on the Zoe, so nearly at that maximum point. Obviously has gone for the Ludens upgrade, so no legendary luxury Rabadon's upgrade instead.
I think that the Ludens upgrade was just because that they were falling behind and they wanted a quick and easy power spike.
100%.
Yeah.
Anything to give themselves a bit of a closing gap, if you will. But that's a lot of where my attention really starts to focus, right? As to how much stronger can Amatul become. Because now, once again, Diacubs continue to be aggressive. They start off this next Baron. The response from Union is we're still locked inside our base. It's going to be a two-man response. Both Farmer and Unshackled are here. Unshackled could actually try and make something happen here. A lot of damage with the pounce! I say, and it happens! He falls on down, but he provides the team with a Baron buff, which could prove invaluable for this base defense. And a 90-second window before Elder has spawned. Juves, I'm confused.
If they manage to hold base here, you know, they're down a man, okay? So this is where Diacubs are going to be looking to force. But if they manage to survive, clear the minion waves, and not lose the game on this push, then they're in good stead to contest this Elder Drake and flip the game once again.
Absolutely insane. I've lost my mind at that play right there.
That's a very good smite. It's actually really hard to outsmite an Evelyn, especially because Eve combos the smite with ultimate, right? And the damage Eve has on Baron is just, you know, you can't really contest it. But Unshackled managing to press the D button that much better. Wait, it's a D for him? Yeah, it's D for him and F for Udi.
F for Flash. is always what I got taught when I first came into this
Yeah,
one.
it is F for flash. If you have flash on D, then you're a monster.
That's one of the first things I got taught when I came into this game. But this is a big moment here for the Union. We talk about goal discrepancies. They become a little bit more and more irrelevant as these windows of opportunity continue to present themselves. Ornaments are now well and truly online for the boys. Only a couple of items not going to be possible here for Nedley as well as the Senna. But 30 seconds. Their inhibitor has now just respawned.
And they have Baron buff to maintain priority in lanes. And ooh, we might see a fight on the mid wave here. Skimmy.
Stars align.
Yeah, looks like Ornn is trying to get Cryo on his lonesome. Uses the W to buffer the charm. Really well played from him. And this is a really good engage.
Yep, out comes the Flame Breath there to deny, make himself unstoppable. However, Ornn Ultimate will find no value. Out goes the Drowsy. That is going to be Tahm falling sleepy right now. Receives an Exhaust. That was a Zombie Exhaust, bear in mind, so don't get too panicky at that stage, but he can obviously soak up so much of his damage. That is what Tahm is well known for. The grey health bar working wonders, putting in overtime right now as Twisted Advance comes on out. Actually, no, it's Nature's Grasp to try and lock them all in place.
That's 8 down.
That's a one-man knockup. That's going to be Zrennis locked in place. He goes to sleep. He gets taken on out with a lot of damage. Forced to defensively dash away. Elder has been aggroed, but it will despawn as it is going to be the Union that have full river control. As you say, Cleanse having been burnt here from the level 18 Syndra.
And this dance here really benefits UQU. They have Senna sustain, Nidalee sustain. They can do this all day. The onus is on Diacubs to really pull the trigger or find an opportunity. And we might see Evelyn with the Channel on the flank.
Does not look like they're going to fall victim to the same tactics as were once upon a time here, with Ubisoft once again on the flank, looking to try and make an opportunity as Shen is hanging around, also going back to base. Get himself once again a full health bar to be a threat, but there's so much vision, so much control. He goes for the one shot, but the flash away there from Amateur prevents it. The fight is neck and neck as they find a tank in their sights. He flashes away as well. Lots of summoners being burnt. They know how critical this Elder is.
Yeah, Amateur actually used Zoe R to oh, he's been one shot.
Oh, S is gone. Yep. It's all gone. The patience, the virtue, it all undone in 1 second. They ran out of cooldowns to respond in a defensive manner. Wei just blinks across the wall aggressively, trying to go for the 1v1. He has little to no mana, but they secure the Eldrin before he falls on down. The buff evaporates him. Amateur defensively going away. Abyssal Voyage, is it going to cancel it?
Oh, he got him!
He finds it! He gets the shutdown, big Tommy Kench. Absolute king.
Well done from Thomas there, as we see Zoranus just chase. Oh, execute, okay.
Well, there you have it.
I feel like it was a good ending, but almost an anticlimactic one, because I thought UQU were really in to get that Elder Drake, but Diacub's execution, team fight around neutral objectives has been pretty good today. The Evelyn pick coming to fruition. You know, obviously looking at KDA, doesn't look like he necessarily had the best game, but he was able to cause a nuisance on the backline and never let them settle into a team fight, or never let them settle into just throwing poke. He was always a threat. The Shen had a really good game, and it was a solid performance from Diacubs.
Certainly was, and as we said at the start of this one, it was a big game for both these teams for the representation of the standings themselves. Diacubs remain undefeated now, going to 5-0, matching that of Mammoth Academy. And they continue to become, or continue to stay as the second place team, as the University of Queensland Union came into this one as the third spot team, looking to try and dethrone them and get themselves in with the most desirable place going into playoffs. It was a big match. Unfortunately, Pocket Picks only favoured one team, and it was the Diacubs. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it is our second game of the day. It's a big one. It's going to be RMIT taking on Gravitas. Welcome back for our second game of the night. It's going to be a battle of the bottom of the leaderboard as it stands, with our mighty Redbacks taking on the Gravitas Academy, both with only a win to their name to start this season off. Both looking to try and capture some form, capture some lessons or some success, I suppose, really from scrims practice and what the coaches are enforcing on them. And that's what we're going to be looking forward to coming up just next. But the ramifications of that previous game there, Jubes, then we've got two teams tied in first, third, fifth, and seventh.
You're a math man.
It's all up for playing. It's all up for grabs. It's definitely going to be a big rush, if you will, right, with the amount of buys we have here too, as to how each match becomes more important than the last.
Yeah, but you know, it's funny because we talk about the bottom of the ladder, like these are the two teams that are clashing right now, but you know, one win propels them up on the leaderboard and one win pushes them so high that we start talking about them being in playoff contention. So
it's
that's
insane.
what we're looking at right now, and that's how close it is. So when we say, you know, bottom of the ladder, it doesn't necessarily paint the full picture. Also, strength of schedule is something to consider when you look at these teams too, right? Two undefeated teams. Some of these teams have played against them already. So
yep.
I think we're in for a very close and competitive game.
There we are, and I want to touch on RMIT to start off things with here. Obviously, they drafted last week a very much protect the Vayne composition. We had a lot of tanks, we had a Lulu, we had everything that a Vayne needs to flourish, and Frost definitely welcomed himself in as not looking to try and follow and be a meta slave. A concern obviously was the fact that they had to sacrifice so much objective control to get themselves into that point of the game going, 45 minutes with... I believe it was like 3 Elder Dragons. It was an insanely close game and one that really pushed the Die Cubs to their full stretch. There's no denying they have a lot of strength and mechanical prowess, but their opponents, Gravitas Academy, are also in that same note. The only win they've had so far has been up against the University of Queensland Union, a team also we had on stream before, and that's what I was highlighting in that game, was that Bambi, their mid laner, he did get that pentakill on the Aurelia, and you know, ever since then, they've been unfortunate not to find themselves another win after that. They've been definitely searching for that form, looking for those strengths again. Things just haven't been going their way.
No, but the one thing I would say, the one thing that I like to see is that we're seeing some stability now from these teams, right? Gravitas Academy have had, you know, majority of the same roster, and I think this is the second or third week in a row where we see the same team from them. So it's going to be good to see their synergies coming to fruition now. And much of the same RMIT, last week they had the same roster. Obviously they've had to swap out Chungi because Chungi's been playing in the OPL. But again, majority of the core is there. So these teams really want to stamp their foot on the season now. They really need to get that second win and or get the win and propel themselves up on the ladder.
Yeah, this is definitely, for the Gravitas Academy boys, this is a roster that's been the same actually since week 1. So stability is definitely a mainstay for them. And this is something interesting that we talked about, right? In particular with Trashley, how he has this big preference for the Enchanters. The meta is definitely favoring him. The Karma going to come out here as a top 4 pick in terms of priority for the pushing lane style. And it's also given birth to the rise of Ashe as well. How many games I saw in the last fortnight where teams are just finding first blood at level 1s? Absolutely insane. Yeah,
Ashe Karma is just a big lane kingdom duo, right? But they're two volatile champions in the sense that if you do fall behind, you become an arrow bot and you don't really offer that much in terms of damage. So it gives you a point of power, it gives you a point of priority, and it really gives you a lane to play around, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if we see a lot of invading happening on the bot side of the map, or if we do see Trashley leave lane and offer assistance to Jinxvi, depending on where he wants to put his pressure and focus on the map. Ezreal and Thresh, again, it is kind of that lane that it can win lane if you do land a hook and you're able to land that at the right time where Karma's been poked down a little bit, or it's the second hook that lands, then there is a little bit of kill threat, but be more looking at RMIT to pick a gank jungler and really punish this Gravitas Academy bot lane.
Well, it's interesting because the RMIT bot lane that they have here in the Ezreal and Thresh, this is a matchup they played when they did actually still have Chungi as their mid laner, and they had a full assassination, dive the back line, be nimble, you can't touch us, we go for the kill. So one that sort of springs to mind for me is hopefully not falling victim to the insane lane kingdom that their opponents are going to have in this matchup, but also the scary nature that the Fiddlesticks, once upon a time, we would say this is a jungler, but now giving birth to becoming middle sticks. Yeah,
middle sticks and topple sticks is it's quite prevalent. I played with it a couple times during the week this week, and at first, okay, this is how my week went. At first, I saw a Fiddlesticks in the mid lane, and I thought this guy was trolling. I was like, okay, are you running it down? What's the go? Are you taking cleanse?
Yep.
Are you taking ghost? I'm not sure what you're doing. And then he actually ended up like 1v2ing and killing the enemy jungler, and I thought, okay, this guy's the real deal. Then Bjergsen did it. And then I was Bjergsen? I think Bjergsen did it. And then I said, okay,
LCS.
okay, like, you know, there's some legitimacy to it. And then I played with Get Back, who's an OPL mid laner, for those of you that don't know. And he just turbo smurfed in my game with it. He got 1v2'd. I looked mid, he was about to die, and then he wasn't dead. It didn't pop up on my screen, so I looked back mid, and it was full health because he drained 2 champions and a full minion wave. And he was just standing there with up shotgun, just absolutely machine gun tanking them. And so I'm a believer in middle sticks.
I think it's so interesting given the state of how we're looking at a big mobility creep in that so many of these new champions right now have the ability just to get in your face, swarm you with pressure, but an OG champion like the Fiddlesticks here is kind of the opposite, right? I'm just going to stand still, fight me in my creep wave, fight me in yours, because I can just get so much life leech that you just can't do anything against it.
You have to, so Fiddlesticks mid is all about playing around minion waves. If you get caught with no minion wave in sight, there's potential you get killed, but even then, you can fear, proc aftershock, and just dip and just run away. But I think it's a very strong pick. It doesn't fit into every team comp by any means, but you know, it's going to be cool to see if they build something around it. You know, maybe we see a last pick Nocturne here. It's very hard for Galio to play the game into Nocturne because once the lights go out, Nocturne can't ulti. Galio can't ulti, and also gives the fear from Fiddlesticks ulti easy access, but looks like it might be a Fiddlesticks jungle.
It's looking that way. If the Lucian gets locked in here, we might not have any crazy shenanigans. We might just have the traditional Fiddlesticks, and that is most likely going to be the case here with a mid Lucian instead. What I was going to highlight before that was obviously the amount of pressure, the amount of interrupts that RMIT have to actually interrupt that life leech that the Fiddlesticks is going to go for, right? The Wukong knock-up, the Aatrox, the Galio, Fresh, you know, to name a few, right? You know, you got 4 of these key characters. And what I'm starting to notice now is that RMIT are heavily investing in, we just want to form almost like a shield, a walking bruiser that just gives Frost all this room to maneuver and outplay.
Yeah, this is like a Vayne comp without the Vayne, right? You know, last week they played the Vayne, and it was very evident that they built a composition around him, and much of the same here. You have the Galio. Galio, for me, is a real sleeper, strong champion at the moment, and it's just a good 5v5 composition. They do have access to the side lane. If the Aatrox does get ahead, you know, they can play through the side lane and have a win condition that way, but in terms of Wukong having access to a team fight, you know, landing the ultimate on the backline, Galio just jumps on in as well. So RMIT's, you know, composition has very evident and linear, like, in terms of execution. Whereas we look at Gravitas Academy's composition, and they have the Lucian, they potentially have a 1-3-1 composition, or they have Fiddlesticks, you know, playing to a side lane with the ultimate, or 5v5ing, but it's always going to be hard to team fight into a Galio, into a Wukong, into an Aatrox.
Well, I look at Gravitas, right, and I say, very hard to try and gank nobody there on that Mordecai. So obviously he can use his ultimate to make sure that if there was a gank to be presented, he buys himself enough time to get a response from the rest of his team. You look at the mid laner there for Bambi, no denying his mechanics, an absolute machine in that department, looking to try and get a very early lead with the AD into AP matchup. And then you got the Lane Kingdom down their bot side. So all this pressure for the Fiddlesticks to try and operate within. Then we look at the flip side of that, right, with RMIT. I'm still not completely convinced on the Wukong jungle, but there is no denying when they do come to a head with a full 5v5, the amount of CC and pressure they present is so overwhelmingly strong that if a fight were to go on in their favor, right, they can just lock you down and Ezreal can just dance around with 40% CDR.
Yeah, look, I'm not the biggest fan of Wukong jungle either, but, you know, if it serves a purpose, if it's comfort for them and they know how to execute with it, then by all means pick that champion and run with it. The one thing I like coming out of Gravitas Academy is that they pick 80 carries in mid lane, because Bambi is a player who has transitioned from ADC to mid lane. So I think where possible, getting him the comfort or getting him champions, you know, that at least he's changed lanes, but he's not changed champs, I think make a lot of sense, especially because Lucian is a pretty dominant, pretty strong mid laner in his own right, or solo laner in general. And the other thing to remember too is, like, you know, the likes of Ezreal, I'm seeing more and more Ezreal in solo lane, in solo queue now with the Omni Stone. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is the direction that Gravitas Academy start to take their drafts. We've seen them draft Corki. We see them with the Lucian now. And I think this is like, we're starting to see the identity that Gravitas Academy are building or forming as a team.
Certainly are, and definitely looking to sort of isolate out what their key components are, where they want to look to try and play around, and how they look to try and reach that point of the game. To flip that question around then, in terms of what RMIT are looking to try and play towards, we highlight the fact that they're going to have all these very strong matchups that they're playing into. That's going to be tough for them to try and find advantages in. Where would you like to see this Wukong go? Because I look at some of these lanes and think, how on earth is he going to try and find these ganks before level 6?
Well, I think you just leave top lane on an island, right? You just let them farm and let them lane and play out lane how it's going to play out in terms of skill. But the one opportunity I see that him having, he has two. Galio flash taunt or Galio just taunting in general is going to leave a lot of kill threat onto Lucian. He'll probably take that cleanse. Maybe not though, because you can auto space and play at range. But the real kill opportunity is on this bot lane. There's at times where bot lanes double stack and Thresh can do a flash flayed lantern gank into the Wukong. If you trade flashes and Ashe Karma have no flash, then the next time around they're just dead. And because it's not a lane in which they're going to be playing really safe and really reserved. To play Ashe Karma, you need to be playing up at enemy turret, you need to be poking, you need to be harassing. So there's always going to be the opportunity for a flay gank, hook gank, flash gank, whatever you want to call it. It's always going to be there.
And that's what I'm looking forward to, right? As I say already, Frost and Wash have definitely busted out this composition before. They no doubt know that this is where the meta is definitely favoring in terms of this bot lane matchup. In terms of we've got hyper carries for your Aphelios, we've got Varus in terms of the poke, but the Karma has become a bit of a mainstay now. We've got it flexing in multiple lanes. We've had it in mid lane. We've now got it in bot lane. We've definitely got it in a case of hard push waves and just look to punish and say, look, if your jungler comes, we might even just look to try and kill him as well. So I look at this and think, if they can ideally come out of this lane with not too much health lost, not too many plates lost as well, so that suddenly, Heki returns this with a BF sword, the gank is very real. Otherwise, I get a little bit terrified if he rocks up and there's a big discrepancy between those two, where he literally just 1v3s.
Yeah, and we'll see. And what we'll see from Fiddlesticks, for those of you that don't know or aren't too familiar with the way Fiddlesticks plays the game, because I know it's like a relatively new champion in the sense that it's just been reworked and we haven't seen too much of it in a competitive sense, but Fiddlesticks has the unique ability to farm 2 jungle camps at once, right? Can do blue buff and Gromp at the same time, can do red buff and Wraiths at the same time. So Fiddlesticks really wants to get an advantage just from farming camps, because in terms of like, if you said, hey, Wukong, match me, bro, just match me in terms of farm, it's not going to happen. Wukong's going to fall behind. Fiddlesticks will hit 6 first. So don't be surprised if we don't see much from Jinx in the early game. Onus really is on Imperius to get some of these lanes rolling.
Well, here we are, Juves. It's our second best of one of the night here in week 6 of the OCS. RMIT's Redbacks on the blue side, taking on the Gravitas Academy in the red. As we highlighted before, both these teams currently looking to get themselves a second win for their campaign here. And the standings, incredibly close. A single win really separated themselves from going from, 10th all the way up to potentially 5th, which really highlights the middle of the pack being far closer and far more representative of what usually the standings would display. Yep,
and like we were talking about, one win, all of a sudden they're in contention again, and they're not really that far behind. So everyone's still in the race. We see Trashly and Heki starting in lane. This is definitely a lane where you don't want to be leashing, and as I talked about, Fiddlesticks is starting the Wraiths and the red buff at the same time, so going to have that real tempo advantage when it comes to clearing the jungle.
Cleanse being taken here by Frosts, and it will not be a cleanse for Bambi's Lucian, so wants to be aggressive, wants to find himself a nice early lead, and the fact that Dottie on Galio has gone for their teleport wants to very much be a case of soaking up that damage, not falling victim to the harassment that will be coming out here in the early stages of the game, and then being able to influence the map elsewhere.
Yep. Seeing Heki and Trashly getting the push already, landing some poke. A little bit of a mechanics max matchup too, right? Like if you can juke Karma Qs, if you can juke the abilities, then you're not going to get poked out, are you? But already down to half HP. It's looks like it might be a long night for Wash if he doesn't start landing some hooks soon.
Yeah, it's a frustrating matchup. There's no doubt about that. You're looking to try and be aggressive. You're looking trying to flex the fact that you have the hook, you have the engage potential there. But it almost gets thrown back in your face at every possible opportunity. He's going to be chugging for those potions like lightning biscuits.
But the thing is, right, because Ezreal's gone the cleanse due to the threat of Ashe Arrow, you kind of lose like a combat summoner when it comes down to skirmishing. Like, yes, you can cleanse the ignite, but a cleanse of the ignite isn't going to do more for you in a skirmish than a proactive heal before they drop ignite. You know what I mean? So it becomes a game of, if Heki just heals early, if they ever get into an elongated 2v2, then heal is going to be worth so much more in terms of the cleanse.
And I mean, that's obviously what they're catering towards, right? Is that early game strength and giving themselves every possible opportunity to get there. As you can see, the harass just continues to be so frustrating to deal with. The Hawk shot there from the Ashe as well. A nice little buffer in the early stage of the game when you only have a single ward available to you to make sure that you aren't going to be vulnerable to any potential gank. It's going to be quite hard for Imperius here on that Wukong to make that actually happen anyway.
But you see,
double buffs and Jinx is invading.
But in saying that, right, they're not doing too bad. Thresh is down 2 pots, so is Karma, so must have been a hook or a flay that landed, and 6 CS down, but still having your pot available as an AD is you're definitely in good stead in that lane so far. We already see the tempo though, tempo lead, EXP lead, and farm lead coming out of Jinx V in this matchup. So keep an eye on this Wukong. He's just had his raids counter jungled, looking top side, but just there to pick up a crab.
And that's much of what we expected, right, coming from this draft, that these lanes would definitely be very rough for them, but it was how they responded, how RMIT looked to try and set themselves back up. As we highlighted from last week, they were very much willing to sacrifice a lot of early game control, be it the Heralds, be it the Dragons, but they were very much a firm believer of once their Vayne had those 2 item spikes, the Vayne in this case being Frost, who's playing Ezreal here today, once they had those 2 item spikes, once they had that big power online, now it was our time to fight. So I think once again we're looking at a situation where stem the bleeding, try and keep that goal discrepancy between the two as close as possible, and then find your moment.
Yeah, and it's important to note is that RMIT's team composition is going to fall behind in CS, right? We'll see, it's not a significant, but we'll see a slight gold lead in the favor of Gravitas Academy after laning phase if everything plays out the way that it's meant to play out, right? Ashe Karma's going to be up in CS, Lucian's going to be up in CS, but sometimes in terms of a 5v5, CS isn't that relevant when you land like a multi-man Galio torn into a slam. So while CS is definitely an indicator of how game state and how the lanes are playing out, but sometimes that's just the way that teams draft, and when you put RMIT's team composition together, they definitely look like a comp that's ready, that can win any 5v5.
Certainly do, as Jinx returns, or actually responds by coming topside to help push the wave in, gives nobody a nice little recall opportunity, as Landon takes that chance to do just the same as well, keeping the lane fate in a nice spot.
I mean, Landon's laning extremely well. He had the wave under his turret that whole time, forced Jinx to come up and push the wave in, but he's up 20 CS, burnt his TP to get back to lane, sure, but he's got to be really happy with how this lane's playing out, because this is definitely not a 20 CS lead lane.
Certainly isn't. Happy days for him, and a strength for RMIT to look to try and play around, as those recalls start to give us a few indications as to some power spikes, with Jinx getting himself a rush to those sorcerers here, even maybe moments before, as he is hovering around mid, level 6 ticks, effigies go down.
Back to first ultimate, similar to the Galio, so it's going to be crucial to see which team or which player has a high value ult first off.
Very content to clear those camps as quickly as possible to put himself in such a strong situation like this. Now that information invaluable for the opposition, as you can see, Imperius is already deep behind enemy lines, looking to, I believe, steal away his red buff.
Yeah, nice jungling from Imperius, right? Hits level 6 off that as well, and Jinx definitely doesn't want to be giving away anything for free to the Wukong, and he's managed to find himself that little, not lead, not an advantage, but I guess camp back, because earlier in the game, Jinx stole some jungle camps off Imperius, so he's just repaying the favor.
Certainly is, and that's going to mean that everything is even as it could be. Now, as a result, showcases mid, Cyclone 1, Cyclone 2, that's going to be a kill. Actually, he survives, although the grand entrance comes on in and he makes it a 1-for-1. Jungle for mid laner, Jinx feigning the recall of his own accord. Imperius thought he was safe, middle sticks, top sticks, jungle sticks, whatever sticks. It gets the job done. That's a double kill for him. Yep. As action takes place in the bottom side of the map, as they get aggressive, they've had enough of the harassment from afar. No level 6 here just yet, But it's definitely a case of Frost turning up the tempo. He's hitting those Mystic shots. He could make this happen. He doesn't have the flash. Flash forward with the death sentence will not connect. And Juves, we have no chance to survive. No chance to say hello, stop, be calm. This action takes place in a top side. We flash for a flash. Landon smurfs. He gets a CS lead. He's doubled the discrepancy. And he's rewarded for his efforts with a kill as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a really good micro coming out of Landon. Really understanding his matchup. Nobody... We will put it down to a little bit of a limit test, but look at top lane right now. Kill onto Landon, 40 CS lead pretty much, but we're seeing much of the same in the mid lane, right? It's a Manamune Lucian, I will say, but it's a 40 CS lead there. Galio's picked up the Tabis now, but it's almost like top lane's in a lane kingdom, mid lane's in a lane kingdom, and bot lane's kind of just trading summoners and going even. So interesting game. Avenues for both teams to play through. Going to see which one can explode first.
No summoners exist anymore there, Juves. The only summoner that remains is the flash on the Wukong. One that you could argue may have connected there with the R2 of his ultimate to secure the kill before the Galio had to jump on in. That's a lot of pressure that has now been taken off the map. And it's a jungler's dream, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, though, is that the Aatrox-Mordekaiser matchup is not this bad, okay? And so you shouldn't be losing the lane this hard. Whereas Lucian Galio, you know, it's maybe not a 50-60 CS lead matchup, but it's definitely a matchup that Galio should lose, right? This bot lane matchup is a matchup that Frost and Wash should lose, but they should lose them softly. So I think in terms of relative strength, Landon is that much stronger than the Lucian, the Ashe, and the Karma, just because they're matchups that shouldn't be. It's a matchup that shouldn't be lost. And Mordekaiser shouldn't be this far behind.
He's not going to have much fun as a result. Instantly goes for the Bramble Vest to make sure that he has some form of healing cut. We know obviously how strong Aatrox can be when those fights go in his way, and especially now that he's got the brown bags with the boots. He's got the Phage as well. Plenty of damage and ability to stick to a target. It'd be quite scary when those fights were to take place, as I say it. Bot lane is where the attention goes out as the box gets deployed. Doesn't do much. Looks fancy.
This is the cue.
This time Frost will not connect with those skill shots and he will pay the ultimate price. He will fall on down. Thought he said enough, however, he's gone for the ultimate. So he's actually gone for the teleport summoner. Max range there. Unable to find it. One auto will do it. There is nowhere to run. They spaced it out quite nicely and they're not finished there. He's going to look for another kill underneath this tower, this time all the CC, something that we talked about at great lengths of being a big strength here for RMIT. Giving Gravitas any chance.
And this is just
live another day.
Frost and Wash playing the matchup decently well, right? Like, it's not a matchup by any means in which Ashe Karma should be under turret. Sure, it's probably under turret in terms of tempo, but the fact that they cheese them in the tri-bush there, narrowly missing out on the 2v2 well played from Hickey and Trashly, but they had the boys that were close by. They had the teleport coming through from the Imperious, managing to pick up a kill too. Oh, so this is what happened, okay? They weren't even cheesing try. It was just a hook over to the wall, potentially flayed the wrong direction, no cleanse up from Ezreal, and burnt it in the earlier skirmish. If that Q lands, it's a 1-for-1, but making that play, knowing your lanes can react, knowing Galio can TP, knowing Imperious was nearby, nets them 2-for-1, and potentially a nightmare for Gravitas Academy, because this isn't, they don't want Karma and Ashe to just be even. You know, they don't want Karma and Ashe to be slightly ahead. It's a lane in which they want to be breaking turret, you know, at 15 minutes.
Yeah. We've seen it happen so many occasions on a global front, not even just in the OS region as a whole. We're looking at situations where at 15 minutes in, if that turret hasn't fallen on down, well, at least they've taken a fair chunk of the plates for them to then match, go mid lane, and continue the pressure for once those turret plates have fallen on down. Regardless of the situation, RMIT do lead in terms of the kill count, but it will be all things Gravitas as they get themselves the second Drake of the game. And that explodes the Rift as we have an Infernal Soul to play for.
Yeah, and if I may, I see a little bit of a debate going on about this Mordekaiser Aatrox matchup. And the best way I've been described it from OPL top laners is that it is Mordekaiser favored if the Aatrox ulties and the Mord ulties, the Aatrox ult. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, if that specific thing doesn't happen, then the onus is really on Aatrox to just play the lane out and be fine in it. It's a skill check matchup, but the only way that Aatrox really loses the matchup per se is if Maud's able to ult to him while Aatrox ult is ticking.
Deny a lot of that strength, which is what they'll no doubt be looking to try and do as the trade once again takes place here, Juves. Gravitas trading the pressure they had worked so hard to achieve with this draft in the bottom lane by going for a Herald play instead, which will net them the first turret of the game, breaking through mid.
Turret breaking mid lane is really cool. It's really cool for the context of the game because now you can put your Ashe Karma mid lane and they're happy to just sit mid the whole game, right? Like, they're happy to just perma-prio mid, put it the whole game, and you put Lucian in the side and Lucian starts wreaking havoc on turrets, and this is a really big win condition for Gravitas Academy right now.
One to be looking to hang on to because the amount of attention shown top side, he's done a good job here, Nobody, to close the gap. What was a double discrepancy has now been shrunk to only a quarter, as we now see Bambi look to rotate, and he's going to be the one that looks to try and take on the beast that is Aatrox.
No focus on that side. Landon really proved that lead on his lonesome. But in saying that, yes, Nobody has done a very good job to minimize that gap, to close it, and get himself, back into the game, or at least, to a steady state.
Certainly has, so he's going to keep this lane frozen for the meantime. With the Black Cleaver now online, does a lot of damage. Very nimble. Very keen to try and take a fight with anyone that goes his way at this stage of the game. He's the highest in the game at the stage, at level 11, so second tier on that World Ender. But still question marks for both these bottom lanes, as you say, even in CS, for the most part, you'd imagine even in economy, breakpoints potentially favouring here the Ashe, given the Blade of Rune King has come online, and we're still waiting for Frost to evolve the Muramana.
We're seeing close to 100 CS lead coming up on mid lane now.
He's definitely working his way there, and that's kind of what you expect, right? When you draft a matchup like this to win, you find those advantages. You can see what it means. A 2k discrepancy between the two. Yeah, very, very close between the bottom laners at this stage of the game. Only a couple of 100 gold separates them.
At this, Lucian is probably one of the most volatile solo lane champions in the game, in the sense that if you draft that champion, you better win. Because if you're team fighting with a solo lane Lucian at any point in the game, and the gold is relatively close, then you haven't done your job well enough, and you've just point flipped the game. But this,
I've watched so much LCK when they drafted topside, and the cast has just grown. They're like, oh no, not again.
Yeah, well, because in Korea they play matchups, like weak matchups, really well, and so their weak side matchup, they'll go down like 30 CS or something like that. And that lead is not enough for a Lucian to take over a game, as opposed to a champion that functions a purpose for the team composition, right? For argument's sake, if the Lucian's 30 CS up on the Ornn, you take the Ornn every day of the week, right? But in this game specifically, 100 CS lead, you're probably very happy about. 2 items coming on through now, Protobelt only onto the Galio.
Certainly are. Does still beg the question though, Juves. We've yet to see Jinx use the Crow Storm.
Yeah, we haven't, right?
We can talk about, the likes of Nocturnes with their paranoias and Galios with their grand entrances in, but the same could be said here for the Crow Storm of, whilst you want that first one to be important, you need to use it.
Well, we did see his first one pick up 2 kills in the mid lane, right? That's when the Wukong tried solo killing Bambi. Bambi ended up falling down, but Jinx V picked up 2 kills. So after that, he has been quiet, definitely. But it's almost like RMIT kind of have given everything, so there's no need for him to ultimate. They're 2 dragons up, setting up for the third one now. They've broken mid turret, broken bot turret. It's kind of just been a, RMIT happy to give everything until they're not.
That has been the theme for them as a team, waiting for an opportunity as to when that may come on out, as the fight now takes place mid, as the Dragon does spawn. A fight on 2 different fronts, as Bambi gets called out in the solo lane, 2v1, will fall on down. As Gravitas looks to try and make a fight take place in the mid lane. That's going to be the exchange that took place there with the ultimate for ultimate. Nobody looking to flash on forward, passive works overtime. He evens out the deficit, but the fight continues now. At the Dragon Pit itself, washes down to half. He has turned golden. He's going to bait at the Galio. And stopwatch after stopwatch is going to prevent that taunt finding any value whatsoever as Jinx wraps up another kill for the boys. 5 for 5 Everything is even as it stands right here. A small lead starting to build up. 2,000 in Gravitas' favor. As they may now just have what it takes to start off this Dragon.
Yeah, really nice TP from Nobody there. Managing to not necessarily save Ash by any means, but put himself in a position where he was able to pick up the kill. We saw the interaction there between between Mordekaiser and Aatrox. Aatrox had popped the ultimate. Mordekaiser then ulted that, and the Mord really just ran him down, stealing those stats, and became an absolute raid boss in that skirmish there. Lucian
down to half.
Yep.
Teleports to come on in. Wash is in a lot of trouble. He's just dead. The passive, the double attacks there from the Lucian proving far.
Aatrox
Dragon down to okay. Can he look for a dragon still? They would love to find it. Landon going to fall on down again. He gets taken out of the situation. It will be RMIT that find himself the very first Infernal Drake of this game. It's a double kill now for Bambi. He would love a triple if he can find it as Dottie jumps into the backline. A sacrificial lamb to ensure the rest of his team get on out. Jinx was on the hunt. He had Crowstorm in 10 seconds. He has Flash. He may just be a case of, you stole my red? I'll take yours. I've got boys to back me up. There is nothing you can do. I have full vision. I have fear. I have movement speeds. And I can delete you. They will fall on down. It will be a shutdown that Imperius is able to find. But they continue to give Bambi more and more resources.
And this is what I talk about when I tell you that sometimes I think dragons are a little overemphasized. You know, if you're not at your item spikes, if you still need something to come on through before you fight, more importantly, I believe Ezreal is still waiting on the 2 items here, but I could be wrong. But there's no need to lose multiple members to secure this Drake, right? You had flashing HP bars from the skirmish that ensued previously. It's okay to give this away. Sure, it's the 3rd dragon, but you just fight the next one, right? But instead now, a dragon for 3 kills is not necessarily worth it. Landon misses the Q3 here, potentially changes the fight, but really well played from Gravitas Academy. They just fired it back using the Karma Shields, using the double ADC team composition, and picking up 3 kills.
Well, they certainly did. And the overreach afterwards with Fiddlesticks going invading, finding another kill.
But that's the thing, right? Like, they're willing, RMIT are willingly engaging in a fight without Ezreal 2 items. Ezreal is the type of ADC where, if not accelerated, you at minimum want 2 items before you do anything.
And that's what's interesting, right? As we highlighted before, this is a bit of an adaptation to what is essentially a copy-paste composition of last week, subbing out the Vayne for an Ezreal, but the playstyle of maybe saying, upon VOD review, we sacrificed far too much that we had to play around a 40-minute Elder Dragon to give ourselves a fighting chance. So it's interesting that you say, or interesting that we see, the fighting before the likes of the Frozen Fist.
Well, because I think they'll be kicking themselves if they watch that back. They'll see that they were only 2,000 gold down. 2,000 gold at 21 minutes, yes, it's an advantage. Yes, it means you're stronger, but it's really not that significant in context of this game, at least, right? You know, most team fights are going to come down to execution. It is very rare that you're going to say, oh, well, that 2k gold really won the team fight. You know what I mean? And so, if you were able to turn back time and fight on these items now, potentially we see a different fight where Frost has the utility,
look what they have now.
Yeah.
It's disgusting, right? As you say, we've got the Frozen Fish, Trinity Full Snout Juves as well for Imperius.
Yep, exactly. And so now they're at the threshold in which we feel a little bit more comfortable fighting these neutral objectives or fighting the Baron, fighting the Drake. So wouldn't be surprised if we see, you know, them fight this next dragon, even though it's the 3rd one, but you know, they gave away an unnecessary 3 kills.
100 CS discrepancy between the mid laners, and Bambi is well on his way to getting himself the luxurious item of the Death's Dance. We'd love to see it. We know what it absolutely represents for these ADKs coming in as that 3rd item. Double-bladed Rune King means they can shred through these tanks. The front line that is looking to protect this Ezreal may be non-existent as these next fights look to try and take on place, but it is going to be Heki looking to try and get himself that completed Zeal item to get up there with the same amount of damage output. And that is what's going to happen as he was sitting on a fair chunk of gold and converts it into the Runons.
So we see Infernal Drake spawning in a minute. The way 2 compositions work, right? Landon needs to find access to a backline, or at least one of the ADCs, and he needs to kill them and get a reset on the ultimate. On the other hand, we need to see Wukong get backline access too, combined with the Galio ulti, because the reason that Ezreal functions in this composition is Ezreal doesn't need peel, right? Ezreal has the Frozen Fist. Ezreal can really play at range and be, you know, as I say that, gets arrowed, nice cleanse, doubles back to the Lantern.
Cleanse comes in clutch now. Didn't see much value in it in the laning phase, but definitely comes up in the mid game, but at a big cost. You can see Gravitas Academy fishing for summoners, and that's exactly what they found. A flash and a cleanse. Take it away from the power spike that Frost has worked so hard to achieve.
Yeah, and before they cut me off there with the Ash Arrow, right? Everything revolves around Imperius and Landon finding backline access to bring the Galio in. On the other hand, Gravitas Academy just want to play on their double ADC team composition, get Karma Shields around the boys, and have nobody just, you know, ulti a high priority target, potentially take Landon away, take Imperius away before they do enough damage. So it's going to come down to execution, this team fight. All the item thresholds, all the power spikes are here now. It's really now or never for RMIT, I believe.
Certainly are, as you say. Both teams all hitting those power spikes now. It's a big one for Nobody. He actually finds a solo kill in the top side of the map. He'd been sitting on literally nothing. Components working towards something for such a long time. Finally gets himself the Leandris, has the confidence to go in for that fight, gets the kill.
I'd love to see that one.
That's all Gravitas need. I would love a replay if we could get it, but for now, that is Gravitas Academy now sitting themselves on Infernal Soul points.
So here's the replay coming on through, right? He hasn't used the ultimate yet, the Aatrox, but he's still losing. At this point in the game, the Leandri's coming through. Oh, he doesn't have ult. Oh, he pops it late. Okay. He pops it to survive, gets the move speed, but he's one level up as well, but Landon just took so much free damage there. He was like in two minds. He's thinking that he... Oh, arrow lands. Pro Storm.
There's no time for analysis.
Flash.
We can't analyze this. This is aggro, this is attention, this is damage. AoE centric is what we are looking at. A 1-for-1 so far. Landon teleports back in, respawns, wants to find revenge. And that is what he may find as a flash goes out and Imperius jumps on in, but he's going to get Tevin underneath the tower, and Ignite might be enough. He does fall on down to the burn. As RMIT go fishing themselves for some kills, but too overzealous there, too keen to protect the Ezreal. And now they lose full Baron control.
Yeah, I mean, argument could be made that they should start Baron, have Mordekaiser tank it up. Leandri's burn. Mordekaiser does a overwhelmingly amount of Baron damage, right? Like, you can start that. Double ADC comp as well, it is going to go down, but they didn't have their smite from their jungler, so potentially not wanting to risk the coin flip on the Ezreal ultimate. So, you know, smart, concise, slow play coming out of Gravitas Academy, but I really like how they're pulling the trigger each time on the Ash Arrow. Look, I think Frost should be able to dodge out with Ezreal E if I'm being, like, super critical, but you don't get to find those mistakes if you don't throw the arrow, and having Heki throw those arrows off cooldown are really, you know, benefiting his team.
Certainly is a big component of their ability to find those engages and not be fully reliant there on the Jinx Crowstorm. So the one-dimensional aspect of this draft, if you were to highlight in a few different ways there, is definitely being diminished, and mobility of the Karma with now the Shrelia's online as well means that you're not as reluctant or really relying, I should really clarify, on the shields for the movement speeds that she can provide. Obviously giving so much mitigation at this stage, really empowering those key components and making sure that Bambi is as nimble as possible, so he remains a threat in this mid-game as the Ocean begins to fall off a little bit. But as it stands, Gravitas Academy very comfortable. The gold lead hasn't really built from much more than it is right now, sitting at around about 3,000 gold, but they're controlling the map flawlessly, quite honestly here, Juice. 3 turrets to nil, it's a dream.
If you're 10 CS per minute on Lucian and haven't died much, hold that thought, hook comes through, culling. Okay, doesn't miss, just tickles. If you're 10 CS per minute on Lucian, highest level in the game, most CS in the game, then you don't really fall off. The moment that Lucian solo lane starts falling off is when you start, you know, dying, start being the same level as your solo lane. You slow down the pace of your farming and those items coming through, but the fact that, like, Lucian is always ahead of the curve. Lucian is always one item up, but in this case, Lucian is actually a full item up, and it's not a cheap one. He's a full Death Dance up on anyone on the map.
Yeah, around about 4k ahead, you'd imagine. It's a fair chunk of change at this stage. He's living life and he's loving it, and definitely found success from start to finish in this game, which, as you highlight there, is patching up what is sometimes a concern here for a Lucian. Next Dragon spawning in under 90 seconds. A big one for Gravitas Academy to play for. Even bigger one for RMIT to look to contest, or for them to make a shot call decision as to, do we look to give this one up, or do we rest on our laurels, draw this game out like last week and play for Elder?
Yeah, and this is now the scenario in which I say you need to contest, right? I'm a very big advocate for leaving objectives if you're not strong enough to fight, but Infernal Soul against the composition that Gravitas Academy have, you really need to fight it. And the only way you can do this is going through mid-wave and hoping you don't get Fiddlesticks Crowstormed, because they don't really have access to any vision in anywhere near the Dragon Pit. So not going to be pushed out by Landon. Landon's going to have to group with the team, potentially come in, but I fear that if he teleports in, it's going to be too late and the fight is all but over before he gets there.
As it stands, Juves, it feels like the ease of execution for Gravitas has definitely been one that's favoured them. RMIT very reliant on the combination of CC landing and sticking to try and find these picks to try and turn the fights in their favour.
I would argue that ease of execution is in a favour with RMIT, right? All they have to do, like the one prerequisite they had for this composition was not to fall significantly behind in laning phase. And they failed in that one, right? Like, yes, Landon got really far ahead, but Landon also threw his lead. Galio was just was way too far behind. They lost the 2v2 in mid lane. So what was required from them, they didn't actually do. And so now they find themselves in this position where they have to coin flip a fight here at Dragon.
Lanes are pushing it against them right now, but it will be RMIT that start things. Nice Crowstorm goes out, that's a 4-man Crowstorm.
Gets the drag.
The Dragon falling on down though. It will be Wukong that finds it for the boys, so that's 2 to their name right now. There won't be a solo line just yet. He slams the ground, it's a 1-man knockup, but it will be a fight that Frost can find a kill. They take down 2. Can they find more as nobody finds another, but the Frozen Fist putting in work at this stage of the game. You cannot run, you cannot hide. Bambi, as fed as he is, cannot outplay that one, and that is a triple kill. This is what RMIT are known for, the late game kings, the patience, the strength, the ability to make things happen if you give this man the resources. And what was so slow, instantly 4 kills to his name.
I'm gonna have to get a replay to really take in everything that happened there, but it just looks like RMIT made the decision they needed to contest this neutral objective, right? They're not giving away Infernal Soul. They landed the smite. It was a really good Crowstorm, but Gravitas Academy were nowhere to be seen, nowhere to follow up. So you see Bambi go off on Landon here in the side, wins the 1v1, sure, that's nice, but, you know, doesn't get over the wall, burns Flash to get over the wall. Nobody's nowhere to be seen. So really, there was just 3 fights taking place. There was 3 fights taking place, and in the meantime, Frost was just raining down on the team, and this is where Ezreal really reigned supreme. If Ezreal was able to just fling Qs continuously and be uninterrupted whilst there's 2 to 3 fights taking place, Ezreal's going to win these 9 times out of 10. Didn't matter about the gold lead, didn't matter anything like that, the fact that Landon died on the side. It's the fact that the strongest members from Gravitas Academy weren't able to partake in the fight until it was too late.
I think that's an absolute dream situation there for Frost, given the fact that he likes the carries like the Vayne just to separate the team and force those fights on 3 different fronts. That is a cross-map arrow from the mid-wave there that actually lands and sets himself up with the successful gank. Oh, it was close there, Jeeves. Here we were praising RMIT, but they find a situation where they do not let this game fall out of their grasp.
Yeah. Well, you have to think about it like this, okay? And this is going to be like a really, I'm not going to say negative mindset, but it's going to be a different thought process. If Landon is dying to keep Bambi occupied, it's probably a win. Does that make sense? Like, in that fight that we saw at Dragon, Bambi was just dealing with Landon, and there was no chance that Landon was going to do anything at all. There was no chance. But the fact that he kept Lucian away from the rest of the fight while his team cleaned up was actually what won his team the fight, if you ask me.
Well, this game is incredibly close, Juves. 32 minutes into this one, and the discrepancy between the two is essentially 1,000 gold, but you don't feel it. People don't see it. These fights are a lot closer than they appeared to be, and we only spoke moments before as these item spikes started to come online. Well, they continue as Frozen Heart is now here for the Galio, going to work wonders to shut down the double ADC setup that Gravitas have found so much success with to get them to this point of the game.
I would argue that in this game, Skimmy, right now, in current game state, that the Ezreal is stronger than the Lucian.
I think the situation, if we get a chance to see actually how much armor he has, it'll be much like what we saw last week, where, you know, you're sitting at 300 armor, you are a tank.
Like, but the way that I see Gravitas, because like I said, ease of execution, 5v5. It's for me, it's RMIT every day of the week, right? Gravitas Academy have to play the game a little more eloquently. They have to play to their lane, their side lanes, their priority, and then their vision denial. Whereas RMIT can really just force their head into the river or force their head into Baron, into Dragon, and just press their R buttons and hope for the best. So it's going to be interesting to see how Gravitas Academy close this one out if they can.
Bit of tension for them as they realize that this game is getting closer and closer, and everything they work towards in this early stage is starting to get matched, if not undone. And with Dragon on the horizon, another chance for them to acquire themselves Soul Point. Would really not like to let this one go to a case of both teams being at 3 apiece. Baron is very much a distant thought at this stage of the game. Both teams far more interested in finding picks or keeping to their side lanes.
Yep. I mean, at this point, you want to, yeah, they're doing it now. They want to send Lucian bot to create enough pressure so that Baron becomes a realistic possibility. So it's either you go bot lane to deal with the Lucian who's taking your bot lane turret, or you flip the game at Baron. So this is the correct macro decision from Gravitas Academy right now, and it's going to be interesting to see how RMIT react. Do they go to the side lane, try and kill Lucian, or do they force a team fight on the top side of the map? Because important to note, Lucian has the ignite, can't get to the top side of the map, right?
Definitely does not, and Gravitas don't have vision on the Baron directly, but they have it around the area, so they can potentially spot out if RMIT were to make a flip on the map as they look to try and invest heavily into this bot side. And you can see that as he was attending to that wave, there were 3 members of RMIT rotating towards to potentially look at finding a fight. Dragon, once again, is the sole priority.
Yep. Well, it's Soul Point still, right? Doesn't go away, so next 2 Dragons, if RMIT manage to secure this one, will be crucial.
Oh, they're going to blast cone themselves into the pit to start this one off so far. A lot of CC for them to try and get through, and they are just slapping through this one. We are at even Dragon count, 3 for 3. But to highlight your point even further, Frost is an absolute monster at this stage of the game with the amount of dragons that they have. That is adding so much extra damage to his arsenal.
Well, like, at this point, now, 3 Infernal Souls, 35 minutes in, the gold lead is with RMIT. You have to say it, right? Like, the Infernal Soul value, Flash misses Hook. Oh, no, oh, no.
RMIT get caught out in the wrong direction there, but they do turn the rest of their team to the top side to match the split lane pressure. Nobody going for a 1v3. Use the Death Rum to buy himself some time. No team in protection, no team there. He used the Zhonya's for a little bit more, but the team are stuck in midway. So, 1v3. The rest of the team survive. They now look to try and find some form of advantage and some kind of revenge midway.
Oh.
Landing gets dropped down to half. Bambi gets caught in a situation where he could have been potentially taunted, but it's enough time for Jinx to jump across that wall and go for a Crow Storm. He goes gold. Everybody turning into a trophy. They look so damn clean, and it nets themselves some kills, all decisive, all important. That could be the one that breaks open the inhib.
Well, it really looked like a disaster for Gravitas Academy there, but they managed to outplay with the stopwatches, burning the flash straight out of stasis and cleaning up that team fight. Really nice Crow Storm again coming out of Jinx. So we haven't seen that many Crow Storms, if I'm being honest, but the ones that we have seen have been quite, crucial and instrumental in winning his team or getting the team to where they're at.
Certainly looking many members in place and achieving the CC where necessary, and they are going to opt against going for the inhibitor, and they want to force the Baron
strong
fight.
here.
They want to force that play. Look at these Mystic shots. 2 Mystic shots, and he's down to half already. That's going to be the true shot barrage. That's going to be the hook, but he gets killed before he can even connect with it right now. Frost can just execute, dance around the Baron pit, and take 1 by 1. It looks so damn good. He is loving life. They love the late game, and Imperius will take 2 before the Guardian Angel gets procced. Bambi has nowhere to go. He looks to try and find some form of life still. It might just be a jungle camp, but they've sacrificed Baron control.
Sometimes what you need to do, and this is relative for all levels of play, but what you need to do is you need to do a tab check after you win a team fight. Yes, we've killed multiple members, but let's check what members they are. Ezra's still alive, Galio's still alive, Wukong's still alive, and for me, Wukong and Ezra are the 2 key components of this composition for RMIT right now. And the fact that they were still alive means you can't do the Baron buff. And 2 minutes, give me a till Soul Point.
Imperius has the GA, has the QSS, and has the execution. He's an absolute madman when it comes to making sure that he can survive to ensure that his team are able to pick up these objectives. Let's see how this fight started off with. So much damage initially comes out of Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talk about Ezreal having a field day. There's really no hard engage or no threat for Ezreal. Can stand there, throw Qs, and really just... This is just clinical. The Frozen Fist being able to just pump out that much damage, and at this point in the game, having the front line that Frost has makes it very easy for him to play the game.
Well, begs the question now, how damn scary is this next play? This soul point in under 90 seconds, and really, what is the play for RMIT? They were lagging behind in structures for such a long time, but is this going to be a Baron that looks to equalize to gold, or is this going to be a Baron to break open the base? That's what we're going to find out here, and they're going to start with the mid-tier 2. Looks like they've only got one direction in mind, and that is run down mid.
Yep. I mean, that's the best thing to do when you have Baron sometimes. Ezreal poke, front line in front of him, but they are taking a little bit of damage here. Dottie needs to be careful because the thing is, you don't want to have your tempo ruined for when this Infernal Drag spawns. At a minute, at a roughly around a minute is where you want to have full control of the area, able to set up. And I know sometimes it feels like you're wasting Baron waiting around for a dragon, but this Infernal Soul is really important for RMIT and Gravitas because it's a soul for both teams. But pause.
Oh no.
Yep.
We've had a disconnect. Landon has dropped the lobby, so we're going to wait a few moments for him to come back into this rather high-stakes game. Couldn't have happened really their Jews at a worse time. 40 minutes in, a minute on the soul point, a decisive one at that. You're squaring up to try and end this game with a lot of pressure going straight through mid. You've invested so heavily in that. It feels like this game is on a collision course to an end. Yeah,
it's a little bit of a mental reset for both teams, right? It's like, here we go, guys. Infernal Soul spawning. Let's just take a quick breather. We'll be back. But no. So what I was talking about was like, it's very easy to fall into the trap of teams wanting to push the tempo and push the pace when you have Baron. But like we talked about, Infernal Soul in this game, having that like kind of mini Ludens proc on an Ezreal, mini Ludens proc on really anything is so substantial in this game, especially because there's no frontline really coming out of Gravitas Academy. Mordekaiser isn't necessarily a frontline because he does take people away to another realm, and then his body doesn't exist in the team fight that you're playing. So this soul for me has so much value because base HP is so low on both members of both teams.
I mean, as you say, Mordekaiser is there for a second, waves goodbye to his team, says, look, I'll take one out of the fight for 8 seconds, good luck, have fun. And whilst that was very strong in the early and mid game, now they're starting to reach that point where RMIT just have these numbers, have these health bars, and they're just struggling to get through that. And then all the while, Frost is in the back line, so I'm having fun. I'm shooting from afar. There's nothing you can do. There's no way you can actually get to me. The Lucian, as fun as he was to start off this game, is starting to reach that point, as I was highlighting right earlier in, as to not really having as much impact. So the soul point, do you think it's going to be strong enough to bridge that gap so that it can kill people before the Mordekaiser comes out?
Well, to short answer, yes. I think it's enough because we've already seen, if you're looking at it from RMIT's side, we've already seen that Ezreal put out so much damage, and it's just always been enough to keep his team in the game. The last few team fights really have swung the way of RMIT. So, getting that additional bonus and sure, it's not every auto attack that you're getting it, but I think it's enough to just send, lethal over the line on terms of Fiddlesticks, Lucian, Ashe, Karma. Sure, Mordekaiser is going to take a few more hits to take down, but we're going to start seeing some one-shot potential. But, on the other side of the coin, right, if this soul point does go to the side of Gravitas Academy, then we're going to see an insane Crow Storm coming on through. The Bambi is just going to shred through team fights. Much of the Ashe, even Karma does damage at this point, right? So it's just going to be a hotly contested objective. And even if the soul doesn't end the game, Skimmy, we've seen Elder Drake really just be the make or break. It's not many times that you see an Elder Drake stalled out and really flipped again, or you don't see 2 Elder Drakes, do you? So game will be coming to an end shortly, but we'll have to wait and see when we load into game. And what we're seeing too is actually, since we're here, is we're seeing RMIT's comp, right? In terms of CS lead, their mid lane is getting absolutely flame horizons, right? I don't know what the CS lead is in the mid lane, but Lucian has 100 or 200 more CS.
I've got a screenshot here. I can actually give you the exact
numbers. Give me exact.
So Galio's sitting on 234 CS. Bambi's Lucian is sitting on 388. The guy has been hitting perfect 10 CS per minute.
And what's the next closest on the enemy team?
Which team? So Gravitas or RMIT?
RMIT. Who's the highest on their team?
So the highest on their team would be the Ezreal at 338.
Yeah.
That is matched by the Ashe at 336.
And so this is like really cool when you get to see a game get to this point, because now you actually see why drafts matter. Because there's actually not much of a gold lead, I believe, right? There's not much of a gold lead. Game is in a relatively even state. But the reason that RMIT feel like they're quote unquote winning the game is sure because they have Baron, but also because Gravitas Academy can't really contest them in a 5v5 unless it's a perfect protocol. And so you have this like real linear, like one ultimate win condition versus RMIT, who have drafted a real wholesome 5v5 team comp where their synergies really interact with one another.
And so they're going to be banking on those synergies to find success, Juves. They're going to be going into this Dragon contest with the Baron buff. Obviously, a massive stat check for them to play around with. We're hitting full items on a lot of these players right now. A full item advantage is found on the Ezreal over the Ashe. But a quick summoner check also tells us that flashes for many are down, but some will be up in the next 15 seconds. So if they can play this fight slow, it could be a big turning point, not to mention the League of Stasis.
Yeah, Gravitas Academy have really sacked Midwave to get to this Infernal Drake. So if they don't win this fight, don't get the Dragon, then potentially we see Landon just go for the end.
He's going for the end right now. He's going to go for that inhibitor. He's going to take that one uncontested. He's got to teleport to join into this fight if need be. They're going to go for the fight. They're going to get that Dragon. They're going to find that kill. Prostorm just deleted. No chance to be used. That's a shutdown. That's a fight. ADC for ADC. Double kill for Bambi now. What can they do after this one? Redemption goes down. Kill's looking good. Double kill again, favoring the Ezreal. But he does get taken down eventually. A big one for Heki, showing up at the most important time possible. And Landon jumps in. He did not get the inhibitor.
That might be game. Skimmy.
That is a big, big fight, and an answer to the question that we had during that delay, would the Infernal Soul buff be enough? And as soon as Frost fell down, the rest of the team crumbled around him.
Yeah, and this was just Gravitas Academy committing to the objective, right? They made the call, we're going to commit. And it was a little bit of RMIT, you know, knowing they have the 5v5 comp, but hesitating. It wasn't, as we see in the replay here, right? Gravitas Academy have 5 members here. They're stacking minion raids for this. RMIT play for the steal, as instead of playing for the fight, Landon plays for the inhibitor, and it's really disjointed. Gravitas Academy, on the other hand, really decisive, knowing what they need to do, what they want to do, and just cleaning up the team fight because of that. Double ADC competition, untouched. See the Ludens, the little Infernal Ludens proc coming out as well, managing to kill Ezreal on the backside, so really disjointed team comps, I should say, and really decisive coming out of Gravitas Academy.
What is interesting is the difference of what that actually represents. You would argue, when you were saying moments before, that if RMIT had that, if the Redbacks had that, they would have been able to go straight through mid, take the inhibitor, end the game. The difference is for Gravitas, that was a case of we've got this, we can push these waves out, but this game is still in with another team fight. Well,
we potentially see either the game be flipped at Baron or flipped at Elder. Now, what I mean by flipped is that potentially we're just going to see a 5v5 to end the game at Baron buff, or we could see RMIT give them Baron and just say, okay, we'll wait for Elder Drake to spawn, we'll go 50-50 smite, and really whoever wins that smite is going to win the team fight.
So Lanahan uses teleport. He did achieve that mid inhibitor in the end, and Frost Flash came back up, but it was used instantly to try and find an advantage in that fight. Wasn't to be the case, but now Gravitas will have to keep numbers mid to keep dealing with these super minions, but it's all hands on deck for vision control. They need to make sure they can starve out RMIT, prevent those flanking angles. The amount of CC dive potential they have would spell disaster for a squishy ranged attack. Infernal Soul or not, if you're locked in place, not much you can do.
Yeah, what's crucial here for RMIT is they need eyes on Fiddlesticks. If they can't see Fiddlesticks, they just need to say, okay, we can't fight. We need to move in together. We need to use our blue trinkets, potentially use Ezreal ult for a bit of scouting, but, you know, walking in blindly is never going to end well for them.
Everybody's showing face in the mid wave right now. Side lane's completely left to their own device, passively pushing for whatever favor it provides. The ARAM begins as the dance for Baron is ever so important, and a chance really for RMIT to really assess how that fight were to go.
Well,
and and turn things around.
ARAMs are so dangerous versus an Ashe because at any point she can pull the trigger. Yes, granted, Ezreal does have the mobility to juke out of that as well as the cleanse, but there's a few members on the enemy of RMIT's team that don't have that mobility, that once arrowed, potentially just get one shot.
Well, they like to draft these compositions, they definitely like to let them go late. So I'm not too sure if they have a psychologist on hand, but whatever they have, their mental is strong. I'll tell you that much. Definitely giving entertainment to the viewers. But tension is palatable. You can see that teams are looking to try and set themselves up. Bait with the effigy. Everyone hanging out in that pixel bush. They find that key target. It's going to be Dottie that gets locked in place. Ghostum goes that 3 minutes to get feared. He goes golden. The rest of the team go golden as well. Stasis is the key word, and that's going to juke out the Galio jump on in. As Trashly uses that movement speed to try and get his team out of harm's way. Jinx the first one to fall on down, but he's used his kit already, so it's not going to be much of a big concern. Ezreal gets himself a double kill. Now playing the flank, cleanses on out, takes Bambi, who goes for big damage. Infernal Soul coming in absolutely clutch for him. It's a 2v2, and Imperius, without the GA, will fall victim to the damage.
That team fight there is literally soul gap, by the way.
Soul gap indeed. The amount of lifesteal that Frost have right now is insane. A couple of autos, and he's back to full health, as you can see him go to the wolf camp. It's going to be a 2v1.
No way.
Even still, Bambi is terrified. Frost has been in situations like this before. He clutched at an Elder. He lives for these moments, it feels like, Juves.
Yeah, that's just the soul gap team fight. It was so close. I mean, too much really to digest in one watching, but here we go. We see the replay here. So Effigy scaring Dottie there, but this is what I was talking about. Arrow lands onto him, nothing he can do. Just too squishy. Goes into stasis. Majority of the team really have the Zhonya's, and there's just so much stalling on the backline. Landon is in the Shadow Realm as well. Sorry, the Death Realm. Shadow Realm is a different team. Death Realm. And Frost plays this team fight extremely well, but so do the ADCs from Gravitas Academy. Bambi dashes forward, hook lands really nice, and this is what I'm talking about. Imagine the Infernal Soul on the other side, but really got to be kicking themselves, RMIT, that the fact that they didn't get that.
He was peeling as hard as he could, but in the end, his team were the ones that got peeled, and that is going to be the Baron buff that goes the way of Gravitas Academy. Back-to-back team fights favoring them. Bambi now at elite score. 1-3-3-7. Happy days for him as he's able to try and turn around what was a bit of a rough moment in the game. But, Juves, you highlighted it before. This is what they were playing for. The Kings of the late game, they bring us to Elders.
Hey, we just flip it. Flip the game at Elder. This is it. It's the coin flip. Heads or tails? Who's going to execute?
Get your coins ready. If you don't have coins, well, unlucky. Maybe get your phone app ready instead. That's the digital age that we are living in right now.
Flip your phone. If you break your screen, you lose. If you don't, you win. But we are not liable for any damages.
We are definitely not liable,
no.
But we're here for your entertainment. Let's see exactly how this pans on out. The tension, it's disgusting. The teams dancing.
I mean, again, this dance works for Gravitas Academy, right? Ezreal just flinging Qs. Landing it onto Jinx speed. That's the one target who Trashly and Jinx don't have the lifesteal, but Ashe Arrow lands, hook lands too though.
It does indeed, hook lands. Jinx is going to lock himself in place, going to receive that redemption, but land in this case, take it to the grave. The GA's being proc, Frost jumping forward aggressively, connects with the skill shots. He's going to look to try and make this happen. It's looking so good for RMIT right now, but the AD carries of Gravitas are putting in overtime. That's a double, that's a triple, that's all the kills going his way. And eventually Frost falls on down, always the sole survivor, but this time not enough. You take 180 and we've got a backup.
Can they
get the Elder? We want to push these waves.
Can they end? I think they can with the Baron buff, yeah. What a team fight. Comes down to execution, comes down to Soul. You know what I'd love to know? I'd love to know how influential Infernal Soul was in these team fights. Like, how much damage did Soul do? If you take Soul out of the equation, who wins the team fight?
Would love to see a screenshot from one of the players to the post-lobby breakdown of the damage, but they are going to make this a possibility of ending this game now. The respawn time is the quickest been at 10 seconds. The first is Nexus turret will fall on down, and the second in quick succession. As the culling goes out, trims the wave, the game is going to be ended just like this. They want to pad those stats, keep that CS per minute looking so damn clean. From start to finish, Bambi was there. It was a sketchy game by no stretch of the imagination. RMIT don't like quick games.
No,
they definitely like to run it back, and they like to keep us locked in place for a while. But boy, oh boy, still searching for that win, but definitely giving us some entertainment.
You hate to lose a game in that manner, right? going to a 40 minutes, 45 minutes and losing. But Bambi, again, having a really good performance. You know, I think he's something like 15-3, double-digit assists, having an absolute pop-off again. So Bambi really becoming the vocal point of this team, and they really live and die by him. So really well played, and congratulations to Gravitas Academy.
Congratulations to Gravitas Academy, and much needed win to break their losing streak. They won a 3-loss streak before that, and that put them back to winning ways, one that they'll be quite comfortable with and quite happy with, given the amount of attention that goes in each week. But that's going to be it for game number 2. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, league leaders Mammoth Academy take on a returning Legacy Genesis. And welcome back for our third game of the night here for week 6 of the OCS. We've had some good games so far there, Jubes. I think you'd agree in that we've had battles for the top of the ladder, battles for the bottom of the ladder, but both proving that these teams are a lot closer than their standings represent.
Yeah, I mean, the standings are such a cluster right now that I choose to not pay attention to them, and I'll look at them at a later date when there's some daylight between teams. Because at the moment, one win just propels one team up, and a loss puts the other team down, and it's really congested at the moment.
Certainly is, and as we get closer and closer to week 10, when playoffs become a much more relevant factor to play for, that's when I'm sure we'll have those ideas of which teams we're going to be looking for and which teams may start to have a bit of a favoritism when it comes to the likes of bigger series, not the best of ones that we're used to at this stage. But that now leads us into our next talking point, which is the next game. Mammoth Academy, the undefeated joint first place team at this stage. They'll be taking on the returning Legacy Genesis. And Mammoth Academy, they got pushed a little bit last week. They went up against the QT Tigers. It was a game which the Tigers presented a mid Lulu, a Yuumi in the bot lane, and a Varus, which had a bit of a confusion as to whether or not he was going Arcane Comet or on hit, but regardless, they were able to get themselves such a strong early game lead that they pushed Mammoth harder than I think any other team had.
Yeah.
Making the game go, like 45 minutes? It was crazy.
Yep. And for me, Legacy Genesis are a team that I wouldn't say I necessarily expect more out of, but I'm excited about the prospect of this team. And this is a game that I was looking forward to most this week because I think this is a team from Legacy Genesis side that really can take it to Mammoth Academy. Like we saw Mammoth Academy push last week. They looked human. You know, the last few games they played before that, there was just absolutely stomps and Mammoth Academy rinsing every team. But you look at the bot lane of Legacy Genesis, right? OPL bot lane, both played in the OPL. Buggy had some really good performances. Faulkner likewise, Sally as well. This team has a very good identity. And so for me, I'd love to see them step up and really Legacy make a claim about being one of the best teams in the OCS.
And if you take your mind back to what they played last time, they're actually going to open up again in what appears to be the similar fashion. Last time they played, when they had the bye before that, they had Jungle Fiddlesticks and Buggy on the Nocturne. A bit of a flashback to what was drafted in the OPL by Pentanet. So it looks like it worked for them. They're going to continue to do it. The question is, though, Jubes, if they're going to use it as a flex pick, because we see a lot of teams now, when they look to lock it in first, is to showcase that, hey, we can put this mid, top, or jungle.
I think if you're locking in, if you are locking in that Fiddlesticks, it has to be a flex. It doesn't necessarily have a bad jungle matchup, but why would you waste the potential for having a good mid matchup, right? Or a good top matchup? So, potentially this is a flex. Legacy Genesis have pulled out some different picks in the past, if you will. So I wouldn't be surprised if it did go to a solo lane. And Graves is one of those matchups where I'm not sure Fiddlesticks has the best time, especially because Graves pushes the tempo, pushes the pace, looks to invade, be in your face and force fights. And Fiddlesticks early game can't really defend himself.
Certainly cannot. But if left to his own device, we know how strong they can be as the game before showcased. Now, what is interesting is that Excellent is actually going to get the Aphelios here in the first rotation. It will be his first time playing the Aphelios. Never been given that opportunity, has opted for the likes of the Callistas or your conventional Ezreals, but this will be a case of power pick v power pick, and Legacy Genesis will waste no opportunity given that the fact that Ezreal's been taken away to respond in similar fashion, get themselves the Varus, and a staple here for Nausicaa is the Bard.
Yeah, he seems to be picking a lot of Bard. Now, how much of this is for fun and how much is this because he thinks it's just the best support in the middle right now? Who knows? Maybe I'll have to ask him after this game what's with the Bard priority. Because don't get me wrong, I think there's a place for Bard in the meta. There's times you can pick it. But I'm not sure if it's the best blind. Because you're picking Varus, right? And now they could opt in for an absolute lane kingdom bot lane. Specifically because they are laned against the Aphelios. And Aphelios historically does not have the best time laning into a Lethality Varus. You pair that with the Graves. Now the Karma, Lethality Varus, is looking like it has a lot of value this game. And so, picking the Bard doesn't necessarily make sense, but hey, maybe they've got something up their sleeve.
Certainly do, and if you give away the Karma, then you expect a lot of poke. We obviously know that Aphelios is very strong from afar, so we're looking for some very strong dueling potential, I expect, really. A lot of maximum pressure of, hey, we are the better team, we have better mechanics in this bot duo. That's what I'm excited for. In terms of the bans that are coming out here, Nocturne, as we highlighted, kind of expect it if Legacy feign with the Fiddlesticks that they had to come out with that knee-jerk reaction, but then the attention once again shown to maximize here on the top side. He had so many standout performances on the likes of Fiora and Camille. They continue to be must-bans against him.
Yeah, and it's surprising to me that they're not drafting Fiora Camille earlier in the draft. You know, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but hey, the cheeky Ornn hover, I wonder if... Did you see the meme video they made about his Ornn and tagged?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I did not, but I remember...
Oh, you haven't seen it?
Correct me if I'm wrong. It was last week, right, when you said,
Yeah.
oh, I believe they're going to bust it out. I've got the intel, and then... Okay, it had its moments,
No,
but
they made a
they got the dub.
they made a video. They got all of Maximizer's montage moments where he missed Ornn ultimates or landed some, and they just put it together with some funny music, and it was a really well done video. So, like they were having a bit of fun about his Ornn needing some work, but back on Ornn duty. Really good to see. I like seeing this from them. Right, they're able to. Well, what they're showing, two things. Maximize is showing that he's willing to play another playstyle and learn another champion, and the other thing is that they're playing another way as a team.
What I'm excited to see if we're going to get another montage coming out here or from Maximize, or if it will be a week of hard practice and one that they've looked to definitely improve upon, because Legacy Genesis are definitely coming out of this one hot. They get the KO, looking for some power scaling in that department. Combining that with the Jarvan, we for sure have the middle sticks. The flex is working overtime right now. We have combo after combo.
Yeah, and KO into Ornn is something that's like frequently picked because, like maybe pre-level 6, Ornn wins the lane, but once KO gets some range and gets like the sustain and the gunblade components, then all of a sudden Ornn really can't do anything, and Ornn still has his own value within the team, right? Obviously pulling engages and things like that, but it just becomes a free scale matchup for the Kayle, and Kayle for me is going to become quite scary.
Certainly is, as Zydo's the final pick here with the Orianna. His most played so far this split. We get to continue to see if he is going to be that aggressive man that has made himself so famous for making crazy flashes forwards and always looking to try and abuse what his opponent is all about. Whether or not he's well versed in the middle sticks, if that's going to throw him a spanner as to, well, how do we match this?
I'm not sure how middle sticks lanes. It's something that's quite new in this meta. I haven't really seen much of it in the mid lane, but I wonder if Orianna just outranges Fiddlesticks and makes the early lane quite hard for Fiddle. But in saying that, Orianna doesn't really have enough damage in the early game to warrant kill threat, and potentially Buggy just sustains on mid wave. Once a full wave comes in, he just stands there with aftershock proc and just really heals all the way up.
But that's my concern, Jubes, is, you're looking at any way to disrupt the Drain Life, right? Kind of make him redundant. You don't see that CC come online until at least level 6 with a Shockwave there. Graves obviously doesn't bring that to the table either. So you're looking at that double gank. Yes, maybe you go for the smoke screen, but he's going to continue to go across when the lights come back on, go, oh, I got a double kill.
Maybe. I'm genuinely, I've played with middle sticks twice and seen it once in pro play. I'm genuinely not sure.
I'm very curious to see what actually happens. Obviously, we're going to be looking at the potential for those ganks elsewhere that could pose some threat. Really, the only one is going to be the Ornn. They can really look to try and disrupt what Legacy have built here. And it then begs the question, I guess, as to where they want to try and turn their attention, as to if they're looking to try and leave top as an island, or if they want to try and really execute upon this bot lane, as to both want to be aggressive, both want to set up CC, both want to poke.
And one thing that we should keep an eye on, Skimmy, is the anti-synergy. So we have a Bard and we have a Fiddlesticks. You want to be very careful that your Fiddlesticks doesn't land an ultimate in which you Bard ulti a key target and just negate all of that damage. And, there's a lot of comps sometimes that have these anti-synergy components. Sometimes Gragas and Rumble is one of those anti-synergies. Rumble lays down a good carpet, Gragas ultis them off. So, whilst it's funny and we laugh about it, these things do happen sometimes. So got to keep an eye on that. I'm sure, with how much Bard that Nozuka's been playing, he'll be completely fine. But, just something to keep an eye on. And what I want to see and what I want to keep an eye on is this top lane matchup. Because it does have the potential to get out of hand. And by out of hand, I mean the Ornn win the lane. But it is really a lane that Ornn should never win, and KO should just free farm. Now, what do Mammoth Academy do? Historically, as a team, they have not played towards the bot side of the map, right? The bot side of the map usually plays a facilitating role where they're just happy farming, getting to mid-game, and then doing their job in the team. So will we see a flip of the script where Graves puts an emphasis on bot side? Is Graves going to put an emphasis on shutting down the Jarvan? How is this Mammoth Academy outfit going to come out of the gates?
And that's what I'm curious on, right? Because obviously we've seen Nuzga be such a staple, a big degree of consistency has come out of him, and obviously we highlight the fact that he has this OPL experience. He's definitely showcased it as the split has started so far, and you know, you warrant the keenness, right, to lock this in at any given moment, based on the fact that they, I'm sure, have practiced this many a times in scrims, and you know, you come out with what are picks. That we see time and time again, those natural counter synergies, if you will. Surely not going to be something they're going to look to try and fall victim to, but I just look at the amount of mobility right now, the fact that Jarvan is not going to be so reliant there on the EQ. Same for the Fiddlesticks, the amount of insurance policies of like, hey, if you're in trouble, you don't have to rely on a fresh lantern here, just have a magical journey, get yourself out. So very keen to see how Falcon looks to try and play this one. If it's going to be Vengeance being the aggressor, jumping into the jungle, looking to try and bully him and prevent those level 2 ganks, or if he's just going to be a case of, look, my lanes are doing what they're doing, I'm leaving them to an island, I want to power farm, I want to be a carry of my own accord.
Well, but I think both are kind of happy power farming, because it's the way I look at jungle matchup is that it's very important for one of them to get 6 first, because if you're 6 first, you have access to like something that the enemy jungler doesn't have. And that's why we see, well, what we see is we see junglers with really good pathing rewarded. And I think, you know, in previous metas, it wasn't as important because jungle champions were a little bit different. But I think in this one in particular, if Jarvan can get access to the Cataclysm early on, then it's at minimum 2 summoners burnt, right? Like if he gets Cataclysm onto the bot lane of Mammoth Academy, then they have no way of getting out. So need to be some pathing Nirvana coming out of both teams, in my opinion.
Yeah, certainly will be, but I'm sure, no doubt, for the viewers and ourselves alike, a lot of priority is going to be shown, a lot of attention, really, and discussion is going to be around this mid lane matchup. The introduction now of our first middle stick. Still yet to see the Volibear make his debut in the Oceanic region. Team still a little bit hesitant to bust that one out. It seems like since the changes to buff his kit up upon that rework, he finds a lot of success, but yet to see it come out here. We're going to be keeping our eyes firmly fixated, however, on what this Fiddle can achieve. It will be Buggy in the driving seat as we come into game number 3 with Legacy Genesis on the blue side and league leaders Mammoth Academy on the red. So, already what we look to try and see is if there's any crazy shenanigans to start this game off with.
He's got a Mammoth icon. The Legacy mid laners flaring a Mammoth icon.
Already on point.
That's my biggest regret of my career. Is not playing until icons. I don't care about winning. I don't care about winning anymore. I didn't win, okay? But I didn't get to play with emotes. I would have been the dirtiest emote spammer. I would have had the best wheel, and I would have just perma-emoted. Even when I died, I'd emote.
Would have whipped the team into fashion of saying we're all running, you know, red-coloured skins. We're all going to be rocking these emotes. We're all going to be jumping into this part of the map to make a level 1 gank happen.
Well, I won a fair few team fights when I was dead. So I could have just been moral support, flaring emotes from the graveyard.
Looks good. Looks fancy. And no doubt we're going to continue to see these teams look to evolve it. I thought we actually saw a Chiefs emote last game, which I'd be curious as to what the backstory of that was all about. But I saw a few members in chat asked the same question, but regardless, it's going to be Vengeance that goes for a blue start. Both junglers starting on bottom side of the map as Falcon goes for a red start as well. So both are going to be parving top side, whether or not that means that we're going to have a level 2 to 3 gank with double buffs online, or if they are just going to go for the full clear.
Yeah, I think Jarvan is looking for, the way he's pathing it, looked like he was going for a bit of an invade, but potentially just going to see red-blue Gromp start from Jarvan and then look to influence a lane somewhere. Graves going for more of that like selfish full clear. Now the interesting thing about Graves' clear is that champions with mobility can punish this, right? If you know Graves is going to do a full clear, which you know, I think we've seen Vengeance Alex complete that a lot of times, then Jarvan can flag and drag over Baron buff wall, steal the red buff, and get out without any vision seeing him. But obviously didn't opt in for that, opted in for much of a full clear as well, really. He's going to be pathing back down to the wolves.
Yeah, definitely both junglers with their mobility, able to make sneaky plays like that to try and earn any kind of advantage in the early game. And no doubt that's what Legacy Genesis are going to be looking for, given the fact that they've had a 2-week break to come back into this one, what they've been cooking up in the oven as to how they want to try and take down this team. A bit of a welcome invitation back after having that break from the league, is straight back into the deep end of a swimming pool.
Yep. And it is that lethality virus, as we mentioned.
It is going to be, as we're going to get the Omnistone variation of the Bard as well. Seems a bit of a namestay at this point in the game, but attention already shown into the mid lane.
Middle sticks.
Now, does Buggy have the life leech? He does indeed. Zyda goes across the wall. Is actually going to get autoed once, autoed twice. First blood goes the way of Legacy Genesis. He survives to tell the tale.
Now, the one thing I've learnt about Middle Stick so far, just from playing with it, is that it's deceptively hard to gank, but Fiddlestick stalls so much time to the point of where your jungler can be out of position. Right, they burnt through your Aftershock, they've burnt through your Drain, and by then you're already at the skirmish, and that's pretty much what we saw there. Buggy got ganked, nice smoke screen, but was able to stall so much time so that Faulkner could come through, pick up first blood.
MF will no doubt still look at this as a potential advantage for them, as it is going to be 2 flashes for the one that was burnt. Attention shown bottom side, and this is why Norsuke gets that Bard. The man is so damn clean, flashes into the wall, gets the stun, gets the kill.
Yeah, I'd have to watch a replay, but potentially the X then could just live if he flashed straight towards turret. Going for the style point escape there, gets punished in doing so. Graves looking at the top side of the map now.
Well, Vengeance has definitely been put on a timer as to we got to try and make something happen right now, because Legacy Genesis have definitely come into this one cooking. They're definitely aggressive and they're definitely keen to make their presence known. Only 5 minutes in, they've already found themselves with a 1,000 gold lead, and that's going to be Buggy already rotating through mid-wave to top sides to act as what is a conventional jungler.
And this is what I wanted to see from Legacy Genesis, right? I'd say this is a team that I think can be really good and contenders in the OCS. They just needed to make it come together as a team, and so far Faulkner's really had the the momentum in this game, really set the pace and being the one that's proactive and creating problems for Mammoth Academy. This isn't common. We haven't really seen them be in this much trouble. Bard roaming into the mid lane.
Certainly isn't. Zyda has no flash, no ghost, no chance to try and escape from this one. He may literally just walk back to his turret. A nice little sidestep there as he gets the movement speed from his orb is all it took to prevent falling down to the roaming Bard potential.
Seeing a nice little CS lead build in the top lane too, maximized with the just about a 10 CS lead. But nevertheless, always good to be ahead CS on Ornn. Picking up the Catalyst now, and really Kale's items aren't that great. Obviously opted in for the Carl, we're going to be able to stack that up, but in terms of trading back, not going to be able to really do much of that. Just going to be happy to let this wave come in and hit level 6.
Yeah, no doubt Sully's going to be looking to try and play quite passive here, just take whatever CS is given his way, and be very aware, if you will, as to where the jungler is, because Vengeance, having only ganked only moments before, took the flash, now be coming for the kill itself.
Yeah.
As they go in with the ultimate, they go in with the collapse, and they do connect with the kill. So that gold lead, or that CS differential that was at 20 CS, is only going to grow as a big wave is going to crash on in.
He has teleport though, so he should be able to get some of that wave. And important to note though, we asked ourselves before the game started, where's Mammoth Academy going to be putting their attention? And yes, their bot lane got punished, but that's 2 times in about 2 minutes. Vengeance popped his head into top lane, rewarded the second time just before Kale hit level 6. So Mammoth Academy still in their way, still playing to the top side of the map and being rewarded for it.
Certainly are, and you can see now as a result, it's all about Norsuke being a roaming jungler in his own right to assist in what is looking like a 3-man roam squad between the Fiddle and the Jarvan. The resources all going in the right places. A much needed kill to accelerate the Varus, especially when you're going to go this lethality build. Gets himself the Serrated Dirk, a big advantage over the single pickaxe that the affiliates will have at this stage of the game. It's going to compound and allow him to shred not only through the minion waves, but if the Bard does go for the roam, able to output some significant damage to prevent the 1v2.
And I wanted to talk about Jarvan did hit level 6 first, but both junglers hitting level 6 at about the same time. So going to be interesting to see where Jarvan puts his focus and his first key ultimate. But, I asked myself the question of what does Orianna do to Fiddlesticks in lane? And the obvious answer, well, the evident answer is nothing. The Fiddlesticks is just standing in between Orianna and the wave and just draining on full HP.
Right, you're merely a participant in this mid lane, it seems, at this stage.
Yep.
Not going to be too really fussed about things as it stands, and not going to be too reliant on the consumables, as it tends to be a bit of a mainstay as to who determines the lane state. But that's certainly putting out some pretty good damage now. Returns to this lane.
Once level 6 gets hit for Kale, it's a very fine lane.
Certainly is. Obviously has the protection now to make sure he can get out of harm's way if another gank were to come his way. Flash will be up very shortly as well. And given the amount of priority is found there, not only there but also mid lane, they can now rotate their team across to get themselves the second objective in a Herald.
And Herald is a hotly contested objective in the OPL, but it's not something we see very often contested in the OCS, right? Teams are just having to give that over, and there's no real 8-minute flips and nothing, no priority really put on the Herald. So,
and I think that tends to be a bit of a discrepancy between the likes of OCS and OPL, even between some of the teams in this league alone, is the macro decision making, the lane flipping, the sort of higher mechanic ideas. There's no denying the mechanics that obviously got them to this point in time, but that next level up, if you will.
Yeah, so obviously to get everyone on the same page, to base at the same time, to flip to the objective, to be there, ready to fight, it takes a bit of work, it takes a lot of practice. So, sometimes the best thing to do when you don't have the luxury of playing full-time or being in a gaming house is to just not do it. And I know that sounds like, a bit of a five-head statement, but, there'll often be teams that, not really practice, try to do the flip and try and lose out on it. Like we've seen a few teams punish themselves from flipping and trying to get to that Herald. So sometimes it's just not, the risk isn't worth the reward.
Buggy has some very good awareness there to realize that someone is coming his way. He runs down bot side and also getting down in a bit of trouble as he actually went there to form some kind of assistance. He's going to find a stun, now going on full roam potential.
No.
Flashes into the enemy. Blue Tempered Fate will not lock anyone in place, but it will buy him some time. He's saying, please Styled, help me out. But he's far more occupied with pushing in those turret plates.
I was going to say, I think Styled maybe could have offered him a Varus ultimate at the very least, but I guess it just goes to show ADCs don't really care much about their supports.
He's told him, nope, you're a ward bot. I've got my eyes set on gold and gold alone.
Look at this. I love watching this. Oh, turret dive in the top lane. Didn't think that was possible, but I guess Sally was managing to chunk out the Ornn just enough so that the dive could come through. Kale ulti just for safety and good measure, but Maximize has the TP, will come through, but important to note that they might actually break this turret.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind, given they got the Herald as well. The Divine Judgment was used to ensure that Falconer stays healthy enough. And Maximize, when he does respawn, can teleport in, but I would find it unwise given the fact that it is now perfectly prepped for a headbutt and an execution to give us the first turret of the game.
Yeah, all of a sudden Kale with a bit of a decent gold lead, and this is really where you want to be allocating your resources and making sure that Sally on the Kale is okay in the current game state, and he's more than fine now. He's up gold, going to base, pick up some good components for his next item, and really well played from Faulkner.
Gold leads everywhere right now for Legacy Genesis, and very early on into this game as well. You're accelerating the Kale, where they've got themselves a coal and given themselves plates as well. It's definitely giving you all these opportunities to make sure that they scale so well.
He based for a full item, so he picked up the Gunblade on base. All he had was double longsword, so sitting on a massive chunk of gold. Sally wasn't. This lane, like I said, this side lane now gets worse and worse for Ornn.
It's going to be very scary, but one that will be quite keen to watch as to how Legacy play around it. We've seen obviously teams run the likes of Kales and Cassidans and play the dance of we need to hit these power spikes, we need to hit these level windows. But they definitely found stability in the fact that they got their Varus online very early on. They've had a immovable object in the middle sticks, and that Jarvan has found great success ganking anywhere he does please.
And so 2,000 gold lead, just in terms of laning phase and jungle and some good jungling out of Faulkner. So this 2k gold lead, they won't want to rest on it, right? Like they have the lethality Varus. Potentially next they look to break bot turret here and move Varus around the map. In terms of scaling, they're just fine. Don't worry about that. The Kale is definitely a hyper carry, and the utility that Buggy is going to offer on these fiddlesticks come mid-late game is going to be insane.
Certainly is, and a bit of insight as to what the sort of core components, what items Buggy is going to be looking for. Well, at the stage, he's going to be working for a Spirit Visage as his first item there. Obviously, make sure that the Drain Life becomes even more annoying to try and deal with.
Stun lands. Oh, surprised they didn't pull the trigger there. I guess Varus was in lane. I thought I mistook Jarvan for Varus, so I thought potentially there'd be a Varus ult coming through, but they know their limits. They didn't have enough damage to kill the Graves there.
Got quite excited there for a second. Yeah, no, the Spirit Visage would be obviously the first break point. The second that I've seen has been the Frozen Heart. Would actually find a fair bit of value going into the Graves and the Aphelios as well. Just make yourself as tanky as possible so the Life Leech can cycle through with a very short cooldown. But as I say that, Juves, as you saw there on your screen, was the flash away once again from Zyto. And this, once again, is uncharacteristic, right? This is Mammoth being challenged, unable to use it aggressively, always on the back foot this game.
Yeah, this might be the first time we've seen Varus. This might be the first time we've seen Zyta actually flash away as opposed to towards the enemy.
He's not finding the levels of success that he usually does. This is Legacy playing around their composition quite well so far as the turret plates fall on down. And where does the game state us at this stage? Well, 2,000 gold lead as we've already discussed. The Styled is definitely amping up the damage. Has the Umbral Glaive online. Vision control is even stronger than it was before with the roaming Bard.
I want to see Styled pull the trigger on an ultimate here. As I said that.
There it is. Your wish is my command, he says. He's going to get locked in place for the Tibber, but backs away at the last stretch to break it.
I don't know if I would have... Sorry.
Well, go ahead.
No, I just don't know if I would have flashed for that because I think Exden was getting a bit antsy, wanting to walk up and hit creeps. Potentially could have been a little bit more patient, but nevertheless, I like the intent from Styled there. I thought myself that, you know, Exden was a little bit close to lethal, but nevertheless, like at a minimum, he misses a full wave of minions. So you got to be happy with that trade.
Will be Vengeance that comes down to the bot side to collect all that, ensure that he continues to be an absolute monster, and that is where he absolutely is. Up by 40 CS right now, has traded ganking attempts or successful kills to his own name for turbo farming.
I like how turbo farming is the phrase now.
It just sounds so clean, and I think everyone understands what it means.
I got all those terminologies from Pabu. He's a real gamer talker, and he always like turbo ran it, giga, all those terms.
Well, like I'm giga fed, I'm turbo farming.
Yeah,
it's lit.
Yeah, that's
all the Zoomer talk. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Pabu chat. I'd often go back to the office because at the time I was general manager for Gravitas. I'd often go back to the office and have to consciously make the decision to not say giga to my boss. You know, and not say, yeah, that's giga bad. Oh, fight happening.
This could be definitely giga bad if they get caught in place like this. A two-man headbutt, that's going to spell one. A shockwave to secure themselves a second. Potentially as Buggy looks alive as much as possible. He just survives for so damn long. Divine Judgment, it is the protection. And it ensures that he lives before that cooldown comes back up again. Falconer jumping on in, slows them all down with that shield, but is unable to find that two-man lock in place. Cataclysm already burnt. Fiddlesticks, by the way.
That's just unbalanced or what? He procs the Aftershock. Like, it's really good heads-up play from Buggy, right? It's not like he panic flashed. Oh, nice pick there. He knew that if he flashed forward, procs Aftershock, that's the only way that he lives there. And so he was rewarded for the aggressive play and turns that fight around for his team because it really was looking like a wash for Mammoth Academy. Looked like they found the fight that they wanted, but massive turnaround. I think the kids say, Skimmy, that is turbo giga broken, dude. Turbo giga broken.
How many words can you chuck into a sentence before it becomes even unrealistic for them to say? That's what we'll no doubt find. I'm sure chat will help us in finding what that fine line is. But things are only going to get from bad to worse, really, as Buggy continues to invest in these tanky items that make the suck that much stronger. But I think you're starting to see some gaps in the draft as to the amount of CC they have to really try and prevent it.
I mean, heal cut prevents it, right? They just don't. I don't think they have any heal cut in the moment of that skirmish.
Business as usual. Second dragon for them. Happy days.
Middle fiddle. Middle sticks. I think I prefer middle sticks. Hang on a minute. Fight in the bot lane.
Well, that's going to be a
2v3.
3-man Crowstorm that ends up finding a 2-man Fear. They're going to go for a fight in the river and a fight in the lane. They just force that fight. They just don't care, Jubes. They really don't. Aphelios, does that look like 200 years? Because that's now looking like Buggy is 200 years. The guy's insane right now. He debuts it in the region, and he gives that a welcome introduction at just that. The turret will fall on down as a second rewards, and the gold lead continues to build on up. Out go the Mammoth Flares to rub salt into the wound as if they needed any more.
I mean, what is this? Champ gap, draft gap, player gap, every gap. Right now. Legacy Genesis are having a fantastic game, right? I mean, it honestly looks like Mammoth Academy are a little bit caught off by this middle sticks. Not to take anything away from Legacy Genesis, I think they're playing extremely well, and Faulkner has really set the team up for success on this Jarvan, but
certainly.
It almost like just deer in headlights. They see the Fiddlesticks ulti in 2v3 and they say, wait, they can't do this. But yes, they can, because you actually don't have any heal cut, and it doesn't look like it's coming through anytime soon, and the game state is probably at a point where I don't even know if heal cut will influence the next skirmish.
And look, as I highlighted, right, you know, what are the core items that the Fiddlesticks is looking to get? Well, he's got them. You've got the Spirit Visage, you've got the Frozen Heart. Anything after that is pretty much a luxury. You know, you've got so much CDR at this stage of the game that you can just go to your heart's content and not necessarily need the Divine Judgment from their Cal to make sure you can survive.
But the way I look at heal cut is that it brings you, it allows you to win a skirmish in which that you potentially would have lost by a hairline, right? Like a really close one. I don't think them getting heal cut now when the game is, you know, 4,000 lead, 4,000 gold lead, I don't think it wins you that skirmish, especially if Buddy's got the drain going.
Zyda will keep his flash this time, content in his ability to juke out that Tempered Fate. But all that will net them is the guaranteed headbutts. And they now go through the magical journey to say, look, we want to really force you back off this turret to guarantee a second. Everybody's here in the mid lane as Maximize is forced to rotate on down, and he will have the Unsealed Spellbook to give himself a heal. Could be a vital combat summoner here if the fight were to break out.
One thing I didn't even notice, Skimmy, was that Varus is up 60 CS.
Oh, I mean, from start to finish, right? From that very first kill when Nausicaa just went absolute beast mode. Yeah, but I think no better description, right, Jubes, is the fact that Aphelios is only now just hitting the Infinity Edge. I
mean, but like, okay, so Nausicaa 0-2-1, right? Not the most flattering scoreline, but I feel like Nausicaa has put a lot of pressure on this mid lane. He's been there non-stop, throwing ultimates, not necessarily netting kills, but pressuring. And the fact that, you know, it's been a 1v2 lane bot lane between Karma and Aphelios, but they're still down this much on the Varus means Styles having a really good game.
And that's what we were expecting, right, coming into this one. The strength of the Legacy bot lane, insane. There is no questioning it at all, and they've definitely found success across the map right now. The small targeted attempt of Vengeance to say, I'm going to stick to my virtues, and that is to go top side. And that was the question you were wondering, right? Would he change up the game plan here? Look to try and assist his bottom side, but it's not to be the case once again. Might have nightmares about that one.
I mean, it's just you're putting resources into a lane that's going to inevitably lose. Once you draft the Kale into the Ornn, you need to kill it 2-3 times before the Ornn starts to really run over the game. And even then, it's inevitable that Sally will eventually win that matchup in the side lane. You know, Sally is down in farm, but like it really at this point doesn't even matter. He's picked up his two core components. Maximize has got those as well, but it's just a ticking time bomb waiting to happen.
Certainly is, and Legacy Genesis is very content with how this game has panned out so far. Up by 5k at 22 minutes in. 5k, who cares?
No, it's all the same.
It's all the same. I mean, we've lost the plot. If I saw a middle sticks just slap me in lane this hard, I would be stumbling around. But, well, not really much they can do at this stage. They are very much content at, let's hide mids and figure out what on earth Legacy Genesis are up to.
The one downside of the 30 Varus is very obvious. He landed a fully charged Q onto the Ornn there and didn't do any damage. So Ornn is becoming quite strong, but this is where the Kayle really supplements the composition, right? Because whatever Varus can't get through, then the Kayle will.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you've got that nice transition, the trading of the baton, right? If you're in a relay race of, I've done my job in the early game, the first 100 meters. Now it's your time to bring it home. And bring us gold, and well, with the Stinger online and Nash's Tooth even. It is shred through this. The Baron does not exist.
This might be a Bazza sneak. Oh, TP coming through, but is it too late?
It's a little too late as a Crow Storm
Oh,
finds
anti-synergy.
There's the anti-synergy.
Yes.
We thought it never happened, but it does today. Should we be happy? I don't know, but for the spectators, sure.
I'm
He's
happy.
channeling onto 3. It's looking clean. He gets shockwave down to half. Divine Judgment. It's clean, and it comes out again. Insurance is there. Get your broker, get your policy renewed, because they're looking so damn fine. They get the Baron, they get the kills, and they get out for free.
So best case scenario for Legacy Genesis, they had no member go down, managing to pick up a kill on X-Den as well, but it really looked like a fight. Mammoth Academy again was so close to turning and winning, but again, their middle sticks just drained back to full health almost. Kale ult came through just to save him for good measure, and we're really seeing Kale ramp up now, and using the flash forward, not being able to clean up the rest of the kills, sure, bit of a bummer, but probably worst case scenario fight for Legacy Genesis, right? Anti-synergy coming through from the Bard ultimate in the fiddle, but doesn't matter. Still able to come out ahead.
How frustrating it must be for them to invest everything in to the Fiddlesticks, only for it to net nothing at the end of the day. The ability for them to be locked in place with the anti-synergy, obviously, with the Tempered Fate, but then just to go through a full cooldown, then into a Divine Judgment and say, well, we're out of juice.
Yep, and so what we'll see now is this game becomes really hard for Mammoth Academy, because this is where Legacy Genesis's comp really shines. Fiddlestick's just going to be sitting out of vision, waiting to chuck an ultimate, but Lethality Varus is just going to be off cooldown, throwing Qs, chipping away at this turret, and if they don't manage to get it with style, then they'll get it in the side lane with the Kale.
So, 25 minutes in here, Juves. Let's take a quick stock check of where things are at. A level lead here for Zaita on his Orianna, but there's a massive, massive differential between the two AD carries. Start us up by 3 levels.
I never thought I'd see the day where I looked at an upgraded Infinity Edge on an ADC and was never concerned. It is a 1-item Ornn upgraded ADC.
I've never seen, or I've never felt so calm in an Aphelios, and the ability to not have to use the word Season 10 champion.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even think he can Season 10 right about now, so needs a few more items to come on through. At least needs the Runar's Hurricane, and definitely needs to start eating a few waves or 10.
Certainly does. Can't afford to wait around. We'll definitely be spam pinging this team. Give me all this farm. We will win. If we're playing ARAM, give it all to me.
But this is the way that you don't get the farm, right? Like, they're splitting farm between 3 or 4 members, and this isn't the way back into the game for them. But unfortunately, this is how they have to play, because Legacy Genesis have the Baron buff and really have Cryo in sides at the moment.
Just look at how they're setting up right now. It's relentless. The assault continues. They are once again locked in their base. A common theme that we're starting to see tonight, with teams finding very strong advantages and pressing it hard home. And it looks like we're going to get another disconnection as well. The Oceanic internet once again proving not the best.
It happens, Hibby. Sometimes that happens. But one thing I wanted to touch on was that we have Cloud Soul coming up with the next dragon. Now, What does a Middle Sticks look like with a Cloud Soul?
So what have we got right now? We've got, well, I'd love to know what exact runes he's running. I imagine he's got CDR miners, and that would put him at 40%. He's obviously at 30 at this stage of the game, but with that as well.
I more mean that the move speed he gets from the ultimate.
Well, I'm thinking movement speed and ultimate as well. Just everything.
It'd be up every like 20, 30 seconds. It doesn't matter at this point, but the fact that he's going to be zooming around the team fight, applying the Crow Storm, probably have Aftershock proc, as well as just draining and life-stealing of 4 or 5 members, they won't be able to get away from him. It's actually what nightmares are made of.
Certainly is, and it's been a fall in their backside for the majority of this game, and as you highlight, it's only going to get worse from here on out. Let's have a quick stock check as to where things are at this point in the game, even between both top laners, both sitting on identically 220 CS, but as you said, the Ornn needs a lot of kills to get himself into that driving seat, and Kale is definitely starting to take over the game well and truly.
Past the weak point.
1 level away from 16. That is a dream for a Kale. That is when you've almost hit puberty, right? You've suddenly evolved, you've hit manhood, and you're like, I'm ready to take on the world. Nothing scares me anymore. I'll take on a dragon on my own.
Yeah, well, I guess sometimes you hit puberty a bit late, and at level 18, that happens there too for some people. So, you know, sometimes you need the items to come on through as well to prosper into a beautiful young man.
I certainly do. Then we go obviously into the jungle. A 70 CS discrepancy. So Falconer opting for the full tank, Cinderhulk into Stoneplate there, Tabbies, you name it, he's got it. Difference is, for the Graves, he's got the Black Cleaver, the Warrior, the Mercs. You know, he just wants to try and kill somebody. Is it happening? Not necessarily,
No.
but once again, we look at CS leads between jungle and mid. There's a 80 CS discrepancy between the middle and the Orianna, but the biggest one has to be the fact that this Varus has just done so much in this early game that it's all for nothing.
Yeah, and it's important to look at champions. Okay, as the champions pop up, fantastic. They read my mind. So like Fiddlesticks being down, 40 or 80 CS. Sorry, it slipped my mind what you said before. There was a lot of statistics coming on through, but
Numbers.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks being down CS doesn't really matter because the key items are already there. The levels are there. The utility is there. It's not going away, right? But if you look at someone like the Aphelios compared to the Varus, that's what's important because you can only get damage from the CS that you have because that's your income. And so at the moment, right, you see the CS discrepancy is in the right positions for Legacy. The reason that Fiddlesticks is down is because he's giving farm away to Kale, to Varus, but he's also roaming, making plays and losing minions because of it. Aphelios, he's down CS because he just got Lane Kingdom, right? And he hasn't been able to recover that loss out of lane. And so they're in this dangerous position where they don't have the gold lead and the gold deficits on the required members to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, as you quite rightly said, right, he's giving all that farm to where it matters, the transition to make sure that late game that they just continue to be as strong as they have been all game, and just acting as just a roaming gank squad. I mean, we saw how active Norska was from level 1 onwards, how present he was in mid lane to make sure that the Fiddlesticks got to this disgusting point of the game. He's got that stopwatch right now, so he can play around Tempered Fate into his own stopwatch, into essentially being a full statue. You know, forget the effigy passive. He is a statue. The guy's just going to get locked in place and say, I won this game. Thanks for the money. But, I mean, I look at the Orianna response. Seraphs has evolved. Morello's, that is their only healing cut right now. So fully reliant on Zyta to make something happen.
Yeah, but I would be keen on seeing? I'd be keen on seeing the Fiddlesticks damage at the end of the game. Mm-hmm. Like, what does that look like? Because whilst he stands there and he delivers in team fights and he just sucks everyone, I'd love to know how much damage is he doing? Is it relevant? Can they just ignore him? Is he just annoying CC? Because there's some champions that are like that. You just walk past them. Obviously, the fear, you can't walk past the fear, right? But how often is that up in a team fight? So this is kind of a bit of a science experiment for us, Skimmy. A bit of a new champion. We're not used to seeing it in the mid lane and just working it out as we go.
Certainly is, but mobility has to be obviously the major talking point, as you highlight, right? 2.5 minutes on the next Baron, 2.5 minutes also. So the timing is identical, essentially. They both spawn at the same time, Soul Point and Baron. Legacy sitting on 2 Cloud Drakes as it stands, but sitting on 3 Dragons as a whole. So they've got so much control of this map. And as returning back to your initial point, right, the movement speed, the ability for them to all chase you down, you don't need to give them any more invitation. They've been doing it all game.
Yeah, no. It's like your dog's already running around the park, and now you've just given your dog a bone. He didn't need the incentive to run around anymore, right? And that's exactly what we've seen this game. So, the thing I want to see from Mammoth Academy now is that, yes, they're playing defensively. Yes, they're playing to, if you will, they're playing to just get farm on the carries, right? At this point, they're just like, we just need items and we'll be fine. But what they need is they need to force a fight in where they have numbers advantage. So this requires Ornn to sack some CS, to sack a wave, potentially sack some damage on a turret, but just to pull the trigger, engage, and potentially win a team fight and bring the game back.
Will they find those opportunities? That is the pressing question, you'd have to say. The gold is definitely against them. The situation with objectives is against them, but they do have a couple of minutes to spare to turbo farm, to say it in Zoomer talk there, as the Zeal is now coming online here for Fixton. The flares continue to come on out, the banter, the style, the ability for you maybe to transition from commentator back to player, who knows?
Are we just Zoomer casters now?
I could do anything. We could probably just get, like, you know, Siri into casting. How cool would that be? Text-to-speech? The future.
You called her Siri?
Siri?
Yeah, I thought you said Siri though, right?
Are you mocking my accent? Is this where we've gone to?
No, I'm not mocking. I just thought you said that. Hey man, my accent's straight from the western suburbs, so.
Nah, it's all in good faith, mate. All bants on the interwebs.
Yeah. Okay. This is getting so slang. It's getting so slang. I need a BRB, dude.
It's so funny. This is what happens during a
Lol.
LOL state. You just talk rubbish.
Lol. Haha. XD.
Haha, XD.
Yep,
Cringe
yeah,
in the
XD.
chat. Where's the
Cringe.
clips? Where's the clips? Make it happen.
I get Ornhorn.
Here's the fight. Let's see what happens. Okay, stopwatch goes out. Temper Fate locked in place. Everybody goes golden. It looks like the Olympics. 1, 2, and 3. They get their medals. And they may not just get out because he receives everything. Divine Judgment is perfect. Negates the shockwave completely as Cataclysm locks 3 members in place. And they can only watch their teammates fall around them. Karma and all casualties of war. Who let the dogs out? It's appearing that Mammoth certainly did, because Legacy are finding one kill after another. They're just having so much fun.
Yeah, so okay, whilst that's a really well executed team fight, the way you beat Fiddlesticks is you kite the drain. Once the drain goes down, you re-engage. That's what I saw there, but this is just, their team comp is just online now. Legacy Genesis, the power of Kale just front to back in there, Varus getting the poke off, really well executed team fight. I think it was the right call from Mammoth Academy to pull the trigger there, but unfortunately, Gold Strength is too much for them right now.
Legacy Genesis pushing for a big moment here. A buy round, but by no stretch of imagination was it a chance for them to be let off. Feels like they've almost gone on a holiday, come back, and come in with a new sense of purpose, as they are definitely bringing Mammoth into a situation they are not very comfortable with, and potentially threatening them with their very first loss of the season.
Yeah, and potentially we see Diacubs being the only team to be undefeated, right? After today.
Correct, yep. And they've still got a buy in hand, so things would be looking very good for them, and definitely be a week that shakes up the standings, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's still wild to me that in this game, it took about 25, 28 minutes to get heal cut. There's just so much healing on the enemy team, right? Like, KO even has healing. Middle Sticks is literally strong because of the healing, and generally speaking, if you can build an Executioners, you build it. So Graves...
But ask me this here, though, I suppose, Juice, is like, you look at Exodus, he's so far behind.
Yeah, but
do you
Graves...
think the Executioner is better than the Zeal, or would you just say, why has Vengeance not bought it?
Well, okay, either one of them should have bought it, and they're griefing for not buying it, because it's not significantly inefficient for them to get it in their build path, because the value that it had in this game was so large, but they got punished. They literally got punished from Drain so many times this game.
Certainly have, but there's been a lot of times here where Sally has definitely come in and is an absolute rising star, coming in clutch with some very well-used ultimates, and well, at the stage of the game, as we've seen. And as we've said, they are no longer an ultimate bot. They are all about the carry damage. Zyda has a sniff of trouble, no flash, no dash, he's dead, he's gone. 45 right off the bat, and also getting a lot of trouble. He's actually going to get the aggro off the turret onto his head. Gets one cup of cocoa, like a cold winter night, feels all warm and snug inside. And that's 2 members, make it 3 actually that fall on down. Legacy Genesis, while not being all healthy, are all alive.
Is that good gaming? Is that good gaming and well played?
That is the GG, well played, all chat, emote, you name it, we'll say it. Cataclysm, it's not there, but we'll kill you regardless. Headbutt me into your Nexus, because that's what we're going to demolish after this one. And Mammoth Academy come into week 6 and are handed their very first defeat of the OCS.
They've all got Mammoth icons.
There you have it, Jubes.
A week of
upsets.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, it was an upset for sure because Mammoth Academy hadn't lost the game yet. But before the game, I really said that I think Legacy Genesis are a team that deserve to be up there. They're a team that can compete with the best, and the best from what we had was Diacubs and Mammoth Academy so far. And so it's good to see, like, you know, my faith in them coming too.
Well, there you have it. A match that was hyped. I think this week alone has actually had so many banger matchups, and obviously we've still got 2 to go after this. We're going to jump to a quick break, and after that, we're going to jump into a university brawl. It's going to be the QT Tigers taking on UTS. And welcome back to the 6th week here of the OCS as Juve's been a bit of an upset. And we can say it's an upset because Mammoth Academy, they look so damn impressive every single week. They haven't had a bye. They've just looked consistent in what they've drafted and what they've played and how they've looked to try and assert themselves in control. But, you know, Legacy coming into this one, we haven't seen them for a while. They come in, they had an idea, they tried to do something a little bit different. and it paid off massively.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a niche draft, but looking back at the draft, it was a draft that I really liked, and it's something that sometimes in best of ones that you need to do, right? You're versing a very good team in Mammoth Academy, and I wouldn't necessarily call it cheesy, but middle sticks is definitely something that we're not used to, we're not familiar with, and they managed to, I guess, again, I'm not trying to take away from the win. They managed to catch them off guard, I think, with the pick, and so, congratulations to them, and this is what happens when you have good preparation, good draft, good plan, and execute.
Certainly do, and now that means they are in third spot, actually tied with 2 other teams as well. So the league is getting shooken up just a little bit as a result, but now we focus our attention onto our 4th best of one of the night. It's going to be the QT Tigers taking on UTS Esports. Unfortunately for them, still sitting at the bottom of the table, searching for that win. Last week they did decide, actually the week prior, they decided to change up their roster by replacing 4 individual members. Hasn't seemed to have made much of an impact at this stage, but we are starting to see that the consistency factor of this is what we want to achieve, this is what we want to do, is becoming more and more prevalent.
Yep. And QET for me is a team that we know what their identity is and we know how they play, right? And a lot of these teams we're getting familiar with them, familiar with the way that they play the game. Whereas UTS, like you said, roster swap again, I believe.
Because what we had, Spring Starmer as their ADC, now we got Desire Me, so another change.
Yeah. And so we're not seeing consistency yet again from them. And so it's going to be hard for us to but hard for us to come to conclusions about how they're going to play the game. So I think we'll go into this game with UTS with an open mind and see what they whip up. But whereas QT, on the other hand, we know what to expect. We have a rough idea how they're going to play. I probably note that unless it's a name change, they do have a new support in Russell, QUT.
That is a good point, because before then we had Akira, so unless we've got to change up there, I'll just quickly check.
Yeah, it is, Akira out for Russell, yep.
Akira is out, so we've got a bit of a change up here, but it doesn't detract from the rest of the Tigers roster. They've been a little bit unfortunate in the last few games, having fallen on down. Last week they really brought Mammoth Academy to the wire as well, but were unable to clinch at that victory. So you come into this one expecting them to be the favourites, and if they get pocket picks that are favourites like this, especially given him Gooby his coveted graves, you already set yourself up with a beautiful foundation. Yeah,
I mean, they're 2 power picks, right, so far, Syndra and Graves, especially because we've seen the teams have the ability to flex this Syndra pick, and if you're able to flex Syndra, the champion is just worth so much more. It is going to be into the Kalista Nautilus bot lane, not necessarily sure if that's a lane you want to throw your Syndra into, but nevertheless, QUT do have counter pick now and can pick something that facilitates that lane.
Yeah, we get to see Eden go for the Syndra. He's busted out, for the most part, either the Kaiser, the Varus, or the Senna. But it does beg the question, especially when you lock it in this early on, if that were to be the play. Now, this is interesting, because the last 2 games that Zeus has actually played Wukong top, but they do decide to actually ban it away from themselves.
Well, he's been playing a lot of Jax in solo queue as well, so potentially with them having last pick, they're hoping that they get a good Jax matchup and put Azus, because he is probably been their best performer on their roster, so potentially they're going to look to give him something to run away with the game.
Sure. Get to see exactly what that means, and if they're going to go for that last pick, as you highlight, to get themselves the most desirable situation possible. And you actually do hit a very solid point. That's pretty much every single team they've versed, they've actually banned away his Jax. We're not seeing it here, so whether or not Tigers are just saying we don't really care, it starts to be a case of, are we just getting respect bans and respect picks just starting to fall through those cracks?
Yeah, we're not seeing any Volley Pro as well, which is interesting because Volley has one of the highest win rates on this patch. Nightfall, we know Nightfall to be one of the Volibear players, right? Like he was playing Volibear pre-rework, so your assumption has to be that he's played the new Volibear as well.
I hope so. I would love to see it on a day of debuts. Why not? Yeah, bring out something different. Try and throw that spam in the works. Why not?
Why wouldn't you? Just whip it out.
Now let me check my notes here, because we do have one team that didn't ban away their Jax. It was Chiefs. Chiefs weren't concerned about the Jax.
And did he pick it?
No, he's yet to pick the Jax just yet, but that's not to say he may not. Although, in saying that, hovering the Renekton right now, just to have the ability to go for that last pick flex.
Oh, he's going the mouth guard.
But he's saying, no, we're going to invest heavily in our mid lane matchup instead.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane counter pick makes sense. Like I said, Syndra is still a flex pick, right? So
I think they're still concerned about that Syndra.
Yeah, it may not make a lot of sense to pick top lane here, but the fact that Syndra is flex, never mind. Now they've picked their mid. So it is Syndra in the bot lane. And this is exactly why they probably saved their mid till last.
Flex continues to be ever so apparent as you lock it in first time around, and teams almost expect it, as you can see here. And the Volibear, please, fingers crossed in chat right now. You've played it pre-rework. You're going to play it on post-rework.
There we go.
Slam, touch, grab, touchdown. We're playing rugby here today, mate.
Well, I think Volibear is a little bit overtuned at the moment, and it is definitely good into the Maokai because Volibear is a champion that really benefits from extended trades, right? When he can land or when he can use multiple mauls, I believe it's mauls, the Volibear W on targets, then he gets the lifesteal back, and he's able to out-sustain those skirmishes.
I'm so keen. I'm so excited. We asked for it. We're going to get it. We're going to see it. It begs the question, and it sounds like such a redundant, oversaid narrative, Jubes. I wonder if Hingubi is going to go top lane.
Well, Amel, I was going to say, like, it's pretty much a given, right? I'm excited to see the fact that we're going to see a top lane 2v2 skirmishes between a Maokai, Trundle, Graves, Volibear. Sounds like an absolute party.
Tank boys just slapping at each other, getting rowdy, and having a whole bunch of fun at the same time. Basically, Graves is the tank as well, quite honestly. The passive is disgusting. But it's a field day for the Trundle. Subjugate galore. Any target he looks to lock his sights on top of, they're probably going to die.
Yeah, I know. Trundle has a lot of value in this game, but also Trundle needs to survive the jungle matchup, right? So they don't necessarily have the strongest 2v2, that is Trundle and Maokai, but if they can manage to get to level 6, get their items and be uninterrupted, then they're definitely going to fare much better post 6. But, you know, like we've seen Hingubi be really aggressive in these jungle matchups before where he just runs rampant into the enemy jungle. So got to keep tabs on that. And, you know, specifically because it's a Twisted Fate in the mid lane, and it's going to make Trundle's life that much harder because Veigar isn't necessarily known as a lane kingdom champion, right? Veigar isn't going to be pushing TF in. And so potentially we see this jungle matchup get really abused and ran over.
I can imagine the Veigar, much like a Zoe, just looking to be content, farming away with his Q, looking to get those stacks up to hit that power spike of just one-shot demolish, right? What I'm curious on, though, is given the fact that we do have this flex with the Syndra going bot side, what variation of the Twisted Fate we're going to get? We've seen some teams opt in, like Nemesis and Fnatic, go for the more AD carry-oriented style of play, give yourself that siege potential, or if we are going to get that balance of power and say, no, we're going to go conventional, we're going to go standard, we just want to have AP.
Yeah, in this game, it's really up to him,
mate?
right?
You've broken Jubes' brain,
Yeah.
so essentially that means it could go either way. Have you seen much Twisted Fate in your solo queue?
Yeah, yes, I've actually been banning it a lot. There's so many TFs right now, and it's really hard to play against, and I think TF's in a really fine spot. Once you break laning phase, it's really hard to deal with TF. So the thing about TF right now is that majority of the TFs are going AP. I know early on in the patch, Midbeast was going a lot of like AP hybrid on hit, but I think that build is definitely a lot weaker in terms of like being able to 2v2, being able to team fight. So, you know, if my money would be on like AP TF, like pure AP, but you never know.
So, what springs to mind? What is the big elephant in the room? Obviously, has to be the fact that it's a bot lane matchup. Kalista wants to get an early lead, wants to be insanely strong, wants to have that very strong dueling potential there with the Nautilus when he couples in with his passive, right? But you draft a Syndra to be a lane bully. So I start to look at this one and say, okay, how are they going to try and influence this one? And I have to hope, or have to see Tekka get some big impact with those ultimates to try and find value there, because I start to get a little bit concerned, right? If one of these bot lanes gets too far accelerated, they can look to just try and steamroll the game.
Oh, it's a really volatile bot lane. Thresh and Syndra are probably a lot happier going neutral slash even. I mean, because Kalista has the outplay potential, but albeit he's the one that's able to, you know, hop around and juke a lot of Syndra's balls. But I would imagine that there should be a big jungle focus on this bot side of the map because it can really blow open the game. And once TF is level 6, we need to see Trundle to play through mid lane, right? So a lot of the time in games, you see like the mid laner able to influence side lanes, and that's because he gets prior in mid lane and can go. But if Trundle's just permanently mid and putting pillars down to burn TF summoners, then TF can never really go to a side lane. So I think this game, again, I feel like this is a narrative we said a lot today, but it's going to pivot quite heavily through jungle matchup and with how that influences lanes.
And to add to that, we've seen very sparing and very, very far and few between in terms of how many Veigar games have actually cast. But in the ones that we have seen, the Veigar tends to become a little bit of a pillar, right? He just stands mid. You can't push him in. You can't siege. You can't really do much to get him out of that lane. Very hard to force those siege attempts. Very hard to try and drop the Herald and make a play happen unless you commit big numbers towards it. What I'm curious on is what variation of the build we get, the more damage orientated, or if we are going to get the glacial augment, with the spooky ghosts, with the fire hose, right? Everything to try and make Callista's life easier.
I personally am a believer in that the Veigar glacial build is the best route. So you go the hose and then you go the spooky ghost.
Yeah.
Only because Veigar's kit functions from stacks, right? It's like an AP Nasus, but it instead actually has some useful CC and can play some good zone control in team fights. And you don't necessarily need the AP like from items per se to become strong. And so you can invest that money into utility and still have the same, influence in team fights, if you will.
Well, it's going to be one for the record books here. UTS coming at us with some spice. Will that be enough to take on the formidable QUT Tigers? They got themselves some pocket picks, a bit of flesh in the bottom lane, but the biggest amount of juice in that top side there. Nightfaller, pre and post rework. The guy likes the bear. And I'm keen for some slam dunks. We're talking rugby, we're talking quarantine, we're talking esports, but I'm going to be busting out sports references. Because that's what we're seeing here in game number 4 as QT Tigers are on the blue side and UTS on the reds. Talk about mid-jungle being the area of occupation, the area we want to look for. And that is definitely going to start by saying it will be the glacial augment.
Yeah, and it was inevitable, right? It was inevitable that Nightfaller was going to play the volley there.
It seems like the stars aligned. Whenever he gets the opportunity, he's always keen to bust it out. And without the insight as to whether or not he would, very glad to see that it happened. Feels like the caster's curse when we ask for something. It tends to go against us, but today, you've said it a few times, and it's actually worked in our favor. You said, look, Varus, force a fight, instantly happens, and that's on a delay. So, I mean, I don't know what dark magic you're practicing there, mate, how many Harry Potter movies you binged with the missus, but something's definitely working.
I've actually, believe it or not, not watched any Harry Potter movies.
Never.
Well, I think I watched the first one, actually. That's when you find out he's living under the bookshelf, whatever it is.
Mate.
Yeah.
That sounds like an 8-hour binge. That sounds like snacks. That sounds like fun. That sounds like something after League of Legends time. Because we can't detract away from this, obviously.
I'm firing it up now. I'm firing it up now. You cast.
Up now. He's alt-tabbed. I'm solo casting. Fake DC. Who cares? We're just going to see what happens here as both junglers start topside. Blue to reds. You know it is.
Yeah, do be like that sometimes. Blue to red. It's a path that really saves Trundle in this bad quote-unquote jungle matchup. Like level 2, Trundle really can't fight Graves. Level 3, you can start talking. We can start talking some numbers, but anything pre-level 3 is really hard for the Trundle.
He'll be quite content, just doing what he does best, and this is one of the most insane things about the new Volibear, right? You get your passive up there, 2 5-stacks, you're sparking off electricity there, you're just paying people's power bills for them, you're pushing in the wave, it's looking so damn clean, and level 6 comes online, and damn, he's going to be looking like the hottest prodigy in Rugby League.
I don't watch Rugby League either, it's not esports.
I'm running out of references here, mate. You're making me feel out of place. I don't know. You know what? We'll go with it. We'll see what happens. As bot lane is where the action is at, and that's what we were looking to try and see as to who would really curate themselves with the dominance. And they obviously had to respect the fact that Nautilus just a little bit stronger when it comes to those early all-in collapses. Might be a day of pauses here as we're going to see a gank come on out. They're going to go into Callista. There comes the pause eventually, so moments before disaster. Cut the frame. Do not grab the camera, Mum. Put it away for a second because I need to see what's happening here, but we're going to jump to our beautiful faces once again because I'm sure that's what you like. You don't want to have gameplay. You want to have a talk show as we find out what is actually going to happen as a result of that gank attempt.
Nothing will beat the pause that I had to endure, so this is all just light work for me.
What pause did you have to endure, mate?
The hour. We paused for like an hour on the OPL.
That was willing, though. I know in your ears from production they said you can jump to break.
Nah, you can't
committed.
prove it.
Look, mate, you went for those push-ups. You went for the clout. You went for the chase.
I'm a clout chaser. That's
Put
what I
me
am.
in that montage.
Yep,
Make
clout.
me a part of the OPL legacy.
I am the biggest clout chaser in the world. If anyone would like to follow me on social media, then please be my guest.
There it is. Where's the point down below, like a classic YouTube video? You're gonna be like, there it is. Social just down below.
There's actually bots in chat now that do that for me, so I can at least save that bit of pride.
Not full sellout mode just yet.
No, not yet. But one day, maybe I will be.
Potentially.
And maybe we need to shout out our producers. Maybe we need to shout out everyone.
Look, the producers are absolute MVPs. You know, they work behind the scenes. You know, they have no face, but they definitely have some sounds, and they come into our beautiful ears that we didn't try to convey to you.
They got to put up.
Is that a new word? Maybe.
They got to put up with us, then they deserve the points, because the amount of times I've been late, and I'm like, oh, skirmish comes through, flash.
So he does, as they look to try and get the level 1 kill under wraps. 3 minutes in, Hook to disengage on out, and Desire Me, well, definitely was desired there. He's going to be forced to burn both of the summoners. But he does
that's a bot
hang
lane
on to
game.
his life. It is. Change is happening. Quite honestly, Nightfall doesn't even need the gank attempt at this stage. He's absolutely smashing that Maokai. That's what we're going to see happen for the most part in this mid-game. Or in the mid lane, even. He's just farm up those Veigar stacks as long as possible. Flay interrupts the hook on in, but it's not going to prevent him from falling on down because the passive, the root, the damage. Russell, welcome to the OCS. Here is first blood for UTS.
Yeah, and there's the welcome present, but Trundle will lose jungle camps for this, so it's not without any loss for the side of UTS. And Graves already with the EXP lead. Trundle did just hit level 4, but more importantly, Graves is going to have a pretty sizable camp lead if he ends up going to the Krugs as well. But maybe they look to dive Syndra here.
Syndra in a hole, what above her right now. Chicken Frog to look to try and start things off with. Juggles the aggro, takes one shot, takes two, flashes on out. The team didn't scurry away and say, we're too damn squishy to make this happen.
Oh.
Death sentence! Okay, Russell, welcome yourself back onto this podium. He runs one way, and Chicken Frog runs the other, looking to become extinct before he could even become a documented creature. He's gone.
But the TP potentially loses a little bit of value if this wave gets just under turret, but it might freeze just outside. Actually ends up being a good TP from Nightfaller there, saving his Syndra. Syndra was definitely going to die there, and picking himself up a kill, getting the Sheen, and walking back to lane a happy camper.
Absolutely. Very happy with how that all played on out. Gets himself amongst the action, then returns to lane with his shield and says, hey, Maokai. You know, save the planet, all about the trees. Well, it's not looking too good for you so far because I am definitely getting in and about it. Definitely getting rowdy with you. And if we're comparing it to Pokemon, you know, nature is definitely getting defeated by lightning.
Vegas picked up a pretty decent CS lead.
Certainly has.
Just in isolation. Tekka's had to burn the TP to get back to lane now. This is where you start to not necessarily run into problems, but Vega might use TP to get back to lane here, and then that's where TF has the window to use his ultimate free of charge, not really able to be punished for using the ult.
He's nearly at that stage. Level 6 is on the horizon, and there it is. We said the word, and it happens. So, now, much like many of these champions we've seen on display today, the first use of that ultimate has to be pinnacle, has to be crucial, has to be well utilized to find success. And out it comes. The eye in the sky, deployed down in the bot lane. That is where the attention has to be seen. But Akano has those spidey senses as a troll in some weird fashion to know they're probably going to be around here. That's what I need to respond to.
It seemed a little bit forced there from Tekka. Definitely could have waited for their wave to push up in bot lane, and Calista Thresh, no sums, is as good as dead, but just a little bit too forced.
No doubt we're going to continue to see them just fight and force over and over again as long as this laning phase continues. Because as it stands, it is the Calista that comes up trumps right now, the one that is finding all the love in that lane. And showcasing that, yes, you can flex the Syndra, but bot lane is for AD carries. And I'm the one still keeping that beacon of hope alive.
First neutral objective going through to the side of QUT. So, okay, I was going to say, what drag is it going to be? But it's definitely not going to be a Cloud Soul or an Ocean Soul. So, potentially a Mountain or Infernal. And both those drags are actually, both those souls, pretty good for both teams, right? Volibear is going to utilize off the Mountain Soul quite well, much with Maokai and Trundle. This is just a wet noodle contest in the top side of the map. Both champions going out of mana before any relevant HP exchange.
Yeah, very hard for the Maokai to match the push potential, obviously. And even more so when there is no mana.
Ooh,
but
nice trade.
Tekka just walks into that one, donates Arpia some stacks. Tis the season to be giving, although we are only in June.
I gotta say, this is probably the best we've seen UTS, right? Like the most stable in an early game.
For sure. For sure.
Sure, only 500 gold down, or 300 rather, but you know, looking the good so far, I would say.
And this is what we wanted to see, right? Is just each week, not to be dismissive and say that there are no expectations for them, but just to see, you know, what are they learning, what are they practicing, what is their identity from week and week gone by, and you know, it's very promising. And I'm sure not only for, you know, the viewers, the coaching staff, but the players themselves, right? No one likes to lose every single week, so for them to come into this one and, you know, practice what they preach, be it what they're learning in scrims, and to come out here and already get off to a flying start in the first 10 minutes is awesome.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And it's not that, there's no expectations for them, but how can you hold them to a standard when there's just consistent roster changes? So, it's good to see them coming out of this game and good mindset, good draft, and playing to their strength.
Certainly are. And it has been very much a case of playing around the bot side, and we get to see really the full-on exchanges that showcase the full potential of these two teams, but that was to be expected with a lot of these champions very much content with just farming away, no more so than the Veigar. Get as many stacks as possible, but it should give the Graves with their early game strength the amount of pressure necessary to continue to be a nuisance. That means first Dragon, first Herald, and potentially more.
Yeah, look at Hingubi, never too far away, is he, from Nightfaller?
Always looking, always sniffing at trouble. He's realized, look, this lane has been perma-pushed in. I need to show some attention. I need to make sure I can find some value. I am just waiting for Nightfaller to slam dunk down on that turret, disable it, headbutt it, and get the Herald in on that dance party.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, but I think Maokai being at full HP will be able to sustain just for too long, and the dive isn't really diveable. But on the other hand, if there was a Trundle maybe and the Subjugate goes down, potentially that's enough, and looks like he wants to drop the Herald in the mid lane here. He's just trying to dip his head into certain lanes, seeing what he can get away with, seeing what Herald, where he can get that Herald down the Graves is, but more than happy farming. He's up a level, up to, well, I'd say he's up about a level and a half, level 8 to level 6 right now. Yeah. Decent CS lead, so game definitely in a good spot for QUT right now.
Certainly is, as they continue to be pushed in the bottom side, having to pay respect to the damage output that their opponents have. North is finding infinite value at this stage of the game. Well on his way to hitting one of those power spikes as well, as Callista's on the starts of the Blade of the Rune King 2. You can see that they are hunting for basically summoners, really. Any small advantage that allows them to then rotate.
Yeah, what looked like a really explosive early game has kind of slowed down. But as I say that, TF ults into the bot lane. Blue card!
That we are highlighting. Tekka, please. That is not a stun. But it does not matter. Dazami falls on down regardless. Collateral damage comes on out, and it does a ton of damage. Everybody gets locked in place there by the roots. And in comes Randy Orton with the slam dunk down. It looks so good. He's a big boy. He has graduated, and the boys are back in action.
Russell saved that play there. If he didn't land that hook onto Callista, then that play was done and dusted, and we got the original blue card salute coming out of Tekka, but, you know, saved Tekka the embarrassment there, landed the hook, and picking up first turret now because they had the Herald as well.
what can they find with this as a result? What can RPR achieve? Well, a plate to his name. Continues to build up the CS. A happy man, but they do pay the ultimate expense, which is losing the first turret of this game. One that Eden and Russell will no doubt love. The fact that they have been having a very rough time here. And this is something that we highlighted, right, is that, you know, you draft the Syndra to be aggressive, to find yourself as a lane bully, much like a Lethality Varus. You don't want to be going even, and taking that turret down will do wonders. It's not only helping them, but the gold as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting comfortably now, right? About 30,000 gold up. But UTS managing to get a dragon here, so just a little bit out of tempo. QUT weren't able to set up for this objective and get there in time. So really nice from UTS. Despite losing bot lane turret, they're able to get something back.
Dragon for dragon, and that now gives us a Mountain Soul to play for. If there is ever a time here, Juice, for a Mountain Soul once again to be so damn relevant, this is the time. We saw an opportunity happen early today, and potentially that could have gone a different direction if there were a couple more achieved on the opposite side. But you look at UTS here, yes, down in gold at this stage, but they will just love the opportunity to collect a couple of those.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think I say this every time we see a Mountain Soul, but we saw last split in the OPL playoffs. One of the teams, I believe it was Auto, managed to secure 4 Mountain Drakes. And so I don't know what the stats were, I don't know what their armor and magic resistance was, but you could imagine it was a lot. And yes, they won that game.
For sure. What is that at that stage? Like 24% increase? It's just disgusting.
Yeah.
Depending on how long this game goes for, it's been an interesting day to say the least, with some games quite honestly going the distance, hitting those traditional 40-minute late game moments. We've yet to have really these very one-sided affairs, 25 minutes all said and done. It's going to be interesting to see the difference here with the Tigers coming into this one, coming on a 2-loss streak. No doubt that they are still a hot favourite, you'd have to say, coming into this one, but UTS definitely looking like a different beast here today.
I honestly thought this matchup would look a lot better for Volibear. I thought he would pretty much run over the Maokai, but looks like Maokai is completely fine in this lane. Obviously, they flip now though, and it's Volibear into the Vega, but in terms of CS, there's not really much to it. Graves obviously going for that lethality route as well. Don't necessarily know if I agree with it in the sense that he's going to most likely be hitting a Trundle or a Maokai or a Nautilus. Lethality does not fare very well in killing tankier composition, so Black Cleaver probably has a lot more value this game.
He's definitely loving life as it stands. We saw, 11.5 lead before. Continues to be in that frame as he's level 10 to level 8. Nearly matching the solo laners. The absolute dream here for a Graves.
Oh, the dive.
Relying on his team. There he is once again coming on in, looking for the RKO. He soaks it all up. The turret does not exist. It gets deleted afterwards as well, so literally it doesn't exist. But they find a kill, and none other than the man himself, Big Graves.
Big Graves. But what do they lose for it? Do they lose this mid turret? Are they going to dive this Syndra here? Nope.
They don't care.
Nope. And Maokai's not even hitting bot turret, just values the reset, the timer on the reset, and that's just what it looks like when you have the wrong lane assignments, right? Like, in no world should Vega be matching the Volibear for that reason. The nice turret, Graves comes in, building full lethality, and just absolutely one-shots the Vega, so UTS just getting punished there a little bit off their, if you would call it, inexperience.
Certainly is, but we're definitely seeing Tekka find value with his Twisted Fate so far, being present to not just passively farm around, but to go bot side, put down the pressure, use the teleport. Didn't find too much value with the summoner itself, but regardless, they're definitely finding a lot of ability to dictate the terms at which fights start. Now that Gold League goes from what was only a couple to now 4,000 in their favor. So big spikes come online as a result as well. Now Nightfaller completes the Trinity Force on the Volibear, and already being such a menacing threat, will be definitely looking to maul you.
Yep, for sure. I love that word too, maul. I love how that's his word. Maul! And then he gets, if he mauls twice, he gets lifesteal as well. Just to top that off.
Yeah, a bit nuts, eh? The old frenzied maul at 5 stacks. Hitting, slapping, damaging, lightning. Be scared of lightning. Well, you need to be scared of a pillar as well, because that is a Graves that's in a fair bit of trouble right now. And good night, sweet prince. Deleted by the ultimate. That is what a Veigar lives to fight for. Pulls the flash out of the cage, proving that the box is no match for his one in that right. Chicken Frog, hook up the hook, lands it, opens up this game and says, QT, they're far too much fun. Tigers are trying to turn things around as Nightfaller jumps in under the protection of his turret. That's a double kill, but it's a triple kill for the Kalista. So damn low. With no minions to attack, the man might look to just 1v5. The Volibear King may just live to fight another day.
I mean, that's a huge play for UTS, right? Like, managing that pillar was really nice into the hook, managing to one-shot Hingubi. And if Hingubi goes down, you gotta remember, he's a lot of their gold lead and their EXP lead, right? So what you think, yeah, it's only the jungler that died, but he is definitely a key member in these games. Like, I would argue he's more relevant in these team fights right now than the Twisted Fate. So really well played there from Chicken Frog, and Apia getting the one-shot off. So we see the strength coming out of UTS. Hang on a minute. Never mind.
It'll be a little bit harder there, especially with the Merc Shreds and the Null Magic Mantle. But that Primordial Burst is definitely starting to ramp on up, and these Mountain Dragons become that more essential as a result. Pretty much everybody on the team right now, apart from the Syndra, has a form of resistance that they'll be looking to bank on.
Yeah, the pillar into the hook was so nice. Doesn't take the Lantern, panics a little bit as well, but the Vega damage, really, I wasn't expecting that coming out. And keep your eyes on Design in this fight. Just hops around, gets the one shot onto the Syndra as well, and it's just non-stop. It's relenting. It's just go forward here. Every kill, just keep going forward. Kalista even got hooked on the turret. Tank's turret stays alive. Obviously, Nightfaller on the back end, managing to recoup some of the losses, but net gain for UTS for sure.
Sons of Life, happy days for them. They had to wait a while for that to come online, but that was to be expected. That has been what we've been saying all game long, but now that is the punishing factor, really, is that if the Veigar is hitting these power strides already, then the ability to push in these waves come just a little bit harder. But the amount of attention that has been shown, how Hingubi has been so present around all the map to break open every single tier 1, means he's not going to be as well protected, quite reliant on that tier 1. They're going to have to suffice with tier 2 protection instead.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary now too. If you look at Kalista's items that have come on through, it's a little bit Monka-esque, if you ask me. Blade of the Rune King, Runar's Hurricane, Berserker Greaves, all completed at 20 minutes. He's definitely well and truly online and probably arguably accelerated. So next fight is definitely going to be on him. And it's when you play ADC and you have a Veigar, you feel so safe because all Veigar's got to do is put the cage down on you, and there's really nothing diving you on the back line.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, you're talking about power spikes there for the Kalista. The power spikes are found everywhere. You know, Nautilus, he's got the stone plate. He's been impeccable with landing these hooks so far. Depth charge to a couple things off. Fantastic. And then you got the Fire Hose. You got the Spooky Ghost as well. The core components here for the Veigar. So a big power spike, a big turning point here. So despite the 4k gold lead that QT have, there are signs of life for UTS to try and turn around on.
It's all relative, right? Like, TF, as a champion right now, just power spike because he hit the Leech Bane, but TF with no Roa, no Leech Bane isn't that strong, right? And so, yeah, you have a 4k gold lead, but your champions still need time to get online. And this is what we're seeing from QUT now. They're starting to hit these crucial item spikes. Graves picked up his first lethality item.
The man just doesn't care. He just dives on in. Big Nightfaller goes in for the touchdown and says, look, eat these words. We just do not care. Lanterns out. Out says, okay, Bear, attack this target instead. And like an angry man,
maybe a little bit too deep.
Just goes for it, but then suddenly says, hey, team, I think I may have just baited you. They all fall around him. Tech is in absolute Africa pushing top lane saying, where is my team? Why have they died? And Veigar says, well, we take those.
Yeah, I mean, what, like, if you're, that's where you kind of all chat worth XD, because 3 members for 1, and he's just trying to play safe under turret. And you know what's funny about that whole play? Nightfall is the one that lives.
That's what I mean. He was just the absolute bait of, get me out, I will destroy everybody.
Yeah.
I'm massive, I'm 4-0-2, and then team are like, well, Too much faith.
Yep, too much faith. But the problem that UTS have here is like they pick up 3 kills and it shrinks the gold lead just a little bit, but more importantly, what are they getting off this? Because they're the ones that are consistently reacting. They're the ones with their waves push really deep, right? Twisted Fates push top lane really deep. Volley Bears diving a turret bot lane. So their waves are so deep that they're not able to actually get any substantial gold back from the play besides the kills. And then even then, they didn't really get a shutdown onto Volley, so it's far less relevant.
My concern here, Juves, is whether or not Nightfall is just going to get out-kited by the Callista. Has obviously opted for the death stance as opposed to going into the Deadman's. It's not going to have as much movement speed to try and be a threat to chase members down, slow them in place, but definitely wants the mitigation and the survivability. I wonder if that's going to be enough, coupled between, obviously, the Callista kit, but also just the Blade of the Rune King too.
Yeah, I mean, Callista should really be able to self-peel from Volley Bear, especially with the flash heal up, but I thought we might see Tekka land a blue card onto the turret there, but, you know, we see TF really coming online, and this is what this is when TF really starts influencing a game, is when he hits these 2 items. You saw the damage he started to do to the Maokai. He's really just going to AFK in this side lane and look to make a pick here like this. This is where the play where TF is... Hold that thought. Insta-QSS, really nice.
Starts things off. QSS comes out. Nightfall jumps into the back line, goes golden, goes big, goes huge. He looks to try and lock them in place. Down comes the lightning. Zeus from the heavens. He is a god, but gods do bleed as Tekka falls on down and gives the worst possible member another kill in their back pocket. Desire Me now was 6 to his name. A fantastic debut on a very strong character.
Uh-oh, face check. Wait, there was a ward in that bush. Why did he face check?
RPA, what have you done?
Oh,
Event Horizon goes on down, but he flashes on out, does not care. He is the bait lord, apparently. He baits everybody. Laugh straight back to the bank. He's got utility. That's why he has Glacial Augment 1, 2, and 3. They all fall on down around him. And Nightfall are once again in a situation as to how have I found myself like this?
UTS are just really smurfing today, I guess. Maybe they were experimenting with their rosters. They were holding trials, and this is the roster that they're going with now.
Definitely feeling like a day of upsets. We've had day of pauses, we've had days of pentas, but today is the day of upsets as Destiny comes on out and says, hang on a minute, they are all at the Baron. We need to make a play for this one. Teleport, that's going to be Nightfall jumping on in the cage to block them out.
They have
Baron Juice is down to 3k, getting closer and closer to smite range. But Hingubi is not there to contest. Now, can the Bear go 1v5? Can he take over this game? Maybe. Or maybe just not, as Primordial Burst comes on out. He sacrifices his life, but he does take one down to the grave with him.
Yep, and potentially there's another one that goes down here. Maokai has no mana. Volibear is just going to be chasing him down like a bear on the hunt, but uses the flash. Does he get away? TF ultimate is down, yeah, okay. Managed to just lose one member for the Baron.
He was chasing, and he was definitely spamming your favorite word, which is Maul and Maul.
Maul.
He was getting frenzied, if you will.
I'm mauling.
The attention is, well, something that they'll be quite happy with, I'm sure. You've denied a couple of Baron buffs, or you've denied one, but you picked yourself up another dragon. You put yourself on Soul. Two teams fighting for very different objectives here.
I think you were very happy if you're UTS, right? Whatever, who cares about the dragon at this point? Can they get themselves into a gold lead with this Baron buff? And Vega, for me, like, sure, his KDA doesn't really look pretty when you look at it at 3-4-3, but I think Arpius had a pretty good game. You know,
I think so too.
He's been ruined on a couple lane assignments, and that's probably attributed to two of his deaths, so we don't really know the inner workings of the team and who's calling lanes and what and things like that, but for the most part, Arpius really played his job properly in team fights, allowed Desire Me to just free hit backline, and it's definitely a revamped and rejuvenated UTS lineup.
I think he's like a schoolyard bully in this game, right? He is taunting the enemy, saying, come at me, you know, that annoying guy at school that just gets in on the action, always screwing up for a fight, but never actually is that keen unless they can find pot shots. And that pot shot would be the little cheap shot from afar of, hey, I can just one-shot you with my ultimate when you're not looking, but buying obviously so much room for this Callista that's now on your screen. Level 14, matching that with the solo laners, is looking to try and achieve double digits on that KDA.
Well, you know what's important to note too is the fact that they allocated a lot of resources towards Eden and Russell, right? Like, they broke bot turret with Herald, they ganked with TF ulti a couple times, and the Zyme is still this far ahead.
Certainly a point of concern.
Yeah, it is definitely a point of concern, right? It's not a, like, you don't want to be behind on Syndra. You're not picking Syndra to be behind. Neither are you picking Kalista to be behind. So it was really coming down to which bot lane could get themselves ahead.
Chicken Frog has definitely played fantastically here today in terms of finding fantastic picks.
Yep.
Always landing those hooks to start off these fights, coupling that with the Trundle. The amount of CC they possess when somebody gets caught out of position. And just the shutdown potential to punish what is usually Tigers being very much in the driving seat of, we want to go here, we want to make this play happen. Definitely done their research as to what draft they want to bring to the table and how they want to go up against this opponent.
And that wasn't really the biggest Baron power play, right? Like, they didn't really get back into the lead in terms of gold, but what they managed to do was stabilize the game. And when you have something like, when you have a Maokai, a Trundle, and a Veigar, if the game's stable, then you're extremely happy, because in even gold, I think 9 times out of 10, playing the teamfight correctly, UTS win.
Look how UTS are playing themselves right now. Chilling on top side, waiting for Nightfaller to take the bait. He won't. He says, hang on a minute, there are no members on the map. Where on earth could they be? And under his own very crippled tier 1 turret will just remain content farming away, wasting their time. Zyme got a very big shot now. He's got the Bloodthirster online. As Zeus returns now with the Fawn Mail as well. They're a beefy squad.
Yeah, I mean...
And how many stacks have we got? 250 stacks there on the Veigar. Definitely packing a punch.
Yep. And he's picked up his 3 items now. So he's got a Morello's as well as the double... I'm just going to call them double util items, double slow items, the Spooky Ghost and the Hose. So if he ultis anyone that's not the Volibear, they're probably going night-night. Let's be honest.
He's got the toy weapons.
Yep.
He's having fun down a toy aisle, essentially. And yeah, anybody he locks a sight onto, the damage will stick, obviously, with the Morellos. It'll be very hard to recover there, very hard to utilize any form of sustain that you may have. And at this stage, not much of it.
Yeah, I think the Morellos is a premature purchase. Like, he didn't really need that, and he could have sunk his gold into a far better item, but... you know, like, what's the healing coming out? It's the Volibear, right? It's just the Volibear W. And you could probably just tell your Kalista to get an Executioner's in, which he already has. So, Morello's a little bit of a sinner, but...
Triple Grievous between Thornmail, Executioners, and
yeah,
Morellos.
exactly.
So
like,
whoever goes at them, be it their Death's Dance or be it their rune choices, their health bars will only go one way, and that is down.
Hook, land,
This is a scary situation. Okay.
Oh, Volley's in a bad spot.
Fate's Call gets him out of harm's way in what was a very scary situation. Nightfaller down to half. He's going to eat a bucket load of damage, but I think the timing was just a little bit off right there. Now he jumps into the air, goes for a touchdown, plays rugby with the boys, but the scrum is not looking good. They clash heads.
Veigar's still there, though. Look at Maokai.
Veigar gets a double kill to start things off with, and now they are playing like it's a piano. Out come the cooldowns. Q, W, E, R. Who can press the buttons faster? Because they're looking to try and make things happen. The damage from the heavens comes raining down onto the mid lane. And Nightfaller, as has been the theme of this game, is forced to run away and say, Hingubi, why are you on 10 HP soloing a dragon? You've just thrown this game. They're going to get the dragon. They're going to deny everything we have at them. It's not a pretty picture here, Jubes.
He got punched into the cage. That was really well played from Azus. He's just on the back line, soaking so much damage, playing Maokai to a T there. And I know people laugh, yeah, he's just playing a tank, but there's a lot of skill that goes into playing tanks and managing to peel for your backline. And it's pretty much the sole reason that they came out ahead there, because Veigar was really close to dying. Kalista did unfortunately go down, but really well played teamfight from UTS, and it's only going to get worse from here, right? Veigar's an infinitely scaling champion. The more stacks Veigar gets, the more damage he does. Nice, really well played here from Nightfaller. So the TP was questionable, but the fact that he stalled for so long, got onto the back line, and was able to assassinate the Zyme, really turned this fight around for QUT and nearly won it for them. But look at Azus, he's just still full HP after this. This is what I was talking about, how I didn't like Hingubi's build. Lethality Graves does absolutely nothing, and he's not going to often have backline access.
Very hard for him to even flank around in his traditional fashion. As you can see, the Dark Matter that comes on down, it's just instantly taking 2 members off the Rift, and it's only going to continue to get worse and worse.
Yeah, it's a perma-scaling champion, right? Like, it's like, oh, Vega falls off. No, Vega scales into Oblivion. At a certain point, Vega actually builds it, like, as a last item, it wouldn't surprise me if Vega built 1 tank item. Because most of Vega's damage really comes from stacks.
Well, he's got the Landry's as well now, Juves. You can't be a sinner when you just get both items that LS is not a fan of. So just purchase them all, who cares? But yeah, doing a ton of damage right now with the lack of magic resistance, especially on this Syndra. The Unleashed Power, it looks good, but can it do much? They started off with a kill. It goes in their way, but it will be a trade. 1-for-1 so far. He goes in big. He slams the ground hard. He finds 3 in his path. The hook is clutch. Okay, Russell, give us more of those. The shutdown comes on out. An opportunity now for Hingubi to try and make things happen as he looks to try and disengage himself out with the hook back into his jungle. They run, they gun, but they mow you on down.
Yeah, this one might take a while.
Hook after hook after hook. The boy is tanky. The tree is 50 years old. It's got roots that last a while, and that's why it took a while to fall on down. But this time, health bar's a little bit healthier. Members present. A situation where they can go for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, nice fight out of QUT, right? It looked lost. The Syndra face checking the Nautilus, almost getting one shot, but the stasis out of Tekka stalling enough time so that it was... I thought Chicken Frog might go for a little bit of a steal there, but hang on a minute. Maybe we see one. Ooh, Kano.
Kano was there. He was wondering, is this my moment to shine? Didn't have the flash. I didn't see if there was a bramble cone for him to jump onto, but
yeah, but this
is a situation.
This is a 1v9 performance if I've ever seen one. Watch Nightcrawler play this team fight out. So Syndra somehow doesn't get one shot there, burns the flash. Volibear is the one that gets one. Sorry, Trundle gets one shot instead. And just look at the backline here. Nightcrawler gets rooted. Okay, Tekka stalling with stasis. Volibear jumps in, and it's just, what does Vega do at this point? That's a really nice hook from Russell coming out, but Nightcrawler is just the one chomping people to death here. The Volibear is still full health, hasn't taken any relevant damage this fight, and Chicken Frog manages to get away, but Azus goes down eventually.
Jumps up in the air. Looking to sign his first wrestling contract then, and Russell coming up with the goods. The debutants of this game here between himself and Desire Me, definitely putting in very strong performances. But when their major carries fall on down around them, the tanks are left scratching their heads wondering why on earth has this fight gone this way. It seems to become left and right and we go, and playing off objectives as to who could be the one now in the driving seat, with the Baron buff now online and a minute towards that soul point. This time, there is a potential window for them to get themselves to full maximum power, survive for as long as possible, and potentially not get one shot.
Yeah, it's a scary game for the side of UTS now, because Graves is level 18, now has Black Cleaver, Death Dance, and the Edge of Night.
Edge of Nights.
Yeah, for a little bit of protection. So, yeah, it's going to be really come down to execution, right? We've seen both teams want to scrap, both teams want a team fight. Who's going to execute better?
How does Tekka look to try and play this one off? As you saw from that previous fight, it was all about him baiting out the members for a massive collapse. And this is what their comp excels at. Fate's Call, into Pillar, into everything thrown the way of Eden. So damn squishy. Tekka jumps in, pops the Zonya, says, team, where you at? Can we do something here? So much damage thrown his way.
Volley's in.
Downtown with the Primordial Burst. You can't flash out of that one, I'm afraid.
Oh!
Desire me, desire me, desire me! The frenzied maul. He is a raid boss.
There's two fights happening.
Rework. He is literally 1v9, and much like his reveal in ARAM, he is an absolute monster. So damn big. Anyone in his path, dead.
Just absolute raid boss from Nightfaller. Potentially, you know, two fights happening was best case scenario for QUT, because UTS lost focus here, so this is the correct play, right? Eden has no flash, they know he burnt it, they go into him, they one-shot him, okay, but The thing about Syndra, still gets relevant damage down. Gold card lands, nice Q assist. Grades, almost kills him. And so here, they need to all turn on the same target, UTS. But QUT force a little bit of chaos. Nightfaller flashes onto the backline, manages to pick up the kill. Kalista potentially could have kited that a little bit better, but look, Chicken Frog's just left to the backline. He's left to the Wolves while they all chase the Volibear, and QUT just better target selection.
They can't do anything against him. I mean, he's ulting, he's flashing, he's got so much mitigation between the Death Dance, the Merc Treads, the Sterix right now. He is absolutely terrifying, and they're really struggling now to say, okay, we can set ourselves up for this one pick, but as soon as he interacts, our game plan is, we're very much bamboozled. Like, how do we look to try and combat him?
Yeah, I think part of the problem is the fact that Vega's build is not friendly in dealing with someone with that much health, that much MR, you know, going the Morellos as well as the Leandris, but it just has to be, all it has to be is a Trundle ultimate onto the Volibear and a full focus. Kalista needs to be hitting the Volibear with Trundle ult on, but at the moment, that's not what we're seeing. We're not seeing a good subjugate, and we're not seeing a good front to back from UTS. It's all these chaotic little skirmishes.
Another long game, Juves. 40 minutes in. Fair amount of kills, nearing the 40 kill mark as the gold lead becomes closer and closer. But that had to be our highlight from start to finish for us. As soon as we started to see that the Kalista was pulling ahead, as was the Volibear, who would be the better of the two Titans, and when those flashes are available, his ability just to jump on and kind of carry out what Hingubi's wanting to achieve with this lethality build. Flank, dash, dive, and execute.
It's also crazy that a champion that builds this many damage, because Trinity Force is a damage item, Death Dance is somewhat a damage item, and Sterix, they're all kind of damage items, right? It's not like Unfire Cape, a Randuin's, a Frozen Heart. Yeah. He's doing so much damage.
Look at his resistances.
He's so
200
tanky.
armor.
Yeah.
200 armor, 150 magic resist. Yes, okay, you've got 3 mountain dragons, but the guy's a monster. Just
but he gets more when he pops ult as well. He gets more HP and stats.
Full damage, you're a tank, you're everything.
Yep. Volibear's balanced. But the one way you beat Volibear, right, is you kite him. So the one thing we're not seeing UTS do right now is like, they have the tools to kite this Volibear. Volibear with no flash should not have backline access whatsoever. If a cage goes down, your hose goes down, your Speaky Ghost goes down, as well as a Trundle ultimate, I don't see a way he can influence a team fight. I think it's just Nightfaller finding the right flanks and UTS playing it poorly.
It feels like one of those horror games where you're running away in the dark from one of those scary characters. Like, what can you throw at him to prevent him from getting to you? Slenderman Gaming is what I'm looking at here. They're in the forest, that is Maokai. And the Slenderman himself will throw it there.
I wonder how many stacks Vega has now.
The volley himself. Would be interesting if we get the camera to pan on over to see exactly where he's at. The key to success now is going to be the ability to not overlap their CC between the pillar, between the event horizon, between everything.
Maybe a catch from the hose. TP coming in though.
That's nice.
They're pinging on the way. Looks like they want to engage, but nice play from UTS, right? They're looking to make picks every time someone goes to the mid wave. Managed to get the Twisted Fate TP there, so best case scenario for them.
TP and ult. Both gone there. Four eyes in the sky as to where the opposition are, if they're looking to try to make a play elsewhere, if it was a fake recall. But it's on a fairly short cooldown, as we consider Destiny will be up very shortly.
Yeah, a late game ultimate cooldowns are just so short. Really hard to play around them, but they have this little window where TF doesn't have ultimate, so potentially they look to force on mid-wave yet again. So Kalista's full build right now, that's important to note. Vega's been sitting on the needlessly large rod for a very long time. Almost, you would assume, almost has that death cap. Maybe we can toggle to gold, see how far away he is.
Farming away furiously as it's becoming more and more a battle of the pride, a battle of the nations, if you will. Queensland up against Sydney. Promising young talents, students, focusing their attention on gaming as opposed to studying. I'm sure they do study as well, but let's be honest.
Sometimes.
Like
on my day off. On my day off, I study.
when we have to, when assignments are thrown our way, we have to get the job done. But at the end of the day, we want to spam some solo queue. We want to get the fame that comes with winning these games. And that means ARAMs are the name of the game. Fate's Call goes out. Ooh, Russell very clean with his flash on out. Very, very close to falling on down.
I can only study when my solo queue allows me. How about that?
I was notorious, I'll tell you that much.
Fun fact, I
always leave assignments to the last minute possible. It always end up being all-nighters.
I always felt guilty when I didn't go to university. So I would go to university, take my laptop, and play games there because at least I went to uni. You know,
I did the same.
Yeah, I like my mum. How was uni? It was good. It was
Your parents
good.
would be happy with you, and you'd be like, "Look, it's a win-win."
Yep.
Most expensive degree in gaming.
Yep.
Now this is clean here from Russell. Does not get spotted out.
Yoink
UTS
the
reveal
rip
that they're
off.
in the area. They steal the rip up.
This is the ult down.
Now 1v4. Can he ultimate in? Can he be the massive member of success? He gets deleted.
Yep.
This time they kill him. He is unable to execute, emit any form of pressure. And this just looks like a bloodbath. This looks like everything UTS. Kill after kill. Double kill for RB. He survives. He is so damn low, but he gets off the full combo. Late game power spike. Absolute menace.
That was the first fight I think we've seen a subjugate onto the volley bear, and we saw how quickly he melted, right? Really nice pick coming out of UTS. Moving together really well as a 5-man unit. They're going to pick up the Elder Drake.
Could not have happened at a bit of time.
They could just one shot. Oh! Okay,
That's a
TF.
lot of damage. Okay. Gold card between his combo.
But he's got his hose up.
Damage.
Oh!
Oh, he goes for the flash kill! He gets it! He gets it! He
He's
trades
out.
his life for the Elder Dragon. He tries to escape there with his ultimate, but that will be a delayed ace, and that will be an easy transition from Baron, or from Dragon to Baron. The strongest buffs in the game to give UTS everything they need, not only to even out this gold, but potentially give them the very first win of their season.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be in a better position to win a game other than the one they're in right now. You have Elder Drake, you have Baron buff, Vega respawning shortly. Surely you just run it down mid at this point.
You'd surely hope so. Use that power. One final shot, one final chance to get everything in your pocket. You've got the elixirs, you've got full item builds. There's really little you're left farming for at this stage of the game.
Oh, we have the
It
pause.
looks like we may have had another pause.
Yep. Maybe this is the tactical pause where we talk about the game and what we need to do to close this out.
Yes, the plug pull. Disconnect the internet. Take time to figure out what our next play is.
Yeah, I thought I should clarify that there's no such thing as a tactical pause, just in case someone thought that that is the case.
I'm sure there would be somebody in Twitch chat there that would speculate that. Jubes, okay, state of the game right now. What do QUT Tigers look for here? It's looking pretty grim.
Look, QUT, the thing that they need to look for is a pick in the side lane before UTS set up. If UTS are able to set up in the mid lane, in the bot lane, in any lane in particular, with a Baron buff, with an Elder buff, there's just no way they can hold. There's no way they can win a fight. There's no way they can hold. So what you need to do, catch them on rotation, catch them setting up 2 waves at once, potentially look for a pick, or your last alternative is you give everything within reason that you can give. If you need to drop 2 inhibitors while the Elder Drake times out, you can. But
sure,
Elder Drake is just far too potent, far too strong as a buff to fight and win.
And I'm sure Vega does not need it, but obviously he is dead, so he won't receive the benefit of that buff. As we jump into the pools, the Baron's at half its overall health, and the respawn time was another 37 seconds. I can't imagine there's a world in which they delay it for that respawn. So one of the biggest benefactors of that buff will not be there. Going to be very much reliant now on Desire Me to weave in those auto attacks, those dashes to try and get those procs working in their favor. But very short range there, Juve. So Tigers might not have to really give up as much as you'd imagine.
Yeah, but then they're like, if Maokai just roots anyone in the front line that's standing there so you can wave clear, they're going to get executed by the Elder Drake buff. It's just so dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, the ability for them to gap close is definitely very strong. They've showcased that on many different fronts so far. What do the Tigers have working for them? Well, they do have that mountain soul. Whether or not that's enough of a buffer to give themselves a fighting chance to try and make something happen before they hit critical mass and Elder comes in clutch. Let us see as we resume the game. 45 minutes in. Gold is even.
And this is what I was saying, right? This is the window in which they can get caught. UTS need to be careful, right? Elder Drake, sure, really strong, but this is the one opportunity that QUT could potentially use to stall the game, but looks like they're just going to try and clear waves and wait out this Elder Drake and Baron buff, but maybe they won't have enough.
Setting themselves up for a two-lane push. Top and mid is the play right now, as Maokai now joins the rest of the boys to take down the first inhibitor.
First one
Now,
down.
what is their next objective? Do they want to go for the end? Do they want to go for these next turrets? Or do they want to go for the double inhibitor? They're just going to look to try and hardballs this fight right now. Nightfaller is huge. Jumps into 5 right there. Flashes on out. Elder is just too damn strong. He tried to be a hero, but he's going to be the villain. Can
Maybe
they find
help?
anything else? Akano's so damn low, he might just die to turrets. He will indeed, but at this stage of the game, Desireme is dashing around, fancy feet, sign him up. He is living his best damn life right now. The best debut possible. The best start. As they will no doubt look to end this game. Late game as it can be. Happy B emotes all around. Why not? It's of course a celebration. UTS get their very first win of the split.
Wow, congratulations to UTS. It looks like they found their winning formula now, and it's not like they beat, you know, just the team at the bottom of the ladder. They actually beat QUT. Battle of the Universities. The Sydney Siders have won this one, and really big performance out of the whole team, really. You couldn't really pick one person individually who had a stand-up performance. Yes, Desireme had a really nice KDA, but I think everyone played a job in that team. Azus played a job that wasn't so pretty on the Maokai, able to really stall backline in team fights, and all-round good team performance.
They're going to be very happy with that one. Their first victory of the split so far. They've been up against some very strong opponents at the top side of that ladder. Maybe you can make a case to say that the fixtures have been working against them, but regardless of what it may be, this new roster, this new idea has definitely paid off for them today, and they can go into the weekend feeling quite happy with how things have played on out. That's going to do it for game number 4. We still, bear in mind, have one final game left. If you've still been waiting around patiently up after the breaks, after the break, it is going to be a big one. Order Academy taking on Pentanet.GG Rise. We'll see you shortly. And welcome back for the final time tonight for the 6th week here of the OCS. And if you missed that last game, it was a one for the history books, quite honestly, there, Juves. UTS get themselves up with this new version of what their team is really all about, and they get themselves their very first victory. Has to feel so good up against a tough opponent like the QT Tigers. And, you know, now we look at that and say there's a benchmark that you've set. What can you really build from that?
Yeah, and it was, you know, it was far from clean, but there was some very good fundamentals in that game, like when to force fights, when to force engages, and sometimes when you're losing, it's very hard to get the confidence to pull the trigger and make plays, and sometimes you become very reactionary, but that's not what we saw from them, and they were rewarded for their aggressive play and really good, I guess, team cohesiveness, because we look at QUT as a team who is very good in their own right, and they have a lot of synergies, and this was something that UTS were able to overcome.
Certainly was. There was no doubt behind us as to the synergy on their side, but for UTS to come out with that one with a clear idea is fantastic. Now, final game of the night. Game 5 of all the best of ones. This is to do it for who goes into joint 3rd place. Order Academy currently 3 and 2. Pentanet.gg Rise currently out of the scope of things. They're sitting at 6, but it doesn't quite represent given the fact that they are 2 and 2. So, a single game separating these teams.
Yeah, they're a team. Pentanet.gg Rise are actually a team I put in the same bucket as Legacy Genesis, where I think they've underperformed a little bit. I definitely expect more from them. You know, Zank, Luch, Seb, Crazy, all played OPL. Shaw played OCS last split as well. So a bunch of experience, and I definitely, we definitely expect more from them. And in their games, to be fair, they've been in winning positions in the majority that they've lost. They just haven't been able to close it out. So maybe as the weeks goes on, we'll see more cohesion and the ability to close games out cleanly.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be looking forward to, because there's definitely been a lot of games with Luch, their mid laner for Pentanet, would find great success, but was just unable to find situations in which he can emit the full pressure. You can still see that respect is warranted here, with Order Academy banning away not only his Zoe, but also the second in line with the Syndra 2. The response here from Pentanet is we respect what Clovis can do on the Camille, and we don't want that to be in the mix of things as well. So nothing really out of the ordinary here. Ban mid laners, ban the bot lane as well, take away all the power picks and leave the likes of Aphelios and Misfortune online.
Yeah, important to note too, it's Aphelios got nerfed on 10.13, so currently not on that patch. So Aphelios is still the Season 10 champion that we all know and love, and that has been locked in there by Pentanet.gg Rise as well as the Ornn, so already probably have a really good idea of what they're trying to do or what they want to do with this composition at the very least. As soon as someone locks in Ornn Aphelios, you kind of have a good idea.
I'm interested, Juves, if we're going to see a blast to the pass of last week. This is already looking like the start of something special. We saw it before. They had the Karma, had the Misfortune. And if you remember, YCK then played the Hecarim.
But I was one that was telling you, I played with him in solo queue and he was just spamming Hecarim, so potentially.
As you allude to, 10-13 when Aphelios gets nerfed, but 10-12 was when Ghost was buffed.
That's true.
It's not going to be the Hecarim. They potentially just go for the set instead. Still can have some flex potential between mid and top jungle. A lot of flexes at this stage. We're definitely seeing a big favor of sets go the Zumi car build, Phase Rush, Ghost, Deadmans, Swifties, anything to get in your face and have optimal uptime.
Yeah. And set being locked in is interesting because now we're not sure whether it's Karma support, set solo lane, Karma solo lane. They have so many flexibilities. What is it?
Yeah. Does beg the question as to what their game plan really is, and they're still thinking, Pentanet, that the set is going to be a top laner as they ban away the Trundle. They want to make sure it finds easy access to value with the ultimate into the likes of an Ornn and even the Graves.
Yep. And I wonder what their next ban will be. Probably something of a similar nature.
We have yet to see Clovis play the top lane set. Whether or not he does have it in his arsenal is yet to be seen. His most played has been the Camille, hence why we return to the point of it being banned away.
He has played the Wukong as well.
Correct, yep.
Two decent success, I believe.
Yep. Java now denied away. Gank heavy junglers. Whether or not that's what they were looking to try and do, but Definitely can make sure that they are unable to lock down members like the Aphelios. The amount of movement speed they have at this stage of the game already would be very scary.
Orianna banned now, one of the safest blind mid laners in the game. So, although Pentanet have counterpick, they don't want Luch to get his hands on the Orianna.
And that begs the question as to what does Luch look to pick up. The only pick that he has played that is still available is the Cassiopeia. Outside of that, it's been the Zoe, the Syndra, and the Karma, all denied, all taken away.
Aphelios,
Rakan.
yeah, I was just saying, Aphelios Rakan isn't the most common 2v2 that we see.
No.
There's definitely, I would argue there's better options than that, but definitely something that they've worked with, or Comfort at the very least. Wukong locked in, I think it's safe to say that that's going in the top lane, which means if I was a betting man, Set would be in support, Karma would be in the mid lane. Framer has played a lot of Karma mid in the past in solo queue as well, so.
Certainly has. Now begs the question, what is Order Academy's final pick to round things out? I believe this is the only team that likes to do this. Taunt us with the Dr. Mundo. We know it's not going to be that one, but what it is going to be the Olaf. Everything CC denying, really, to prevent the charm that Rakan can do to try and be quite frustratingly oppressive when he enters a team fight.
It's hard because there's no real good Graves matchup open and available besides the Nidalee, and it's like, do you want to play Nidalee into Ornn, Aphelios, Rakan? It's probably not the easiest thing in the world to play into, so we'll have to see. But Corki locked in for Luch. Anything that's a control mage, anything that can 10 CS per minute and do heaps of damage in a team fight is Luch's bread and butter. And so you can't ban all of them outright, banning out the Zoe, the Syndra, the Orianna, but still got the Corki up his sleeve, and I'm sure it's going to be Karma in the mid lane, Set support, Misfortune bot lane, ADC, and Bob's your uncle for their composition, but no real flexes in Pentanet's composition, so it's pretty standard what you see, what you're going to get. Aphelios Rakan bot lane, Corki mid lane, Graves Ornn. Going to be good to see Seb on a priority jungle matchup because his playstyle is one that definitely likes to invade, be in the enemy jungler's face, and not every week has he had the priority jungle matchup, so for once he gets that.
And no doubt, Juves, they're going to be wanting to make sure that Luch gets himself online as quickly as possible, reaches those power spikes, those desirable items, because he carries the brunt of their magic damage.
He does, yep. And Corki converts something like 80% of his AD to AP, so whilst he is an AP champion and you do need to build magic resist for him, he's not 100% AP. So potentially it gets to a point where armor starts coming through on the side of Order Academy and Petanet running into a bit of trouble, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, both the Wukong and Set going to be deceivingly tanky right at the gates, obviously with their passives, and with the grit that can come out as well. But a lot of movement speed is what I'm noticing is the trend here from Order Academy. We've sort of coined them as the Wombo combo team. They definitely like to play the compositions that can press R, make flashy things happen, and I've definitely found a lot of great success with that over the weeks that have gone by. But we look at this one and we say, once again, Takao gets his comfort on this set whenever he gets opportunity.
Yeah, right,
Dismiss it. I mean, we look at this one and go, yes, Set can be flexed. But every single time Takao gets it, this is a man that flashes at level 1, says, cool, Hex flash is there. Did I burn yours? Great, we win.
I completely forgot Takao got his hands on Set yet again.
I think there's only been one time it's been denied away, and that was against Yukiyu, who then also in similar fashion ran a Wombo combo comp, and they beat Order Academy with it. So funny how things can play out in that way, as they will go back to what works for them. They definitely found their identity, which becomes a bit of a key word here in the OCS. But for Pentanet.gg Rise, it's all about, we have the experiences you highlight with a lot of these players having OPL backgrounds, but can we actually get some victories to translate that?
Yeah, and I mean, this is a good way to start, or a good place to start, I should say, right? If you want to consider yourself a top dog, then you need to be winning these games, and I would argue that they definitely have a draft that suits them. I think the Rakan pick is a little bit interesting, but sure, they're going to make it work, and it's just going to be, I think, in this moment in time, two teams at a similar level playing against each other, right? I think that these teams have both performed really well at times and both underperformed at times, so it's going to be a real clash of styles. The go fast, move fast composition versus just a straight team fight composition coming out of Pentanet. And for me, I mean, this is going to be commonsensical, but the team that wins this game is really going to separate themselves from the rest of the middle of the pack teams.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking to really find, right? Is there going to be a bubble that starts to really form a big disconnect between these teams, because if you're looking at quite honestly, actually I'd say third place to eighth, they're all within one game of each other. So there is a big bubble, a big team collaboration, if you were right, of teams are sort of saying, look, we're all in that same sort of frame of mind. We're not the best, we're not the worst, but we're all trying to jostle around and find out where we are. You come into this one and you think, well, this is one of those games that is really, really important when you've got a fixture like this, where these teams are definitely, when they're around those sort of standings, as to do these crazy picks spring to life. I mean, we've had a Fiddlesticks find great success. We had a Volibear, which looked really, really good. Will the Rakan be the thing that upsets the set support? That's what I wonder.
I don't think the Aphelios and the Rakan win lane by any means. Like, potentially they end up winning lane because, they're a good 2v2, but in terms of how the lane should play out, it's not something for me that screams a win, because Set can often rip Rakan back out of the jump, and most of the damage that's going to come through just gets negated by the Set shield. So I think the onus really is on Set and Misfortune to win this lane, but Pentanet's composition feels, if you will, Pentanet's composition is a little bit negative in the sense that they're just hoping to outscale. They just want to outscale, and they want to get to a point in where items really take over the game. And so you've got to be careful you don't run into the danger of that Auto Academy are really proactive, really do really well with their champions, and run out with a gold lead early on.
Well, let's see exactly what does happen in Jubes as we go into our final game of week number 6 with Auto Academy on the blue side and Pentanet.gg Rise on the red.
Yep.
Interesting note is that Seaway, their AD carry, this is his 3rd game playing the Misfortune. He's played 4 games for the team.
Comfort trumps all.
It's interesting that, we've had so many variations of the ADC meta. Obviously, Aphelios has been around for the most part, but as soon as Varus came to the forefront, Misfortune kind of just disappeared.
Yeah, it was a bit of both, like sure the Varus, but mainly Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruined King, Bruisers were in the meta, and Misfortune really can't play the game into them. So Misfortune kind of got phased out because the meta swung to a point in which it's hard for her to play the game. She doesn't have a bad laning phase. Nothing really hurt her in terms of lane, but it's like out of lane, the champions that are support now, it's just a cocktail of things really that make Misfortune's life miserable.
Certainly do. And we've seen a fair few moments like that where you're just drafting, 2 to 3 bruises at the very least.
Yeah.
And just running at your opposition and saying, if you've gone greedy, well, it doesn't really matter. If you've gone for Lane Kingdom, we can look to try and even out those scales very early on. So that's the Auto Academy here, trying to achieve the strongest lead possible. And we look to try and punish Crazy for drafting the Rakan.
Yep. I mean, this is, for me, a very, evident place in which they can punish, but Rakan's scaling is really good. The obviously, I don't even need to talk about the engage that Rakan offers the team, but in terms of like the Q healing as well, and just Rakan's kit in general just scales so extremely well.
It's interesting because from the 4 games that he's played, actually, 2 of them have been Yuumi, 2 of them have been Nautilus. In a funny, weird, roundabout way, Rakan is almost a hybrid between the 2, engage and heal.
Well, I don't really know, because I know Crazy quite well through the OPL days, but I've never known Crazy to be a Rakan player. Potentially his time away invested a lot of time into Rakan, but I more knew Crazy as the Nautilus, Alistar, Galio type player.
Times changes, as do metas, and I guess he's adapted with the times, or they've got something spicy prepared for us here that we'll have to wait and see. But as it stands, Luch on a scaling carry, looking to do what he does best once again. You've found him, for the most part, always finding these solid KDA leads on these power picks like the Cassiopeia, the Syndras, the Zoes. But it's always been a case of looking to try and build that strength around, distribute it throughout the pack and make sure the boys are in that same sort of situation as well. And you already touched on it briefly during the draft that the Graves should have a nice little time here.
And we're seeing that now.
Here's a classic example of just that.
Oh, he's been tagged.
Has been tagged. He's in a bit of trouble right now. The flash is going to come on out. That's going to be a Teva that lands. Maybe Takana goes for the flash forward. He grips him back in. Looks to try and connect. Red buff damage. First blood. YCK says, what jungle matchup?
Yeah, this is what bot lane priority looks like, right? Misfortune roams up, Set roams up. They burn so many flashes to just get that first blood onto Set, but, you know, it really sets the pace for the game now. Graves, he's always got that in the back of his mind, has no flash now, and can be a really abusable jungle matchup for YCK.
That's a lot of assists. 3 assists for the boys. Plenty of gold to share around. Not the biggest at this stage of the game by any stretch of the imagination, as you can see from the scoreboard at the top, but definitely could give them what they need to try and buy themselves a small lead to give themselves that lane kingdom we know them so well for. As Crazy does jump in there for a 2-man collapse, locks them in place, but the trade potential does not stick. They definitely came out of that one ahead.
Graves looking for a gank onto the Wukong. I don't see a world in which this works really unless Clovis misplays significantly. Graves has no flash. Probably even a bit of a panic flash from Clovis, right? Graves has no flash. Could have held his flash maybe that little bit longer, but better safe than sorry, I guess.
Acep takes those. Very happy with how that one all played on out. The fact that the clone had to be used.
Yep.
Flash afterwards gives Shaw a little bit of reprieve in this lane. Continue to be the bully.
Luch doing very well in this lane, right? You never want to see a Corki up CS in lane. That just spells trouble.
Oh, and that's what I mean. You know, I'm very curious now to see, based on how they got that first blood, how Order Academy continue to try, you know, push this agenda of we have priority. Let's make things happen.
Yeah, I mean, the onus is on Olaf, in my opinion. Olaf needs to be the one to set the pace, look for the Graves, potentially play around his bot lane, look for a Set rip back. But he has options for sure. It's just whether or not he's going to utilize them.
It'll be interesting to see what build path Clovis actually goes for. If we're going to get the Tiamat or the Blade of the Rune King. Still a topic I see of a little bit of hot debate as to what is preferred. Framer comes on in there with the teleport. Actually full set the flash. As the Tiva will connect there. So Valkyrie was not enough to get Luch out of trouble, and the response was definitely warranted because YCK was on the prowl.
Looks like Dragon going to be started from the Olaf. Could see a contest come in from Pentanet. We'll have to wait and see what this looks like, but Graves just finishing off his Gromp.
Far more interested, it would seem here, Jubes, on farming up camps, but now they will finally go in for that collapse. He goes for the dash, flashes on in to try and make that happen. Ignite goes out, the kill connects. Graves gets revenge. Now both junglers 1-1, but another casualty of war will be Takao, who jumped in there to try and buy time. The Patriot that he is, make sure that his AD carry can live. Yeah, really nice flash engage there from Crazy, landing a good knock-up, and sometimes Dragon and neutral objectives are the biggest bait in the world. Order Academy had complete control of the game and really didn't need to force a neutral objective at a point in which priority was even, but felt they were stronger than they were, and good contest coming out of Pentanet, right? Because sometimes when you're feeling a little bit behind, when you die in the early game, it's very easy to give away objectives and feel the need that, or feel like you can't fight them, but not them, no fear, just went in and good from them. Big turnaround, as you say, as to what it actually means, because we were only talking moments before as to how strong Order were doing. As a result of that first blood, the gold that got spread around between the boys to share, and has completely been undone. Yeah, but like, even now, look at this. This is just a flow-on effect, right? Olaf died, has to run from base back to bot lane with all of his top camps up just to break freeze. Not the best case scenario, I tell you that much, as Zenx is going to be left underneath this tower with the Berserker Greaves, so going to be quite adept at clearing that if he is going to get pushed on in by the aggressive nature. As Seaway has opted for a first by a Warhammer, a little bit awkward for him. Yeah, I mean, it's not your optimal first base, that's for sure, because Aphelios picks up Berserker Greaves, maybe even has. Does he have a BF sword here? Potentially has BF sword. Yeah, okay. There it is. Yep. So the AD gap right now in terms of itemization is quite large. You definitely don't want to be playing around the bot lane if you're Order Academy, but potentially you can piggyback off Olaf's strength at this time in the game, but you know, by no means is Graves a slouch either, so have to see what Order Academy decide to do, and it's the Herald, but it's going to be contested. Yeah, Pentanet are almost inviting Order to be the ones to start everything off and say, well, if you're successful in starting off these plays, then look, we'll just go and clean up the kills. As a result, we're not too phased by really what your game plan is here. And that's actually going to be every single member of Pentanet responding to this one. Really, Jubes, the first time we're starting to see sort of the OPL-S style of play of the lane flips.
Yep.
Sure going to open up there with the ultimate onto Seaway as Crazy was hot on his heels.
Oh,
Framer! Oh, the boys dogged him. They don't act as a barrier. And the rocket does connect. It was a 4v5. Yes, the Herald goes to Pentanet. And Clovis is now doing whatever he can to find triage and just pick it up as many plates as possible.
Yeah, it's almost like the team with the most OPL players are doing the OPL Rift Herald flip, right?
Shocking. Imagine that.
But, you know, Wukong, positive here for Auto Academy. Wukong got some time away on the spot lane turret and managed to pick up majority of the turret plates. So, whilst, yes, they lost the kill, they lost the Herald, but not all was lost there.
Certainly wasn't. And that's going to do a world of good for accelerating him to hitting that first item.
Well,
As he is going to go for that Blade of Rune King as we were wondering.
Yeah, he was down maybe like 10 CS in lane, and so it's a 20 CS flip and turret plates. So,
Certainly was.
gotta be happy with
Silver
that.
lining that Auto Academy going to definitely be banking on, but what was so interesting for me is just how quickly they were able to capitalize and really sort of harness your point, right, about why Misfortune kind of fell out of favor. It was just 3 bruises instantly ready to collapse, and panic flash away, gets out. But
Luch got package.
only going to get scarier.
I'd like to see him do something with this package, but it's pretty much the window in which everyone's in base, so there's not much for him to do besides maybe get some vision control.
How will he look to try and use like this one? You know, we've seen it used in the past. Very good at closing off small segments of the map, essentially acting as a mini equalizer. Does a lot of damage. Definitely letting Framer know that, you know, if you're going to go for a supportive mid laner, I'm going to abuse you here. Just going to use it defensively at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it times out quite quickly in the early game. Corky package isn't something that you can sit on and hold on to. Sometimes it's best to just time that around a neutral objective and ensure you have it for times like now, right? Imagine if Corky had package for this Mountain Drake spawn, it would pretty much be as good as theirs.
You can just, like I say, you can cut off the Dragon Pit, you can cut off the entrances, the exits, whatever it may be, and it's puts out a fair bit of damage, and there's no denying that. Now, what can YCK do to try and make this fight one that works in their favor? They went for the Dragon last time. They had to pay the price with 2 kills going against them.
I was playing Corky mid against Claire yesterday, and I'll probably just shut up because it looks like there's a contest coming out of Auto Academy.
Yeah, hold that fort for just 2 seconds. Oh, that's unfortunate there for YCK. He flashes forward to try and go for the smite steal, but Graves will still pick it up regardless. 1-for-1 so far. No kills have gone out just yet. But Takao brings back Zenk, then the Cyclone, then the Flash, and then the Dash. Knocked up again. There's only so much that these immobile AD carries can do. They need protection. But it will be a 1-for-1 trade in the end. And the damage as they exit on out, very easy for Order to disengage the shields that can come from this Karma. But their health bars are incredibly low.
Man, this set coming out of Takao is really insane. The way he brought Zenk into that team fight, really well played and pretty much saved his team there, because when you commit for the smite steal, it's 9 times out of 10 that you're going to lose the dragon fight, and that's what YCK did. Committed for the smite steal, burnt his ultimate early, used the flash, but some nice little outplays, some good micro, managed to turn that around for them.
Well, it was a chaotic team fight in the sense that every summoner has been burnt, only Luch is now coming back online. They will say, yes, we got the dragon, yes, it was a 1-for-1 trade, but we would drive home this advantage, and we will summon that Herald in mid lane, break it open, and get ourselves the first turret benefits as well.
Yep. So, before the dragon fight, what I wanted to say was, I was playing Toloki last night against Claire, probably one of the best mid laners in the OPL, and he was playing Syndra, I was playing Corki, and I think he killed me about 5 times, and I was down like 150 CS, but I ended up winning the game just from a package. Like, I was genuinely running down, not intentionally, but that's how bad I was playing. But the package was so influential in one of the team fights that we won the game.
Insane.
So, Corki, if you're not good at mid lane, pick Corki and just package every... But then you could probably just play Rumble mid.
Probably could. You probably play either. One gets banned, pick the other.
Yeah, maybe just be better at the game than I am.
Just maybe a longer cooldown on one and the other. But yeah, that's always a talking point. They're always going to be a tall order trying to go into Claire. Very, very strong as you highlight. On a very great team as well in the OPL.
So what do we see from Pinternet now? Because once mid turret goes down, sometimes it's easy to become a little bit lost, right? Like mid turret is like, you know, the one that you always want, but then what do you do? And so what we're seeing them do is seeing them set up. Oh, pull the engage though.
Well, they want to try to set themselves up for the fight. It's going to be crazy that leads the line there with that charm, but the Olaf pick finds value by going for the Ragnarok, so cancels out one ult for the other.
Corki's having a good time in the side lane, and this is what Pinternet want. They want this. They want isolation, able to farm, get their items, and be uninterrupted. And so it looks like they're setting up for the Rift Herald now though. Spawning soon, they got some topside vision and should have their ultimates up in time for that.
Certainly do. I mean, Luch is ahead in CS.
Yep.
He is the one forcing
10
his
CS per minute.
playstyle on his opponent. And it's basically saying, Framer, you can't do anything. You have to always match me. I'm always going to be the one that rotates first. I am the one that dictates the terms as to what we do on this map.
Yeah. Look, Karma scales very well in her own right in terms of what she offers to a team composition, but if you're just letting an Aphelios, a Corki, and an Ornn free farm and scale, then you're gonna be in for a rough night once it gets to 35 minutes.
Feels like maybe a Pinternet mantra as an org whole, right? Is that they just love to draft late game and they always find success, you know. We see in OPL when they hit that 40-minute mark and suddenly just everything comes online. You go, how on earth does this continue to happen?
No team's giving a neutral objective away for free though.
Certainly aren't. Every single fight, every single objective, it is a contest. That's an Ornn that will separate the team, but R2 cannot go off because it gets cancelled out by the showstopper. They slam dunk him down, they pick him apart, they get assists, and they share that gold. The package is there, it's going to be big right now. Can they find value with it? The Moonlight Vigil goes absolutely AWOL, does not do anything whatsoever. Framer takes an ignite, does he have a shield? He will survive. That's a big one for him, but Luch gets 2 kills. Very important at just that. And that could be all they need to guarantee that they get this Herald.
Really nice team fight out of Pinternet there. You know, Ornn getting caught a little bit in no man's land, right? He goes down before a majority of the fight takes place, but Package was just far too focused there. Luch split up the team fight, kills both the top laner and the jungler on the back end, while his team just dances with Sideway, Takao, and Framer. So really well played coming out of Pinternet. And they're contesting neutral objectives at points in which you think they wouldn't, right? Like relative strength, this is Order Academy's time to shine. This is where Olaf is really strong, Karma's strong. Misfortune, in theory, should be strong here, but it's just Pinternet GG Rise just coming out on top.
Certainly are. The amount of pressure they were able to put out at this stage, Order Academy fully investing in taking out Shaw, taking out Ornn, and even with the Moonlight Vigil missing, even with him having the Infinity Edge power spike, they just have so much damage at this stage of the game. But the mid-game transition is looking very clean. As you can see, a 2,000 gold lead found here by Luch. Everything that a Corki wants to get himself to those luxury 2 items as quickly as possible. How many times have we seen him get everything? Be it the Cassiopeia, blue buffs, make sure that he's a monster. The guy always seems to find a way to get himself super accelerated.
He just finds farms somewhere that most people don't. He's just always got 10 CS per minute or a little bit more. Yep. Even in games where the team's losing. The guy's really, I don't know, he's just got supernatural. Maybe he gets an extra CS every wave. Maybe there's one more CS in his waves.
He's a gamer.
He's a full-time gamer.
He is a full-time gamer.
Well, he used to be a full-time gamer. I don't know what he's doing now, but...
Regardless, he's definitely making sure that his opposition know that he is a powerhouse in this one now. With the blue buff, stacking up that Muramana as quickly as can be. Well on his way with 2 components of the free for the Trinity Force. Sure, he's not too far away from that with the amount of farming he has under his belt.
Cheeky little crit off the minion there on Sideway, getting some good damage down onto Zinc. Now has his Essence Reaver picked up, so Misfortune, you know, now Misfortune can play the game. Because the last few team fights, MF couldn't really play the game without an Essence Reaver. The amount of time Sideway was forced to base without getting a BF sword really hurt his power spike in the game. Flash forward.
They want to force that fight, flash to flash, and both AD carries right there. A pick that would have been vital in ensuring that this turret would be guaranteed falling on down. Now, how does that come back to hurt them? Both AD carries without any mobility, very squishy, no dashes, very vulnerable to a flank. But Framer may just have a slight lead given the fact he can give them a shield.
Not much to it, really just collapsing on midway, getting the Herald charge, and looks like they're off to reset. potentially we see another big fight for this next dragon, because giving away 3 dragons when Ocean Soul's the 4th is really dangerous territory. So this is where we'll probably see the game blow open, and Auto Academy really feel like they have their best chance to get back in it.
Yeah, every single fight we've had so far has been around these objectives, always contesting, and it's always been an interesting talking point, right, as to, you know, what do you think is worthwhile sacrificing? Do you know what your composition's win cons are? What are you looking to play for, be it split push, be it farm, be it power spikes? And this game, whilst all of those all still do remain true, both these teams just want to brawl.
Yeah. I think what we've seen from the OCS is we see a lot of fighting.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's actually a welcoming change, right? Because you look at the OPL, and not taking anything away from that, but it is obviously the higher levels of play, right? Where you're looking at those macro decisions, what really separates the teams, why it's more than just push your buttons, click heads, and get farm.
Look, sometimes
this level 2, I love it when teams just want to brawl and say, look, these are my mechanics, come at me.
Sometimes the more chaotic games are the best ones to watch, right? And I mean chaotic in a respectful way, in the sense that both of these teams think they can contest these objectives. And so when you both think you can contest, we'll just play it out in a team fight and may the better team fighters win, right? And we saw both these games be both these fights, for neutrals be very close. Potentially like 1 or 2, hang on a minute, nice engage from Rakan.
Yeah, they continue to force this fight, and this time they find it without the Karma there to protect him. He is so damn vulnerable. They have so much movement speed to ensure that that play lands, starts, and does eventually ensure them with that kill. That's going to be all she wrote to ensure that that turret will fall on down. Headbutt started off, but the boys running it down mid to connect and finally take it on down. And you can see that both teams are really fishing for either farm or for those picks, based on the fact that there is only 90 seconds between themselves and that next dragon spawning. So not much to do, but Falls fight after fight and go Season 10, baby. Let's see what we can do. Flashing forward, we just do not care. A Corki with 2 items, everything evolved, 5-0-2.
You know what that whole sequence of play said to me about Pentanet there? They have experience. So they're one of the few teams. Well, no, because you can tell that they're timing some of the stuff, right? How often do we see that an ADC is punished on mid-wave because they time summoners? That was a flash Rakan engage because they were so confident. She had no mobility to escape, and it was just a really good punish, which then, hang on a minute, Wukong goes in, bullet time.
Clover's trying to make something happen now. The bullet time goes up, but Crazy instantly interrupts that one, but he's going to fall on down, it would seem, or will he? He manages to disengage away. Graves secures the Baron, and now Luch has an absolute field day. Valkyrie's forward hits them with their Gatling gun, and the empowered recall will prevent any further collapse. Pentanet.gg Rise tapping into the potential that we expected when we saw that lineup announcement.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expected from them, right? Clean, concise, crisp gameplay, right? Pulling the trigger when they can, pulling the trigger when they need to, and really not giving Auto Academy any room to breathe. Sideway thinks he's safe in a mid-wave? Nope. They think they can contest Baron buff? Nope. And they're just playing team fights really well. You know, knocking up the Misfortune, cancelling the bullet time, and again, just to reiterate, this is a team that we really expected to be at the top, if not undefeated, and it's good to see them playing to their, what we would say, you know, their limits or their capacity.
There it is there, Juves. The synchronized recalls coming out there from the Baron to now a full 5-man collapse on the Dragon that guarantees themselves the second Ocean Dragon of the game, but more importantly, puts themselves on a soul point. So many win cons for them to now play around. Map control has been very strong and very prevalent for them in their favor. But where does the game stand 23 minutes in? Well, it's Pentanet leading by a healthy 7k large.
Yep, 7k at 22 minutes is nothing to scoff at. It's definitely hard to bring that game back from the brink, but Corki's already got his upgraded Muramana, Trinity Force, nearly an Infinity Edge. So 3-item Corki at 22 minutes potentially, or 23 minutes. You're in for a rough day.
Certainly are. As Auto Academy drafting a composition that they are known for. Wombo combo has been their mantra, but unable to find situations where they can fully collapse and execute upon that style of gameplay. Pentanet have definitely been hot on their heels. They've had their number, and they've prevented those opportunities to really present themselves as often as they have in the past. Now it is going to be a 1-4 split, pushing in 2 waves, and very early on.
Minion wave coming in here to loot 1v3. I mean, this is... You hate to see a Corki just 1v3ing, and he's actually getting relevant damage down in a 1v3. At a certain point, Clovis really just needs to pull the trigger and go. So the base gates are a really good tool at accessing a flank. So potentially Clovis, Ornn's pulling the trigger instead.
Yeah, very hard for you to do that though, because they do not have that flash. The Cow's going to grab into and then go for the grip. Bullet time as a deterrent to prevent them back, but it will trim the wave, but it won't trim their health bars. Still very healthy, topped up and ready to go.
They rotate
as
mid
they
here.
inspire that cannon minion. The bottom inhib will fall on down. Luch is still going to go for the 1v4 demand. Does not care. Takau's had enough. He wants to force that fight. He gets smoke screen. He can't do much. Killed mid-air. The animation just does not go off. And Crazy just flirts with them from afar, and that Moonlight Vigil tickled them.
Yep.
So close. They were going to get locked in place by the Graviton, and that could have been far more casualties as a result.
Two inhibs go down. They tank the last turret here, but maybe we see Clovis take the last stand and just look for an engage. Yep, here we go.
He's going to try and make it happen right there. Dashes on in with the clone. Locks in place too. Receives the Karma Shield, and that buffer just will not be enough. Bullet time wasn't there. Pentanet as a 5-man unit know their roles, know their responsibilities, and know how to execute.
Yep. At this point, there's not much to say other than that's what a gold lead looks like, right? Like, they overstayed, but they're so far ahead that it really doesn't matter. They got themselves to this position through really good lane phase and contesting neutral objectives and setting up just really well. I mean, there's not much to say in this sense, but they played together well as a team. They got to neutral objectives on time, and when they were team fighting, they knew exactly what their roles were and who they should be focusing and who they should be hitting. And now this is the game state that we're in.
Certainly is, and that game state is accelerated, for lack of a better words. You're looking at 2 item spikes now coming online for the Aphelios. Now the Infinity Age also completed on this Corki as well, so there's no denying the amount of damage they have, but if you take them out of the situation somehow, then you've got to get through this Graves, which is well on his way to getting that Death Dance as well.
Yeah, and it's
it's disgusting.
Yeah, it's important to note too that it's 10-12, so Death Dance on ranged champions is still viable, it's still extremely strong, extremely, I would say, overpowered.
It's a core item.
Yep.
It's there's no beating around the bush. It's strong, it's usable, and it's abusable, quite honestly. So why wouldn't these teams look to go for that one? You compare that really to where Frame is at in this game. Fiends, he's gone for the Ardent Sensor as well. Everything to try and empower Seaways' Misfortune, but really lacking the opportunities right now to sort of sit up, and act as a turret.
I really want to see Corki auto-attack someone, just to please me. I just want to see a crit go through and just see how much damage Corki's doing at this point in the game.
What target will he find in his sights right now? Well, that's a fair bit of damage onto a minion, but we're not too concerned about that one.
Crazy's looking for an engage though. You can tell he's got the flash up.
He does, has the flash, and he's been very critical when he's made them land right there. They're going to bring back Zenk once again. He gets shut down. He's been taking out this fight straight away. The collateral damage from afar will not be enough to execute the Wukong. And Shaw is deep behind enemy lines, but he's assisted by the fact that these 2 inhibitors had the minions flooding on through.
Clovis, Takao just manages to always find the ADC and bring them back into the team. You can see how good he is on this set. Keeping his team really in the game with that engage, but...
He's going to be careful here though, Jubes. Yep. He's going to get charmed, and he's going to get smoke screened out. Get dropped very low on that health bar, but is going to live to tell the tale as he's ready to group up with his team. And this is a critical moment in the game right now for Auto Academy to try and play around. 15 kills to 4, the gold lead severely against them at 11k difference. But Ocean Soul is here, and that is something that I'm sure they're going to put up a fight for.
They have to. This is a do or die here. They got all members here. They're letting minions crash into their base, so it's something that they're going to have to force or initiate on, but if they stand here for too long, the minions will just end the game. And as we see, the teleport coming on through. Yeah, that's Karma going back to base. So looks like that's Soul just gone.
Yeah, that's the classic minion dance of, look, there is pressure. We don't have to force anything right now. There's no need for this to become a 50-50 smite. And it's systematic, it's chronological, it's clean, it's decisive. It's all the key words that you highlighted only moments prior. From buff to buff they go. Ocean Soul online, free to their name. Let's pick up a Baron. Let's end this game, Jubes.
Yeah, I think you were a little more elegant with the pronunciation of those words and probably used some words that were out of my vocabulary, but nevertheless, Corky got the upgraded Infinity Edge now, so I believe it's called the Molten's Edge, and I just really want to see it.
Okay.
I was going to say, I really want to see Corky auto-attack someone, but he's been absolutely squashed off-screen.
The observers couldn't even catch it.
No,
That's how quickly he auto-attacked.
Oh, and Corky picked up MF as well.
Okay. He's auto-attacking, but just off our screen. That's a double
Here we
kill
go,
that he picked up. He's just going to go into their base and take them all on. There's nothing that they can do.
Yeah.
1 and 2, and the game is ended. And this is the performance that Luch has been searching for.
Yep.
Not to say that his performances in the other games have not been good, but it's the performance that then nets them the reward, and that is the victory screen that is going to present themselves with it here today. One last attempt for Takao to get flashy, jumps into the sky, pops the stopwatch and says, look boys, it is what it is, that's the ace, that's the win. And it is Pentanet, well, picking things up right here.
If I'm being honest, I like seeing that from Takao. Not a KDA player. Not afraid to get his hands dirty at the end there. But
For sure.
yeah, Pentanet.gg Rise picking up another win, and for me, putting themselves higher up on the ladder, not only in terms of, well, what it actually means, but proving to us and proving to other teams that they mean business.
Certainly do, and that was a statement really of authority as to, look, you know, whilst the first few weeks haven't gone quite as planned, we have definitely come into this one with a renewed sense of ambition, and you know, these standings, much like we've been harping on all night, don't really represent exactly where we view the power rankings. So a very strong performance by them, and to really finalise things off here, Jubes, it has just been a wild night of upsets.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. I mean, the undefeated team, no longer undefeated. Mammoth Academy falling on down, and Legacy Genesis team we're seeing, you know, get better and better each week and rising to popularity, if you will. And
Sure.
there's just a lot of teams that are proving to us that the standings don't necessarily mean anything just yet, right? UTS picking up the first wing as well. QUT now, where do you put them? So there's just been a real spanner in the works tonight.
Well, let's see exactly how all things played out here in week number 6. Let's bring up those results, and we can then go into greater depth as to what all these actually look like. It was the opening account here by the Die Cubs that took down the UQ Union. RMIT Redbacks suffered a defeat at the hands of Gravitas' Academy as a Legacy Genesis handed Mammoth Academy their very first defeat of the split. It was then UTS Esports that managed to find their very first victory ever and took down a formidable opponent in the QT Tigers. And as you just saw on your screen leading into this here, it was PGGR, otherwise known as Pentanet.gg Rise, a big tongue twister, who got the 1-0. Thank you, observers, as they took down Order Academy. Well, let's bring up the standings then.
Yep.
Where do things look like for week number 6? What does it all mean? Big shake-up, as you can see there. Die Cubs now, they are hotly in the driving seat, undefeated still, the asterisk next to the name, and to every single team, representing the fact that we do have some bye rounds. That's based on the fact that there are an uneven amount of teams, only 11 teams in this league, so it makes things a little bit awkward at the best of times, but you can see that things are starting to shake up a little bit, and as a result of that victory, Pentanet.gg Rise accelerate themselves, slingshot even, into 3rd spot, dropping down Order, who are only in 3rd moments prior. Legacy Genesis, a big victory for them to get themselves back up into the standings. And as we keep going on down, things get rowdy. QT Tigers suffering their defeat puts them down near the bottom of the table. But with UTS, the biggest success story of tonight, get themselves a dub on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, if they get another win next week, look where they are. They're 7th place already. You know, the win after that, they're in playoffs contention. So can't really rest on these standings. They're just frequently changing week on week, upset on upset.
Well, let's see exactly what these teams are going to be playing for in week number 7. How will those standings be upset? That's what we want to see here right now as we open it up with QT Tigers taking on the University of Queensland's Union. It will then be a battle of the OPL teams, as it will be Order Academy taking on Legacy Genesis, Pentanet.gg Rise taking on the Chiefs Academy, followed then by UTS Esports up against the RMIT Redbacks. And then Mammoth Academy up against the Die Cubs. That's the big one. Who is the big team? Joint first. Who is better?
Well, the winner does actually go first place, right? Because that means Mammoth Academy would have the head-to-head, and
correct.
Sure, Die Cubs still have the game in hand, which would be that bye. But you'd have to say that the best team would be the winner of that game so far. But exciting games next week. UTS as well versus RMIT. So potentially, we do see one of the teams on 1 win that will go to 2. So this ladder is shaping up.
Certainly is, but that's all the action that we have in store for you guys tonight. A big thank you from myself, Juice, everybody behind the scenes working in production, the unspoken, the unseen heroes, if you will. And a big shout out to our sponsors as well that help put on the show for us. That is McDonald's, that is EPOS, that is NeoSurf. Big thank you to everyone for tuning on in to the OCS. It's one night of action to see some of the rising stars in the Oceanic region. And do not miss tomorrow. 2 nights, back-to-back, will be the OPL. We've got Jubes alongside us to join in. So if you enjoyed tonight, the big man's back for more action. It's going to be a lot of fun. It happens on this channel at 4 p.m. So drop us a follow, and we'll see you there. Good night. And that's a beautiful Hemo play onto multiple members. They shut down all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this, that's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely.
Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants. Some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine.